Chapter 1870. After a long while, the sun-moon corona's brilliance finally extinguished. Shwe Shwe whispered, "Husband, what did you sense?" "That fire ape is indeed in Flame Forest Marsh." Xiaohua nodded. "I can use this sun-moon corona to roughly sense its location. That thing also seems to have sensed the fire ape's soul essence was rushing here, but it stopped just now. I wonder why." "Then what about the lightning beast?" Shwe Shwe was first happy, then panicked. Xiaohua shook his head. "I can't sense any lightning beast. However, we can't stay here for long. If it was just the fire ape, it would be fine, but if there's also the lightning beast, how can we be their match? Let's go." Saying this, Xiaohua put the sun-moon corona into his space. At this moment, a messaging talisman flew into the cave. "Haha, great." Xiaohua was overjoyed. Grandmaster Zhenyi came. It's really the right time. However, when Xiaohua flew out of the cave and saw only Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xiangyang clearly knew Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Zhenyi hasn't come yet, but I've already discussed it with your senior sister-in-law. According to the time, the Jade Slip should have already reached the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, Grandmaster Zhenyi should have also come to Shihuang Town. Since he hasn't come yet, then presumably he isn't in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although we have Grandmaster Zhenyi's help, we have a better chance of obtaining the Lightning Beast's core. However, if he doesn't come, there are still many sects and cultivation families eyeing the Lightning Beast. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll miss the opportunity. This core is related to my lifespan. I really can't wait." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew eldest senior brother's urgent thoughts, but what were the fire ape and the lightning beast? Yesterday, they almost couldn't deal with the fire ape's soul essence. How could they subdue the lightning beast? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll let eldest senior brother know. I've just finished refining the magic tool I obtained from Misty Mountain." "Is that so? Great," Xiangyang said with a happy expression. "However, I've already sensed that the fire ape and lightning beast seem to be rushing in our direction. If eldest senior brother wants, we can rush over right now." "Are you kidding me?" Xiangyang's expression changed when he heard this. He asked anxiously, "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely." Xiaohua nodded without hesitation. "Damn it, then why aren't you running?" Xiangyang glared at Xiaohua and immediately flew into the air, asking, "Which way should we run?" Xiaohua pointed with his finger. Xiangyang waved his hand without hesitation. "Let's go." The four of them flew for more than half a day. Seeing that they were about to reach the periphery of the Flame Forest Marsh, Xiangyang stopped and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, how is it now?" Xiaohua took out the sun-moon corona, sensed it for a moment, and nodded. "I can't sense the fire ape's information anymore. It must be far away from it." "Yes." Xiangyang relaxed and smiled bitterly. "I knew that the Thunder Beast was close to the fire ape, but I couldn't attack it. I really had no choice. Junior brother Xiao, the fire ape left the Flame Forest Swamp and actually found its way to our vicinity. Is it because of Junior brother's sacrificial refining of the magic tool?" Yan Qinglian inquired. Xiaohua nodded. "Indeed. Then if you're controlling the magic tool now, won't the fire ape be able to sense it?" "It shouldn't." Xiaohua smiled. "When I was sacrificial refining, something went wrong and attracted the fire ape's attention. Controlling this magic tool shouldn't attract its attention." "Okay." Yan Qinglian nodded. The four of them waited for several hours. Seeing that the moon was bright and the stars were few, Xiaohua asked in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother, where should we go?" "In my opinion, it's better to first see where the cultivators of the other sects are. If we can join forces, that would be the best. Otherwise, we can only watch from the sidelines and see if there's a chance." Xiangyang was obviously a bit diffident. "Yes." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the place where the fire ape stopped to take a look. Maybe there are some fellow Taoists there." Xiangyang and the others didn't have any objections. They followed Xiaohua and flew to the other side of the Flame Forest Swamp. Before Xiaohua's group of four arrived, their divine senses swept over, and they were immediately shocked by the miserable situation in front of them. They looked at each other in astonishment, and then increased their flying speed. When they arrived, although they were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but sigh endlessly. They saw that this was a place filled with rugged mountain rocks. The surrounding area was about several hundred feet of undulating gentle slopes. There were several dozen corpses of cultivators. They couldn't be said to be complete corpses, but they were all broken corpses. They were scattered all over this desolate mountain area. Dark brown blood stains had already dried up and were smeared on the mountain rocks. The strangest thing was that these several dozen cultivators' heads could be considered complete, but there was a bowl-sized hole on each head. The inside of each head was empty and blood-stained. All of their brains had been dug out by spirit beasts. Moreover, there were many burn marks on the mountain rocks. Occasionally, there were also marks of lightning strikes. Next to these cultivators' corpses, there were some scattered medicinal pills, yellow talismans, and so on. As for storage pouches, without exception, they were all torn apart. There were also many broken magic tools. The majority of them were broken and were no longer worth repairing. Only a large amount of spirit stones were left on the ground, untouched by anyone. Sigh. Shue sighed. She slightly raised her head and looked into the distance. Immediately after, Yan Qinglian also shook her head and no longer looked at the miserable situation. Forget it. Xiaohua glanced at Xiangyang and said in a low voice, "Mortals have a custom of being buried in the ground for peace. Although we cultivators don't emphasize this, it's also not appropriate for these fellow Taoists' corpses to be left here. Little brother, how about we melt them?" And Xiangyang slightly nodded and said, "It's also a good deed for you." Hearing Xiangyang's command, Xiaohua sighed and waved his hand. Dozens of starfires flew out and landed on the corpses under the control of his divine sense. It didn't take long for the corpses to be cleaned up. Then, Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and gathered the scattered spirit stones, medicinal pills, and yellow talismans into his storage pouch. Xiangyang released his divine sense and checked the tokens and magic tools scattered on the ground. After Xiaohua collected the spirit stones, he said, "The fellow Taoists who died here include Seven Skills Sect, Fuzhan Sect, Huangdao Sect, and Raging Flames Sect. There are a total of 9 sections. Most of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators, and a small number of them were Qi Refinement cultivators. Zhan Yu from Huanghua Sect was also within this number." When Xiaohua used the fireball to burn the cultivators' remains, he already saw a head that looked similar to Zhan Yu's. Hearing this, he nodded silently. "Husband, I'm afraid something is wrong." Yan Qinglian, who had been silent, said, "Wasn't Zhan Yu with Qian Yuming? Since Zhan Yu died here, what about Qian Yuming? Why aren't there any traces of Spirit Husbandry Sect's disciples?" Xiangyang nodded first, then shook his head. Ever since Xiaohua killed Pu Jianyuan in the Fog Mountain, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming revealed the Fire Ape's whereabouts. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming lost the foundation for cooperation. Perhaps they thought that we would also come to Flame Forest Swamp and Qian Yuming might have given up. "I don't think so." Yan Qinglian shook her head and said, "Previously, I thought the same as you. I thought that the cultivators of the various sects were doing their own thing and wanted to snatch the fire ape or lightning beast's inner core, just like us. But looking at the cultivators who died here, there are no less than 2 people from each sect. Furthermore, there are a few sects gathered together. I'm afraid things aren't that simple." "You're right, wife." Xiangyang thought for a moment and said, "However, they originally came to Flame Forest Swamp as a group. If they heard some news, the sects would have come to an agreement and gathered together. This is normal. Furthermore, didn't we also want to find someone to cooperate with?" Yan Qinglian was silent for a moment and asked again, "There's still something strange. The fire ape is a rank 5 spirit beast and the lightning beast is even rank 6. They're far from what these Foundation Establishment cultivators can handle. Why did they still walk into the trap in groups? There aren't any core formation seniors among these dead cultivators, right?" This time, Xiangyang also had nothing to say. He nodded and said, "Indeed, they're all Foundation Establishment cultivators. They don't even have a single magic weapon. This is a very strange matter. Senior sister-in-law, there's only one possibility." Xiaohua had been thinking all along. Only now did he open his mouth and say, "This is the periphery of Flame Forest Swamp." They simply didn't expect that the fire ape and lightning beast would suddenly come out from Flame Forest Swamp and couldn't dodge in time. Or maybe they weren't going for the fire ape at all. When they collided like this, they were caught off guard. Shue agreed and said, "It should be so. Even I didn't expect Xiaolang to refine a magic tool. The fire ape also came for this, so they must have encountered them." Looking at the remnants of the ground, Xiangyang felt a burst of lingering fear in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still full of ambition and wanted to fight for his lifespan. But when he saw so many cultivators who weren't inferior to him being trampled on like this, his confidence couldn't help but be extinguished by a lot. If we didn't leave just now. Yan Qinglian also felt lingering fear and said, I'm afraid it would have been extremely dangerous. Although his confidence was extinguished by a lot, Xiang Yang's state of mind was calm again. He glanced at Yan Qinglian and said, since it was dangerous, we shouldn't get involved. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao passed the news of the lightning beast to Marshal Uncle Zhenyi. As for whether or not he can obtain the lightning beast's core, it's not something we can consider. Your husband will accompany you to see the sea. Yan Qinglian smiled happily and slightly shook her head. Actually, after Master told me about the lightning beast, I already went to check the ancient records of Sun Lei Palace. As early as several tens of thousands of years ago, there were records of the lightning beast appearing in Feng He Sea. Even if Junior Marshal Sister Shui didn't say it, I would have gone with my husband. Wife! Xiang Yang reached out and held Yan Qinglian's hands, saying very softly, you went to Sun Lei Palace only to say goodbye to Senior Marshal Sister. I didn't expect that you actually went to check the ancient records. Although I also want to travel freely with my husband, but we have a chance to spend more time together. Why not give it a try? Yan Qinglian said softly again, with Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's magic tool, we can know the whereabouts of the fire ape, and our lives won't be in danger. Chapter 1871. Xiang Yang shook his head. What I want is the Thunder Beast's core, not the fire ape. Junior Brother Zhao's magic tool is useless. Yan Qinglian's heart was distressed. She understood that Xiang Yang didn't want her and Xiao Hua's group to be implicated in this matter and lose their lives easily. Thus, she said tenderly, I'll listen to my husband. If my husband says we're going to Gui He Sea, we'll leave Flame Forest Marsh immediately. Seeing that his sister-in-law had decided, Xiao Hua glanced at Shui Shui. The two of them also nodded inwardly. However, at this moment, two divine senses swept over from the direction of Flame Forest Marsh and locked onto the four of them. Humph! Xiao Hua frowned and looked impatiently in that direction. He was already in a bad mood. How could he not be annoyed when he was locked onto by someone's divine sense? Hee, fellow Taoists, my master has already warned you not to approach Flame Forest Marsh. What? Are you not going to listen to a golden core cultivator? Not long after, two Foundation establishment middle stage old men flew in front of them. They glanced at everything on the ground and sneered. We don't dare. Fellow Taoists, we're preparing to leave now. Xiang Yang didn't want to be meddlesome and cupped his hands. You're a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. The old man on the left asked. That's right. I'm Xiang Yang from Myriad Thunder Valley. This is my wife and two junior brothers. Xiang Yang nodded. Yes, I'm Yu Miao. This is I's junior brother, Chan Xinyan. The cultivator on the left cupped his hands. Greetings fellow Taoists Yu and fellow Taoists Chan. Seeing that the two's attitude had returned to friendliness, Xiang Yang cupped his hands in greeting. Yu Miao smiled and returned the greeting. Since you're a disciple of a famous sect and you're so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. You only need to take out the things that don't belong to you from your storage pouch. As for my master's side, I'll talk to him. I will take the initiative to ask the four of you to leave. What? Xiang Yang was stunned. Then he sneered. Fellow Taoist Yu, what do you mean? You don't understand what I mean. Another cultivator by the name of Chan Xing Yen shouted out rudely. My master has already warned all of you. All of you had better hurry to Flame Forest Marsh. According to my master's orders, all of you will die here. Since my senior brother is merciful and has let you all go, why don't you all hurry up and bring the medicinal pills, jade slips, and other things over? If I don't take it, are you two going to attack me? Xiang Yang was so angry that he laughed. You're just a cultivator from the Five Elements sect. How can you be more arrogant than my Imperial Thunder sect? How about the Imperial Thunder sect? I was prepared to let you go for the sake of the Imperial Thunder sect. What's wrong? Just you, a brat who just entered middle stage Foundation establishment. Want to make things difficult for us? Chan Xinyan smiled coldly and said, if you don't wish to perish here, hurry up and take out the thing. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian, but his gaze passed over her head. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiang Yang's heart calmed down. He shouted at Xiao Hua and Shui Shui, You all stand to the side and guard carefully. Watch how I deal with these two arrogant people. Yes, we will follow senior brother's orders. Xiaohua reached out his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans were held in his hand. He looked very guarded. Shui understood, and also took out her yellow talismans. Seeing Xiaohua take out the fireball talismans, Xiangyang was secretly happy. He also clapped his hands. A 1-zhong long spear was actually held in his hand. Not to mention the others, Xiaohua was first stunned. Since he became Helplessness's disciple, he had never seen his eldest brother use a celestial device. This was the first time he saw Xiangyang take out his handy celestial device. Although Xiaohua had never guessed what Xiangyang's celestial device looked like, when he saw the long spear, he instantly understood why Helplessness scolded him so harshly at the life and death temple outside the Racing Thunder field, accused him of not doing his job properly, and hated him for using martial arts to defeat Yan Xiefeng. It turns out, Xiangyang also has martial skills. Sure enough, Xiangyang held his magic tool, Thunderstrike, in his hand. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. There was some helplessness in his eyes. He shook his hand and shouted, "Eat Eye's spear!" Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the spear was like lightning. Threads of lightning surged out from the spear shaft. Following Xiangyang's spear move, it flashed with thunderbolts and shot towards Yu Yuemiao. Yu Yuemiao laughed loudly and said, "Thy transcendence energy is only SO. Watch Eye's methods." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. A large alms bowl was held in his hand. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, a misty splendor gushed out from the alms bowl. It was really like a fountain. "Rise," Yu Yuemiao lightly rebuked. The spell in his hand changed. That splendor flew out with his hand gesture. It slightly stagnated a few feet in front of him. Soon after, it rotated and formed a thin layer about 1 zhong in circumference, like a shield. Pung, a muffled sound was heard. Xiangyang's spear tip had hit this layer of light curtain. A burst of crackling sound was heard. The light purple electric light quickly covered the entire light curtain. The entire light curtain shook in an instant. Hee, can I's eyesight be fake? You really are a brat who just entered the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Yu Yuemiao laughed sinisterly. The spell in his hand changed again. The splendor in the alms bowl condensed into the shape of ice thorns. They flew towards Xiangyang from the left and right. Xiangyang brandished his spear. Like a dragon drinking water, lightning flashed from the left and right, respectively hitting the ice thorns flying towards him. But in the instant that the ice thorns were hit, they suddenly trembled and unexpectedly split into two. They dodged the lightning and rushed towards Xiangyang's body. This is bad. Xiaohua watched the battle from the side and slightly frowned. He didn't know if Xiangyang had a defensive magic tool on him. However, just as Xiaohua started to worry, Xiangyang's body unexpectedly flipped in midair. He extremely nimbly dodged the ice thorns. Although his skill couldn't compare to Xiaohua's, it was absolutely impressive. So when eldest senior brother fought with me, he still held back a few moves. Xiaohua laughed and immediately looked towards the battle between Yan Qinglian and Chan Xingyan. In Yan Qinglian's hand was a horsetail whisk. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it actually contained the power of lightning. Every time she waved it, traces of lightning would scatter like raindrops. Chan Xingyan was unable to withstand it. And Chan Xingyan was just like his name. He had a fire attribute physique. That magic tool was even more strange. It was like a rock, except that the rock was completely red and there were crimson flames lingering on it. Every time Chan Xingyan used his magic to smash it, Yan Qinglian would feel a suffocating heat pressing down on her, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. "Go," Yan Qinglian shouted. Like swinging a horse whip, she swung the horsetail whisk slightly above her head and swung it towards Chan Xingyan. Dozens and even hundreds of tiny lightning bolts flew towards Chan Xingyan. Chan Xingyan hated these tiny lightning bolts the most. He waved his hand and a thin flame flew out, forming a wall of fire. He wanted to block the lightning bolts in front of him. But the magic that he condensed from his magic power couldn't compare to the lightning bolts of the magic tool. After dozens of lightning bolts passed, the wall of fire immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1872. Quick, Chan Xingyan had no choice but to throw out the stone in his hand. The raging flames and the aura of the artifact destroyed all the lightning. However, just as Chan Xingyan waved his hand and was about to retrieve the stone, he saw a weak flash of lightning under the stone. It quickly and violently charged into Chan Xingyan's arms. Oh no! Chan Xingyan's spiritual will swept across, and he immediately knew that this lightning wasn't real lightning. It was a strand of Yan Qinglian's horsetail whisk. Yan Qinglian had concealed it within the lightning and shot it over, avoiding his defenses. Chan Xingyan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly activated his spiritual power, activating the defense around his body. With a bzeeb sound, lightning flashed under Chan Xingyan's armpit, and then the light was extinguished. That lightning actually broke through his defense and shot straight into his Taoist robe. Ouch! Chan Xingyan forcefully twisted his waist and dodged the lightning. There was already a scratch on his Taoist robe. How dare you? Chan Xingyan was enraged. The mana in his body surged, and the rock in his hand instantly lit up with a few feet of fire. A wave of hot air once again filled the entire area. Go, following his angry roar, that rock flew towards Yan Qinglian like a shooting star. Seeing the power of Chan Xingyan's artifact increase, Yan Qinglian's horsetail whisk did not dare to meet it head-on. Her figure suddenly flew away and actually used the hibernating lightning escape to dodge to the side. This dodge was so fast that it shocked Chan Xingyan. Lightning escape? He could not help but shout out. I want to see if your lightning escape is faster or eyes flowing fire is faster. Chan Xingyan pointed his finger, and the artifact, flowing fire, followed behind Yan Qinglian like a shadow. It did not stop attacking. Haha, senior brother, let I help you vent your anger. Compared to Chan Xingyan's stalemate, Yu Miao seemed to be having a much easier time. He even had the upper hand. After all, Xiang Yang's mana was much weaker than Yu Miao's, and it was a contest of immortal treasures. Naturally, Xiang Yang couldn't win. Seeing that Chan Xingyan was defeated by Yan Qinglian, Yu Miao laughed heartily and tossed the alms bowl into the air. As it spun, the mouth of the alms bowl was pointed downwards and a ray of light like water sprayed down like a waterfall. Before the ray of light landed, the sharp spirit qi rushed towards Xiang Yang like a sharp knife. Xiang Yang brandished his spear, and lightning danced in front of the water light. However, it only lasted for a moment before it was broken through by the water light. Xiang Yang was horrified, and his figure rapidly retreated in the direction of Xiaohua, while Xue Xue was already some distance away from Xiaohua. Why are you still here? Retreat. When Xiang Yang saw that Xiaohua was still behind him, he unconsciously became furious and berated him. However, when he berated Xiaohua, there was actually a strange expression on his face. Damn it, eldest senior brother, can't you act a little better? Don't let others see through you. Xiaohua saw the strange expression on Xiang Yang's face and couldn't help but complain. However, at the same time, he gave Xiang Yang a thumbs up. He had been standing still all this time because he wanted Xiang Yang to lure Yu Miao to his side. Haha, since you don't want to leave, then don't leave. When Yu Miao saw Xiaohua's realistic fear, he unconsciously felt great. He didn't hold back any of the mana in his body and poured it all into the alms bowl's immortal treasure. Don't. When Xiaohua saw the water light rushing towards him, he waved his hands and made a big fuss. The dozens of fireball talismans in his hand had already been thrown out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises rang out, blocking the water light, the alms bowl, and Yu Miao. When he saw Xiaohua throw out the fireball talismans, Yu Miao almost laughed out loud. This was precisely the yellow talisman that qi-refining cultivators were most adept at. It was also the natural method to restrain his water-type magic tool. However, could yellow talismans compare to magic tools? However, when he saw the dozens of fireball talismans, although disorderly, there was an order to them. It was as if they were controlled by divine sense. Yu Miao couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. However, just as this strange thought arose, the numerous fireball talismans collided with each other and exploded around his body. The might of those top-grade fireballs really scared him. Damn it, Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are really rich and overbearing. Yu Miao couldn't help but curse. Unfortunately, before he could finish cursing, he saw a faint silhouette rush in front of him amidst the chaos caused by the exploding fireballs. Lightning evasion? This guy's mana isn't good, but he can actually use lightning evasion? Ouch! Yu Miao obviously thought that the silhouette was Xiang Yang. However, when he saw clearly, he couldn't help but be astonished and couldn't help but cry out. However, when he saw that Xiaohua was actually holding a worn-out spear shaft in his hand, he laughed again. Are you kidding me? Senior martial brother uses a long spear. This junior martial brother, how could it be worn out? He's using a spear shaft. Soon after, he unhurriedly hooked his finger. From the distant alms bowl, a stream of water light flew over. In the instant Xiao Hua extended his hand to stab the spear shaft, a shield appeared in front of him. However, before he could peacefully look for Xiang Yang's traces, he heard a crisp kachap sound. That shield was unexpectedly shattered by Xiao Hua's spear, and specks of water light scattered in all directions. Demonic tool? Only now did Yu Yuemiao see the true appearance of the demonic spear shaft. He couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a protective spell immediately blocked the front of the demonic spear shaft. At the same time, he hurriedly released the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage in an attempt to firmly suppress Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, at this time, Xiao Hua was already close to him. Xiao Hua smiled strangely and slightly opened his mouth. A stream of green and red brilliance was spat out from his mouth. Although his body was already unable to move under the pressure, once the execution dream came out, an immeasurable amount of karmic fire power was born. That kind of terrifying throbbing far surpassed the power of the pressure. Yu Yuemiao's heart shrank, and at the same time his mana also stagnated. In the end, Yu Yuemiao was still a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. He hurriedly used the 5 elements sect's secret technique, and barely managed to circulate his mana. His body wanted to retreat, but no matter how fast he couldn't be faster than the execution dream flying sword. He could only see a brilliance flickering at Yu Yuemiao's throat. The green and red sword light entered, and then disappeared without a trace. Following that, Yu Yuemiao's corpse fell into the air, and that alms bowl-like magic tool also stopped in midair. Senior brother? Seeing that Yu Yuemiao had actually fallen, Chan Xingyan almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. Although Xiao Hua's attack was not as fast as lightning, it was still completed in a few breaths. Chan Xingyan only saw Xiao Hua throw out the fireball talisman in a panic. Then, when the flames of the fireball dissipated, Xiao Hua was already in front of Yu Yuemiao. Following that, Yu Yuemiao fell from midair. As for how he died, Chan Xingyan didn't even see it clearly. Fellow Taoist, don't leave either. Yan Qinglian was overjoyed. She didn't hold back on the horsetail whisk in her hand. 10 slender lightning bolts split into 4 and shot towards Chan Xingyan from different angles. You want to keep this Taoist here? Don't even think about it. Chan Xingyan didn't continue to fight. He once again activated his mana, and the flowing fire was like a huge fireball. It instantly extinguished the lightning bolts, and a blank space appeared. Chan Xingyan didn't say another word. His body flew out of the blank space and flew towards the direction of the Flame Forest Mountains. Haha, you actually want to compete with my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple in flying. Yan Qinglian laughed loudly. She used the hibernating thunder escape technique and caught up to Chan Xingyan in an instant. Her horsetail whisk struck out again. Go. Chan Xingyan didn't continue to fight. He still used the same move. The flowing fire retreated and blocked Yan Qinglian. However, just as he was about to increase his speed again, he suddenly realized that right in front of him, the Qi refinement disciple who killed his senior brother was actually blocking his path. How did he get here? Chan Xingyan was shocked. Without hesitation, he released his aura. You really don't have to leave, Xiao Hua said sincerely, following which his physical body trembled. A 200-foot phoenix celestial body appeared above his head, completely blocking the aura. At this moment, the phoenix celestial body was slightly different from before. Previously, there was a cold light in its phoenix eyes that looked down on the world. However, that cold light was completely emotionless. It was completely indifferent. At this moment, there was a trace of emotion in those phoenix eyes. It seemed to be mocking. Bloodline of the true spirit. Chan Xingyan was surprised. However, his movements weren't slow either. He hurriedly stretched out his hand, and a crimson-red message talisman flew out. The Flame Forest Mountains are nearby. Chan Xingyan had just laughed coldly when the same scene happened again. With a light rumble of thunder, Xiao Hua, who was just in front of Chan Xingyan a moment ago, actually caught up with the message talisman and crushed it. No way. Chan Xingyan couldn't believe his eyes. Although the speed of the message talisman wasn't especially fast when it was first sent out, the reason why it was a message talisman was because the method of making it was special. It couldn't be easily intercepted by others unless the person's cultivation level was much higher than the person who sent it out. The person's cultivation level was also much higher than the person who sent it out. Go. Just as Chan Xingyan was surprised, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal instantly appeared from the space. Under the control of Xiaohua's spiritual power, a yellow light shone brightly like the moon. Waves of rumbling sounds could be heard from the cloud-suppressing seal. Magic? Magic treasure? At this moment, Chan Xingyan was in disbelief. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange gaze. His lightning escape was more profound than Yan Qinglian's, and his spiritual power was more profound than his. Could he still be Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang's junior brother? Even if he was their senior brother, he was still a novelist. Run! This was Chan Xingyan's only thought. But at this moment, the cloud-suppressing seal had already flown in front of him. A feeling that he couldn't escape was born in his heart. Go! Chan Xingyan couldn't suppress his fear. He used a secret technique to control his spiritual power and tried his best to get rid of this feeling. At the same time, Lu Hua also tried his best to fly towards the cloud-suppressing seal. Pa! As if he was clapping his hands, Xiaohua used a spell. A cloud flew out from the cloud-suppressing seal and flew towards Lu Hua. With a pung sound, the cloud landed on Lu Hua. The power of the Dharma treasure's mimicry immediately extinguished Lu Hua's flames. As for Lu Hua's original body, that rock, it could not break through the cloud. As the cloud drifted down, the rock also slowly fell. Chapter 1873. Pa pa pa. With another few sounds, the cloud-suppressing seal transformed into a few clouds that floated towards Chan Xingyan's head. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body also let out a clear cry as it spread its wings and flew towards Chan Xingyan. Seeing that Xiaohua alone was able to fight against both Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang, Chan Xingyan couldn't help but panic. He clapped his hands, and a dozen yellow talismans flew aimlessly in the air. His other hand quietly took out a transmission talisman and sent it in the opposite direction of Xiaohua. Just as he sent out the transmission talisman, his divine sense suddenly sensed that something was wrong behind him. Before he could send out the spell he hurriedly prepared, the dream executioner that killed Yu Yuemiao flew into Chan Xingyan's back. Chan Xingyan was like his senior brother Yu Yuemiao. His eyes were filled with disbelief and hatred as he fell from the sky. Let's go! Xiaohua saw that the crimson transmission talisman increase its speed and fly towards the flame forest mountains. He couldn't catch up and couldn't help but feel hatred. All of this was his meticulous plan, but he still couldn't stop the transmission talisman. Naturally, he couldn't stop the golden core stage Xiang Min from chasing after him. How could he not be angry? Let's go! Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Xue didn't have the time to be shocked by Xiaohua's bravery and gave them a new understanding of him. They hurriedly activated their flying techniques and flew towards Shihuang town. Xiaohua seemed to have a card up his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, flowing fire and the alms bowl were stored in his space. He also took Yu Yuemiao and Chan Xingyan's storage pouches. Then he shot out a few fireballs and destroyed their corpses. Only then did he activate the hibernating thunder escape technique and catch up to Xiang Yang and the rest. Xiang Yang naturally saw what Xiaohua was doing, but he didn't have time to ask. He only focused on activating his transcendence energy, wanting to fly to Shihuang town before Xiang Min arrived. Unfortunately, not to mention that Xue and Yan Qinglian's hibernating thunder escape had just reached the entry level. Even if Xiang Yang used all of his magic power, his speed was still insufficient. Just as Xiaohua frowned and wanted to stop the three of them so that he could use the bright thunder escape to fly away, the Buddhist sense that Xiaohua released from far away made a discovery. Stop! Xiaohua said decisively. What's wrong? Xiang Yang was stunned, but he began to slow down. Quick, let's fly in reverse. Xiaohua immediately ordered. Without waiting for the three of them to come to their senses, he slowed down again. With a clap of his hand, a flight talisman was placed on his body. Why? Why is that? Xiang Yang was completely stunned. Husband, don't speak. Fly with junior brother Xiao. Yan Qinglian naturally didn't understand, but she knew that Xiaohua's actions were reasonable. She hurriedly turned around and flew in front of Xiaohua using an ordinary flight technique. Xiang Yang rubbed his head and watched as Xue flew to Xiaohua's side unswervingly. At the same time, he threw out a flying talisman and had no choice but to fly in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Sure enough, in just a short moment, a golden core cultivator's divine sense swept past Xiao Hua and the others, and his divine sense was filled with rage. Xiang Yang and the others knew that Xiang Min had arrived. They did not dare to delay and immediately stopped in midair, waiting for Xiang Min's arrival. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiang Min flew over at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Xiang Min's flushed little face and eyes that were about to spit fire, Xiang Yang's heart almost jumped out of his chest. "Greetings, Senior Xiang." Xiang Yang hurriedly bowed again, and Yan Qinglian and the others followed suit. "Did you come from Shihuang Town?" Xiang Min's figure suddenly stopped as she asked coldly. "Oh yes." Xiang Yang instantly understood what Xiao Hua was thinking, and he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Junior wants to bring these two junior brothers to Flame Forest Swamp to gain experience. I've just made some preparations in West Huang Town, and we're heading to Flame Forest Swamp. And did you see any golden core cultivators or 3 or 4 cultivators above the middle stage of Foundation establishment rushing to Shihuang Town in front of I?" Xiang Min asked sharply. "Senior Xiang, please no. Junior and the others have not seen any cultivators on our way here," Xiang Yang said respectfully. And, hearing that, Xiang Min did not say anything else and flicked her sleeves and flew in another direction. Seeing that Xiang Min's back was getting further and further away, Xiang Yang and the other two still did not dare to speak. However, their eyes were filled with admiration. If it wasn't for great wisdom and great ability, who would dare to turn around and face the angry gold core cultivator when they knew that they had just killed the disciple of the gold core cultivator? Furthermore, at this critical moment, Chan Xingyan had hurriedly sent out a transmission talisman and did not explain the situation in detail. Only when Xiang Min was far away did Xiang Yang dare to send a voice transmission. "Junior brother Xiao, what should we do? Continue to Flame Forest Swamp?" According to Xiang Yang's thinking, since he had already seen Xiang Min and said that they were going to Flame Forest Swamp, if he did not go, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. He could only go and show that he did not know what was going on ahead. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, "Eldest senior brother, Senior Xiang warned us long ago. We wanted to get lucky and go to Flame Forest Marsh to gain experience, but we were still discovered by Senior Xiang. Fortunately, he was kind and didn't say anything. However, this is also a warning. We should obediently return." Xiang Yang was shocked. Of course, Xiang Min had already warned them. Just now, he was in a hurry and probably did not think about it. If they could not find the person, how could he not be angry with them? Wasn't this an excuse? If they did not leave now, when would they? Although they did not know what Xiao Hua had discovered, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and waved his hand seriously. "Forget it, we also feel that we should turn back. When Martial Uncle Zhenya comes, we'll talk about it again." The words Martial Uncle Zhenya were heavily emphasized. Of course, Xiang Min was a golden core cultivator. Who knew if he had left any clues? Who knew if he could hear the words of the 4 people? Everything was just an act. "We will listen to eldest senior brother's instructions," Xiao Hua replied respectfully. Soon after, the 3 of them turned around and flew towards Shihuang Town. At this time, Xiao Hua and the others did not dare to reveal too much of their speed. They only dared to fly at about the same speed as before. Seeing that Shihuang Town was not far away, Xiao Hua and the others were about to reveal victorious smiles on their faces. Xiang Min's divine sense once again caught up to them, and a cold and indifferent voice was transmitted over. "You all, stop right there. This is bad." Xiao Hua's expression immediately changed. He knew that something was wrong. Xiao Hua looked around, his heart filled with bitterness. If he was alone, he would definitely flee in panic. After all, he had entered Shihuang Town's transportation array. The outside world was so big that he could be transported anywhere. Although Xiang Min had left, he definitely would not do anything to the disciples of Yenyuan City. But now, Xiao Hua could only stand there with his hands by his side. He had no other thoughts. Chapter 1874. Xiang Yang was also a little uneasy. He looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, and also stood in the air. Not long after, Xiang Min flew over with a gloomy expression. He stared at Xiang Yang with a sharp gaze. "Senior Xiang, do you have any instructions?" Xiang Yang was afraid that Xiang Min would suddenly attack, so he quickly bowed and said, Junior remembered Senior's instructions and didn't dare to go forward. I want to return to Shihuang Town and wait for my martial uncle. Your martial uncle? Which one? Xiang Min frowned and asked. Oh, it's my Thunderclap Palace's martial uncle Zhen Yi. He'll be here soon, Xiang Yang said respectfully. Xiang Min's eyes narrowed, as if he was measuring the authenticity of Xiang Yang's words. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiang Min said, Xiang Yang, have you seen Ai's two disciples? Xiang Yang frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled apologetically and said, Are they the two fellow Taoists who went through the teleportation formation with Senior that day? Yes, Xiang Min nodded. Xiang Yang shook his head and said, Senior Xiang, I haven't seen the two fellow Taoists since Junior left through the teleportation formation. Do you dare to swear a hard oath? Xiang Min said coldly. Xiang Yang smiled without hesitation and said, Of course I can. However, Senior Xiang and the two fellow Taoists. My two disciples sent out a message talisman, but they didn't say anything. Furthermore, I searched for the place where the message talisman was sent from, but I didn't see anything. When I tried to send out another message talisman, the message talisman couldn't be sent out. The more Xiang Min spoke, the angrier she became. Within a radius of several hundred miles, there isn't a fifth person other than the four of you. As he spoke, Xiang Min's face revealed a sinister grin. He waved his sleeves and formed a seal with both hands. A huge suction force formed from his hands and enveloped the four people. The suction force formed a confinement force, trying to imprison Xiang Yang and the others. Damn it, why do I ask so much? Why bother swearing a hard oath? Just search their souls or kill them. Xiang Min said coldly as he lowered his hand. Senior Xiang. Xiang Yang was shocked. He slapped his hand and took out the long spear from his storage bag. He pointed it at the sky, wanting to block the spell. Yan Qinglian's expression changed as well. She also took out her Dharma artifact, wanting to block the spell. However, both of them were only at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Even with their magical weapons, they were no match for Xiang Min. Xiang Min's confinement technique fell upon them and extinguished all the lightning. Golden Core cultivators, sure enough, their magic power is unfathomable. Xiaohua felt that the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him seemed to have been sucked dry, and he couldn't use any spells. He couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Although his current transcendence energy is already comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, after all, there is still a gap between true essence and true qi. Furthermore, the true essence of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and the golden core of an Aurus core stage cultivator have an intrinsic difference. Looking at it this way, if Xiaohua goes against Xiang Min, there is absolutely no way he can win. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. He raised his hand, wanting to slap his forehead and use whatever cloud-suppressing seal, whatever execution dream. He himself understood that this Xiang Min has always been unbridled. Just now, he even wanted to make a heart oath to Xiang Yang. After a few words, he wanted to directly search their souls. Perhaps after imprisoning the four of them, he wouldn't even search their souls and directly kill them. Yu Yuemiao and Chan Xingyan were his own handiwork. There is absolutely no reason for his senior brother and the others to be implicated. However, just as Xiaohua raised his head, a divine sense swept over from afar. That Xiang Min was also startled and swept his divine sense over. Humph. Like I said, without a golden core cultivator, how could my two disciples be killed so easily? Xiang Min's expression was sinister. His figure flew away, abandoning Xiaohua and the others, and flew towards the place where the divine sense swept over. However, although Xiang Min's person left, the confinement technique did not disappear. Xiaohua and the others were immediately confined. Without the support of transcendence energy, the four of them fell from the sky like rocks. Fortunately, the four of them had ulterior motives and did not fly high. Although the ground was full of rocks, they did not suffer too much damage. Just as Xiaohua's body landed on the ground, he heard a rumbling sound from afar. A multicolored brilliance shone, and there was also the continuous rumbling of thunder. Io, could it be that martial uncle Zhen Yi has come? Hearing the familiar sound of thunder and lightning, Xiang Yang's face unconsciously revealed a happy expression. Yan Qinglian also nodded. Listening to the sound of magic and the lingering thunder and lightning, it should be my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning magic. Didn't Senior Xiang also say that? The one who came is a golden core cultivator, It should be martial Uncle Zhenyi, without a doubt. Xiaohua was lying on the ground, looking like a dog eating shit. He was in a rather sorry state. Shui, on the other hand, was looking at him with bright eyes. What's there to look at? Xiaohua said with a smile. Is there a flower growing on my face? Hee. Naturally there is a flower growing on your face. A Xiaohua, a little dogtail flower. Shui's mouth slightly curled up, and her eyes revealed a mischievous look as she said with a smile. Your Langjun is a Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart swayed, and he said with a smile. However, just as these words left his mouth, there was a boom in his mind, and there was a burst of clear cry. Xiaohua. I seem to be called Xiaohua? Shameless, Shui spat and said, You are a big man. What kind of flower is that? Only a woman like me, who is made of water, is a flower, but Xiaohua was in a daze. How could he hear it? Shui saw that Xiaohua ignored her and anxiously said, Darling Xiao. Xiaohua came back to his senses with a somewhat bitter smile. Looking at Shui's anxious face, he said, I know. I fell from an ox, and you are that flower. What do you mean? What did you fall from an ox? Shui was stunned. She obviously didn't know. At this time, Xiang Yang's heart had already calmed down, but his face was still facing Xiaohua, and he said loudly, There is a saying in the secular world, a flower inserted in cow dung. Junior sister Shui, I'm afraid you haven't heard of it before. Ha. Shui heard and laughed loudly. Her fragrant breath blew on Xiaohua's face, making Xiaohua feel quite comfortable. Speaking of which, junior brother Xiao, you are very proficient in the secular world. Xiang Yang said with a smile. This is also what I heard when I was young and was practicing martial arts with a martial master. Hee, senior brother. I also didn't expect that your martial arts are so good. Only now did Xiaohua have time to think about Xiang Yang's martial arts. Last time when you exchanged pointers with me, you really went easy on me. However, what made Xiaohua puzzled was that Xiang Yang didn't say anything, and didn't answer a single word. Immediately, Xiaohua realized that Xiang Yang was extremely unwilling to remember the past. Perhaps there were some sad past events. Thinking about how Xiang Yang never asked him about the situation when he was a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua was also speechless. Hee, senior brother, you're right. Senior Xiang's 2 disciples were Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivators, and they were actually killed in an instant, which senior, such a powerful person? It really makes me envious. I really don't know when I can cultivate to the Jindan realm. Xiaohua quickly changed the topic. When Xiaohua's words came out, not to mention Shui, who was originally attached to Xiaohua, even the heartbroken Xiang Yang was very happy in his heart. Yan Qinglian sighed. Junior brother Xiao, don't be distracted. The key for you now is Foundation Establishment. Only by Foundation Establishment can you have a chance to peek into the Jindan realm. Without Foundation Establishment, everything is just empty talk. Yan Qinglian's voice was deliberately rough, as if she was helpless. Senior sister, you don't need to use master to pressure me. Xiaohua replied with a bitter smile, almost touching his nose with his hand. He will never reach Foundation Establishment. Xiang Min's cold voice sounded, and a pressure that made Xiaohua feel suffocated pressed on the 4 people at the same time. Xiaohua was shocked. At this moment, another pressure blocked Xiang Min, and a faint voice sounded. Fellow Taoist Xiang, they are all eyes juniors. How can you make things difficult for them? Soon after, Xiaohua felt his body lighten. Xiang Min's confinement technique was broken. Xiaohua flipped over and stood up. He flicked the gravel off his body and cried out in surprise, Grandmaster Zhen, you've finally come. Useless things. Zhen Ye's Taoist robe was a bit messy, but he still scolded without any trace of politeness. 2 Middle Foundation Establishment disciples, 2 Late Qi Refinement disciples, you 4 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples can't even withstand a single move from the 5 Elements Sect's Jindan Realm cultivators. You've really lost face for my thunderous palace. When we return to Imperial Thunder Sect, I'll punish you with 20 years of seclusion. Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart, and with a pitiful appearance, he looked at Xiang Min timidly and said in a low voice, Grandmaster Zhen, can I be punished with 200 years of seclusion? At this moment, Xiang Yang recovered his honest appearance, and didn't have Xiaohua's unruliness. He knew that Zhen Yi was mocking Xiang Min, but he still looked at Xiaohua in confusion. Oh, why? Obviously, Zhen Yi was also shocked, and asked curiously, I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate for another 200 years before I can reach Senior Xiang's cultivation. Xiaohua stammered and said hesitantly. Zhenyi came to his senses and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Xue Xue wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. If they didn't laugh, they couldn't hold it in. Looking at them like that was really hard to bear. Xiang Min's previously tidy hair was now a bit messy, and her face was already ashen. Her small face was taut, and she sneered. Fellow Taoist Zhen, your Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's cultivation isn't good, but his mouth is quite powerful. This is the first time I've seen a cultivator who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ha ha, Zhenyi laughed and said, these are my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth has always been their right. My Imperial Thunder Sect has plenty of disciples like this, and you can see as many as you want. Humph, Xiang Min flung her sleeves and sneered. Fellow Taoist Zhen, look after your disciples well. I'm going to find and kill that hateful murderer. If you're interested in my suggestion just now, you can send me a summoning talisman. I will naturally look after these 4 disciples well, and not let them be killed for no reason. Zhenyi had a smile on his face. I still need to carefully consider fellow Taoist's suggestion. If possible, I'll send you a summoning talisman. Farewell, Xiang Min said, then turned around and left without cupping her hands. Chapter 1875. I won't see you off. Zhenyi also replied. After Xiang Min's figure disappeared, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian walked forward and bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhenyi. If it weren't for Martial Uncle's arrival, we would have died in the hands of this bastard. And get up. Zhenyi waved his sleeves and let the 2 of them get up. His gaze quickly turned to Xiaohua. Xiaohua and Xue Xue also hurriedly went forward to make up for it. Zhenyi waved his sleeves and smiled. Get up. I was in seclusion to refine pills. Although your message had already reached the sect, I told the boy not to receive any of your messages. Fortunately, when I saw the message, I immediately rushed over. Hee, I really didn't expect that you guys would actually meet Xiang Min. That's right, Grandmaster Zhen, it's all thanks to you coming. Juniors and the others were inexplicably restrained by Senior Xiang. We really don't know what's going on. Xiaohua was so innocent, he was even more of a virgin than a pure virgin. And this matter has nothing to do with you guys. Zhenyi didn't want to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, you guys should quickly leave Flame Forest Marsh. This place is no longer suitable for you to gain experience. Martial Ancestor Zhen. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Zhenyi clearly misunderstood Xiaohua and said with a smile, oh, Xiaohua, you passed the information about the lightning beast to this old man. This old man has already discussed it with Xiang Min. There are indeed lightning beasts in this flame forest swamp. You have already completed the task this old man entrusted to you. This old man will not punish you for the previous matters. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Martial Ancestor Zhen is fair in rewards and punishments. However, I still have something I want to discuss with Martial Ancestor Zhen. Oh. Zhenyi frowned and said, what else do you want? Xiaohua glanced at the gloomy Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, then told Zhenyi about Xiang Yang's matter. Ignorant child. Zhenyi sneered and said, using the lightning beast's inner core to repair the damaged foundation of the lightning tribulation is just a legend. The repair method you know is just a conjecture created by the lightning-controlling sect's ancestors. It hasn't been proven. You guys actually used the incomparably precious lightning beast's inner core to do this experiment. This really makes me speechless. Xiang Yang's expression became even more gloomy. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, since it was created by the seniors of our sect, there must be a reason for it. If we don't try it, how can we know it won't work? In eldest senior brother's situation, this is the only way. I'll give it a try. Zhenyi said indifferently, that's easy for you to say. It's as if the Thunder Beast's inner core is a spirit stone. Xiaohua, do you know what this Thunder Beast's inner core means to this old man, to the cultivators of my Imperial Thunder sect, to the Golden Core cultivators? Xiaohua continued to smile apologetically. This junior naturally knows that this item is extremely precious to Grandmaster. But, to this junior's eldest senior brother, it involves his lifespan. This junior has no choice but to be bold and speak. Xiang Yang, in this old man's opinion, it's fine not to use the lightning beast's inner core. Zhenyi flicked his sleeves and said, This old man saved all of you from Xiangmin's hands and will send all of you to Western Huangtown's transportation array in a while. This can also be considered as fulfilling my duties as your master. This old man. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request for no reason. Jin Ye's words were extremely reasonable. Although the lightning beast's inner core involved Xiang Yang's lifespan, Xiang Yang wasn't Jin Ye's disciple after all. Xiang Yang's life and death really had nothing to do with him. Zhen Yi didn't even bring his own trusted disciples with him this time, so he naturally had the intention to obtain the lightning beast's inner core. It could be seen how important this inner core was to him. How could he possibly share some with Xiang Yang? Even a method to repair one's Dao foundation without any basis? Grandmaster Zhen, this junior's eldest senior brother, only needs a little bit. Xiaohua stretched out his little finger and gestured. Xiaohua. Zhen Yi was slightly angry. This old man can see that you have a promising talent that suits this old man's taste. That's why I said a few words to you. Why do you have no sense of propriety? Even if your master is helpless, he still wouldn't dare to act so rashly. Junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang was somewhat discouraged and said in a low voice, "We should leave Flame Forest Marsh. We shouldn't delay Marshal Uncle Zhen's matter." Xiaohua looked at his exceptionally loyal eldest senior brother and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, don't be anxious. Since you're this junior's eldest senior brother, you'll be this junior's eldest senior brother for the rest of my life. This junior won't dare to slack off in the slightest for eldest senior brother." Xiang Yang was admittedly a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but the rims of his eyes instantly turned red. Xiaohua, this old man knows that you have deep feelings. These words have already been said in this old man's immortal's cave several years ago. Zhen Yi sighed. But this lightning beast's inner core is really important to this old man. This old man can't subdue the lightning beast by himself. Didn't you see? Xiang Min is also eyeing it covetously. Also, to tell you the truth, this old man has made an appointment with several other fellow Taoists. This old man still doesn't know how much I can get, so how can I promise you? Hee, Grandmaster Zhen. How can this junior make things difficult for Grandmaster? Xiaohua had already thought it through. He said with a smile, "If I can't do something for Grandmaster, how could I dare to say so much to Grandmaster?" "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhen Yi was slightly surprised, but soon after, he asked with interest. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the sun-moon corona from the space. He said with an apologetic smile, "Grandmaster, please take a look. This is a magic tool that this junior obtained. It can detect the fire ape's movements. Presumably, Grandmaster already knows that the lightning beast is together with the fire ape. Relying on this magic tool, this junior can point out the lightning beast's movements to Grandmaster." "Is that so?" Zhen Yi said with a smile. "Tell this old man, where is the fire ape right now?" Xiaohua said with embarrassment, "This magic tool also needs to be within a certain range. Only then will it be effective. If this old man refines this magic tool, then the range, won't it be even larger?" Zhen Yi said with a soft smile. Xiaohua bit his lips. Looking at Zhen Ye's calm expression, he said with an apologetic smile, "This junior doesn't know. Junior's refinement method can disappear at any time. Will you have the opportunity to make the refinement method disappear?" Zhen Ye's voice was still calm. Hee, something like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Grandmaster probably won't try." Xiaohua glanced at Xiang Yang and the others, whose expressions changed slightly, and said calmly, "Moreover, will Grandmaster give up the opportunity to let my Imperial Thunder sect have a larger share of the lightning beast's inner cores? Besides, maybe my eldest senior brother won't even need those inner cores?" Zhen Yi looked at Xiaohua as if he wanted to see through him. Xiaohua met Zhen Ye's gaze and didn't seem to avoid it. He still held the sun-moon corona in his hand, as if he wasn't afraid of Zhen Yi snatching it. The place was cold and desolate. Only the mountain wind was still blowing. Myriad Thunder Valley is fortunate to have a disciple like you. After a long while, Zhen Yi praised. "Many thanks for Grandmaster's help." Xiaohua was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. "All of you, follow this old man." Zhen Yi didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and flew up. Chapter 1876. Xiaohua nodded at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang also smiled, glanced at Yan Qinglian and flew up first. Then Yan Qinglian, Xiaohua, and Shui also flew away. Zhen Ye's direction was Flame Forest Swamp, But after flying for a while, he turned back and looked at Xiaohua, who was flying behind Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, and said in a low voice, "Come here." "Yes, may I know why Grandmaster called for this disciple?" Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He flew past Xiangyang and smiled apologetically. "It's like this," Zhenyi said indifferently. "A few years ago, it's already been more than 10 years, right? When you first entered my Imperial Thunder sect and made a mistake in the Eastern Ridge, I learned about the lightning beast from a fellow Taoist I was on good terms with. I made an appointment with a few Aurus core cultivators to search for the lightning beast's whereabouts. Unfortunately, because of you, I wasn't able to go, and those fellow Taoists didn't look for me again. When I received your message, I immediately sent a message to those fellow Taoists, and one of them replied to me. They searched for the lightning beast but failed, and more than half of them died. This time, since I'm leading the search for the lightning beast, I naturally have to invite a few more friends to have some confidence. Previously, Xiang Min's goal wasn't the lightning beast, but the fire ape. Moreover, he also invited a few fellow Taoists. He suggested that we work together and divide the cores of the fire ape and the thunder beast equally. This way, he would be able to obtain the thunder beast's core for no reason, and I have no use for the fire ape's core at all. Therefore, I wasn't willing to work together with him. But the heavens are playing with us. Zhenyi smiled bitterly. That fire ape was actually together with the lightning beast. But it's also strange. How can these two kinds of spirit beasts be together? However, now that I think about it, it's because these two kinds of spirit beasts can be together that I can borrow your strength to get an extra 10%. Zhenyi mocked himself. The fire ape's core that you can get an extra share is mine, and I won't give it to you. Moreover, if Xiangyang can't finish using the lightning beast's core, you must also give it to me. Of course, I'll earn this share for you in front of everyone. This can also be considered a reward. Great, Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything is according to Grandmaster's instructions. Junior just wants to ask for a bit of the lightning beast's inner core for eldest senior brother. Good. It's good that you understand. Listen to this old man's arrangement. Zhenyi nodded. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Moreover, the lightning beast and the fire ape are both at the gold core stage. When we subdued the lightning beast last time, a gold core stage fellow Taoist fell. This time, the situation is even more serious than before. I can't guarantee your safety. If anything happens to you, I won't take responsibility. This. Xiaohua laughed apologetically. Grandmaster, please wait a moment. Xiaohua hurriedly slowed down and discussed with Xiangyang and the others. In Xiaohua's opinion, the three of them didn't need to go. He only needed to accompany Zhenyi. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, Xiangyang shook his head and said, Junior brother Zhao's words are wrong. Since this is my matter, how can I let you take the risk alone? If you don't let me go, then don't go either. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, My cultivation is higher than your eldest senior brother's. Since he can go, I can go too. Shui was even more resolute. Wherever you go, I will follow. Sigh, these words were not inferior to Fairy Hong Xia's. Since you have decided, I will go with you. Forget it. Before Xiaohua could say anything, Zhenyi sighed. He clapped his hands and took out 2 talismans, handing them to Xiaohua and said, These are the escape talismans that this old man obtained. When you activate your transcendence energy, you can move several hundred feet in a short time. As for how far you can go, it all depends on your cultivation. This old man originally used them to protect himself. You and your fellow senior brothers have such deep feelings for each other. This old man is also moved. However, this old man only has these 2. As for who uses them and who doesn't, it's up to you. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Xiaohua laughed and scratched his head. This is really too easy to distribute. With a flip of his hand, Xiangyang and Shui each had 1. Shui wouldn't let Xiaohua worry because of her shallow cultivation, so she naturally took it. Xiangyang also looked at Yan Qinglian's gaze and smiled as he received it. Damn it, you fellow senior brothers are really strange. He still wanted to see how the 4 of them would decline modestly. Zhenyi helplessly shook his head. He couldn't understand the deep feelings and silent tacit understanding between Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, as well as Xiaohua and Shui. Huh. Zhenyi was shaking his head when he suddenly looked into the distance with a strange expression. What is it, Grandmaster? Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense and asked in a low voice. It's a bit strange. Zhenyi slightly frowned and said, let's go and take a look. Xiao Hua and the others flew forward with Zhen Yi for a while and saw the corpses of several cultivators in a low-lying mountainous area. At first glance, these corpses were similar to the corpses of the several dozen cultivators that Xiao Hua and the others saw at the beginning. However, after Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over them, he understood that although these cultivators had fatal wounds on their bodies or vital parts, there were no traces of their heads being clawed open by the fire ape. Grandmaster, Xiao Hua was just about to speak when he thought about it. He hadn't been to the front, so how could he see the cultivators injured by the fire ape? He unconsciously stopped. What's wrong? Zhen Yi turned his head and said, Did you discover something? All right, Grandmaster knows, Shue said. Before Disciple entered the sect, Disciple came to Flame Forest Marsh. The fire ape is the most vicious and eats human brains as food. If these cultivators were injured by the fire ape, there would definitely be obvious traces. These cultivators, I'm afraid they weren't injured by the fire ape. Disciple heard Junior Marshal Sister Shue mention this before, Xiao Hua quickly said. Zhen Yi didn't doubt this and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, try and see if you can sense the fire ape's location. Grandmaster, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and took out the Sun-Moon Corona. Under the urging of his magic power, the Sun-Moon Corona emitted a brilliant light. After a moment, Xiao Hua withdrew his magic power and shook his head. Disciple can't sense it. It shouldn't be nearby. There's still some distance from here to Flame Forest Marsh. Usually, the spirit beasts that can move around are all low level and definitely wouldn't be so tyrannical. There's no lack of Foundation establishment cultivators among these cultivators, so they wouldn't be so incompetent. Could it be that the spirit beasts of Flame Forest Marsh were driven out by the fire ape and lightning beast? Zhen Yi said with a slight frown. Grandmaster Zhen. These people's storage pouches are all gone. Xiao Hua was obviously the first to discover this and shouted in extreme shock. Seeing Xiao Hua reveal his true nature, Xiang Yang was truly somewhat helpless. He glared at Xiao Hua and then looked at Zhen Yi, but Zhen Yi merely nodded slightly. Either they were taken away by someone in passing, or they were killed by someone, Xiao Hua said fiercely. Clearly, his speculation was leaning towards the former. Let's continue forward. Zhen Yi flicked his sleeves and flew away. Xiao Hua looked somewhat unable to bear it. Another dozen or so small sparks flew out and burned these people's corpses. Oh, Xiao Hua, you clearly have a guilty conscience from burning them. Could it be that you did it? Zhen Yi looked at the meddlesome Xiao Hua and asked curiously. All right, Grandmaster understands. Xiao Hua honestly told him about the secular world's matter of being buried for peace. He smiled apologetically and said, Disciple really can't bear to see innocent corpses exposed to the outside world. Admittedly, I've let down my parents and ancestors, but it's also inappropriate for them to be torn apart by those spirit beasts. It's better for them to return to dust and return to earth. What a bunch of nonsense. Zhen Yi shook his head, obviously extremely disapproving of Xiao Hua's point of view. With this kind of heart, the path of cultivation won't last long. Xiao Hua laughed and didn't say anything more. However, after flying towards the Flame Forest Marsh for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua and the others once again encountered dead cultivators. However, the number of dead cultivators this time was a lot less, only a few. However, the storage pouches that Xiao Hua was looking forward to were still missing. Strange. Xiao Hua almost stomped his feet. There's definitely something strange about this. But what was strange about it? Xiao Hua looked again and again, but didn't discover anything. It was just that the storage pouches were missing. Let's go. Zhen Yi didn't say anything further and flew towards the Flame Forest Marsh again. At first, the Flame Forest Marsh was similar to what Xiao Hua saw last time. It was filled with red gravel and rugged scarlet rock mountain ranges. However, as they flew further in, not only did it become hotter, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also gradually began to become tyrannical. Unstable spiritual energy existed from time to time, and there were even some areas that didn't have a trace of spiritual energy at all. Why is this situation similar to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden from before? Xiao Hua's eyes spun wildly. Could it be that there's another fire origin here? Soon after, Xiao Hua had another idea in his mind. I found a fire origin, but I didn't make any progress in my cultivation. Although my bones have been tempered into a scarlet color, I still feel that it's not complete. What if I obtain another fire origin? Would it be beneficial to the light evasion technique? Xiaohua's thoughts were extravagant. The fire origin was an innate object. It was already pretty good that there was even a little bit of it on the Dawn Rain continent. How could there be a second one? Moreover, the 5 elemental origins might not necessarily exist on the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua still didn't understand the true meaning of the word origin. That's right, I've been practicing the Big Dipper Divine Fist all this time. It still feels like my bones are being tempered. I don't know what it should be like next, and what realm it should be. Xiaohua pondered again. What he didn't know was that as he practiced the Big Dipper Divine Fist every day, the flow that was still tempering his bones had already shown traces of orange within the scarlet red. That orange was originally somewhat similar to red. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he might not be able to tell the difference. Xiaohua's mouth slightly curled as he was thinking. His body suddenly fell down. The magic power in his body actually froze, and he couldn't circulate it at all. Xiaohua was caught off guard and was very flustered. However, just as he was about to fall to the ground, he felt his magic power flowing again. Not daring to be negligent, Xiaohua hurriedly flew back into the air. Martial Ancestor Zhen, this? With Zhen Yi here, Xiaohua naturally humbly asked for guidance, even though he knew a little about the Flame Forest Marsh. This is where the Flame Forest Marsh is extremely strange. Zhen Yi said, there are many places that not only don't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even the magic power in the body can't be used. This gives many cultivators an extreme headache, especially cultivators below the Jindan stage. Chapter 1877. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. Why? You're not a golden core cultivator. How would you know? Zhen Yi glanced at him and said, a golden core cultivator's true yuan comes from their golden core. Their magic power can be replenished by the true yuan flowing out from their golden core at any time. Naturally, they are not afraid of a place like this that instantly seals their magic power. This is also the reason why cultivators below the golden core stage rarely come to the inner layer of the flaming forest swamp. If you suddenly lose your magic power above the lava, do you think you'll live or die? This disciple understands. Xiaohua said respectfully, if it was this disciple, I'm afraid I'd be buried in the sea of fire. Therefore, Grandmaster, please take care of this disciple and the rest. Hee, if you're afraid, just give that magic tool to this old man. Zhen Yi raised his eyebrows and laughed. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the situation below him that was completely different from the outer layer of the flaming forest swamp. He did not reply. Zhen Yi did not think it was strange. He smiled lightly and continued to fly forward. At this time, the sky above the flaming forest swamp was filled with rising steam and mist. It was like the surface of a boiling water, blocking everyone's vision. Furthermore, the ground below Xiaohua and the rest were no longer crimson-red sand and mountains. Instead, it was replaced by fire lakes that were tens of zhang, hundreds of zhang, and even hundreds of zhang in size. These fire lakes were densely covered with dark brown magma. From time to time, bubbles of various sizes would surge out from the magma, emitting gurgling sounds as the magma flowed like water. In between the fire lakes, there were sharp stone pillars that stood erect like barbs, covering the entire ground. Those stone pillars were like trees in the forest. This flaming forest swamp really lived up to its name. Thinking back to how Kai Zhuoxia had explained to him with a smile on her face, Xiaohua could not help but feel a little sad. Her temperament was different from Fairy Hongxia's, and her appearance was similar. Xiaohua then thought back to the sweet moments he had with Fairy Hongxia. Xiaohua could not help but think to himself, I wonder how Li Zongbao is doing now. Looking at his situation, he seems to have seen through the ways of the world. Although his cultivation has improved, his temperament is... Boom! In the distance, there was a tall red mountain range in front of everyone. In front of the mountain range were several hundred zhang-wide fire lakes. Suddenly, a pillar of flame shot out from one of the fire lakes and soared high into the sky. Then it fell down like fireworks. When it fell down, some of the fire blocks had already condensed, and some were still in liquid form. The range of the fire was extremely large. After a long while, these things fell into the lake, splashing up a lot of lava. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He glanced at Xiangyang and said in a low voice, Eldest senior brother, the pillar of fire in front of us that soars into the sky. Is it also one of the dangers of flame forest marsh? Xiangyang smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. This fire pillar was born out of nowhere in the fire lake. Even if one's divine sense were to constantly scan the surface of the lake, one would not be able to detect it in advance. One can only rely on one's vigilance and defensive measures. This is really troublesome. Xiaohua secretly shook his head and looked at Zhenyi. Zhenyi did not say anything and continued to fly towards the fire pillar. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua had already arrived in front of the red mountain range with Zhenyi. When they flew past the mountain range, Xiaohua saw an endless white fog in front of him. From time to time, there was also a sound similar to that of a cow mooing. Along with the mooing sound, there was also a bright light coming from the distance. It was clearly the same as the fire pillar that soared into the sky just now. Xiaohua carefully looked at the fire lake again. At this time, the fire lake was different from before. Not only was the area of the fire lake several times larger, the color of the lava was also much brighter. What shocked Xiaohua the most was that within the lava, there were actually many lively fire rats. Those fire rats were like small fish in the lake, swimming in the magma. Occasionally, a few of them would jump out and land on the stone pillars on the ground. The magma dripping from the fire rats' bodies dripped down like water droplets, condensing into dark brown beads, while the fire rats revealed their glossy fur. Good heavens, these fire mice are actually not afraid of the lava. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, the fur of these fire mice must also be precious. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua thought of this, the fire mice in the fire lake sensed the movements of Xiaohua and the others. Pairs of mouse eyes swept towards the mountain range. Immediately after, there was a series of tung-tung-tung sounds, and almost all of the fire mice drilled into the lava and disappeared. They were really as timid as mice. You all be careful. Take out any defensive yellow talismans or spirit talismans. Zhen Yi indifferently instructed and flew forward again, not even looking at the fire mice in the fire lake. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiangyang obviously also knew the dangers involved. He clapped his hands and took out several high-level defensive yellow talismans, handing them over to Xiaohua and the others. The myriad Thunder Valley was still relatively poor, and Xiangyang also didn't have any spirit talismans. Although Yan Qinglian knew how to refine spirit talismans, she didn't have the materials. Even the invisibility talisman could only be refined with Xiaohua's materials. Xiaohua also didn't say anything. He took the yellow talismans and slapped them on his body. Then he pulled Shue and flew forward with Zhenyi. That's right, following behind a golden core cultivator, they definitely wouldn't suffer any losses. Unfortunately, just as they flew forward for the time it took to eat a meal, they heard a wung-wung sound coming from midair. Xiaohua had just released his divine sense when a kind of fluctuation, even denser and stronger than his divine sense, rushed over. It followed Xiaohua's divine sense and rushed into his Naiwen palace. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. The Buddha Saraira above his Naiwen palace immediately flashed with golden light, trying its best to resist this invading fluctuation. Humph, Zhenyi coldly snorted. He flung his sleeve, and a ray of light flashed, blocking Xiaohua and the others. That fluctuation was immediately blocked outside the light. Xiaohua then heard Zhenyi say, "These are fire bats. They are very sensitive to divine sense. You actually dared to use divine sense. As expected, the ignorant are fearless." Fire bats? Xiaohua's face was slightly ashamed. When he looked as far as he could, sure enough, within the white fog, a red light flashed. A large scarlet cloud flew over, and within that cloud were fist-sized fire bats. Damn it, Xiaohua was a bit ashamed and angry for his carelessness. He secretly said, if I wasn't afraid of revealing my strength, would I be afraid of them? Not to mention the dream executioner. Even the cloud-suppressing seal can take care of them. Let's go. These fire bats are only second-rank spiritual beasts. If they weren't able to attack divine sense, they would be just like fire mice. As long as you don't release your divine sense, they won't be able to hurt you. Zhenyi saw Xiaohua's unwillingness and said with a smile. His figure didn't stop at all, and he rushed into the group of fire bats. Sure enough, those fire bats repeatedly attacked the light surrounding Xiaohua and the others. There were even a dozen that rushed towards Zhenyi. Not to mention the light protecting Xiaohua and the others. That was Zhenyi's magic. If it was broken by the fire bats, How could Zhenyi still be worthy of being called a golden core cultivator? And the dozen fire bats that rushed towards Zhenyi caused Xiaohua to be astonished. Chapter 1878. What do you think? Because when these fire bats rushed to Zhenyi's body, his body immediately flashed with a faint purple brilliance. That purple brilliance also had tiny lightning bolts, which blocked the fire bats. These were second-grade spirit beasts with the strength of Foundation establishment, but they were actually easily blocked by this brilliance. This doesn't seem to be a defensive yellow talisman. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and concluded, a defensive yellow talisman's brilliance wouldn't flash so continuously. Moreover, it flashes somewhat in advance. It seems that the brilliance flashed in advance before the fire bats hit it. It's as if this brilliance has a reaction. Xiaohua knew how to refine yellow talismans and spirit talismans, so he was very sensitive to these details. Soon after, he looked at the brilliance protecting him and asked Xiangyang, eldest senior brother, the defensive brilliance around Grandmaster Zhenyi's body is very strange. This little brother thinks it's strange, but I don't know what to pay attention to. Xiangyang didn't find it strange that Xiaohua suddenly had a problem, but he admired Xiaohua for being able to see the difference in Zhenyi's defensive brilliance. He smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, you don't know, but this is the defensive brilliance of a gold core cultivator. It's different from ordinary defensive yellow talismans and spirit talismans. Defensive brilliance? Xiaohua immediately said in surprise, what is this thing? Didn't Grandmaster Zhenyi say just now? From the gold core stage onwards, all the movement of true essence is initiated from the gold core and nascent soul in the Dantian. This defensive brilliance is one of the divine abilities of a gold core cultivator. A gold core cultivator can rely on the true essence in his gold core to lay down a layer of brilliance around his body, blocking attacks such as magic arts. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He immediately understood the key point. This defensive brilliance is a gold core divine ability. It's more powerful than all the yellow talismans. It's most effective in dealing with sneak attacks. Xiangyang said again, moreover, as long as the gold core doesn't break, this defensive brilliance can be used. Unless one's cultivation is stronger than a gold core cultivator, it's hard to break. Xiaohua's face had a bitter smile. He was really rejoicing for himself. Previously, he wanted to sneak attack Xiangmin. Now it seemed that even if his attack power was extremely strong, as long as Xiangmin's gold core didn't break, the defensive brilliance would naturally appear. His sneak attack definitely wouldn't work. Realm. Xiaohua once again understood the pain of helplessness. Seeing the bitterness in Xiaohua's eyes, Xiangyang said a few more words. For cultivators below the Jindan stage, if their cultivation is a bit higher than those of the same stage, they will have the opportunity to kill others. However, the higher the Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, and even spirit-severing stage cultivators, even if their strength is a bit higher than those of the same stage, if they don't have any special abilities, it will be very difficult for them to kill those of the same stage. This protective light is also one of the reasons. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. This is the so-called easy to defeat, but hard to kill. That's right. Xiangyang nodded. Just as Xiaohua was transmitting his voice to Xiangyang, Zhenyi stretched out both of his hands, and countless faint purple lightning bolts shot out from between his fingers. Like a large lightning net, it spread out for several tens of meters and enveloped the swarm of fire bats that were charging over. Chirp, 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 a wave of fire bats' hurried cries rang out. All of the fire bats were surrounded by lightning bolts, and they no longer had the power to fly. They all fainted and fell into the fire lake. Within the fire lake, several hundred fire rats suddenly appeared. As if they had seen a delicacy, they bared their teeth and fought over the fainted fire bats. For a moment, filthy blood splashed everywhere, and small white bones scattered. In a short moment, the fainted fire bats were devoured by the numerous fire rats, and the fire rats quickly disappeared into the fire lake. Hearing the squeaking noises that had just started, followed by an extremely quick silence, Xiaohua's heart throbbed. Of course, if the fire bats were like this, then needless to say, cultivators were even more so. As long as they lost their resistance and fell into the fire lake, they would immediately be devoured by the fire rats, and not even a bone would be left behind. No wonder this flame forest swamp was not a place where ordinary cultivators could come. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Shue's face was even more snow-white. Seeing this, Xiaohua reached out and held Shue's ice-cold hand. Shue's hand was actually trembling, as if she was extremely scared. Sigh, I was still a bit careless. Xiaohua said inwardly. Although Shue is a female cultivator, she is still a girl after all. These fire rats, fire bats, and other disgusting spirit beasts have an innate fear. Wife, why don't we turn back? Xiaohua transmitted his voice. The word wife caused Shue's face to redden. She forced a smile and said, This is related to senior martial brother's life. This lowly concubine should follow Xiaohua. We can't delay important matters just because this lowly concubine is scared. Moreover, is there any place in this world that is safer than Xiaohua? Xiaohua's hand tightened to express his comfort. He then looked at Yan Qinglian, who was also holding her hand. Men, although sometimes their cultivation was insufficient, at crucial moments, they would still rise to the occasion. We'll go over there and wait. Zhenyi easily killed the fire bat in one fell swoop. He pointed his finger at the fire lake in front of them to the left. In the fire lake, there was a small mountain peak that rose from the magma, and it was several hundred feet tall. When Xiaohua and Zhenyi landed on the mountain peak, they could clearly see that the mountain peak was flat. The mountain peak was several hundred feet tall, and there weren't too many protruding rocks. It was very suitable for resting. When Zhenyi landed on the mountain peak, he didn't say anything else and closed his eyes to rest. When Xiaohua and the others saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. Yan Qinglian accompanied Xiang Yang, and Shue accompanied Xiaohua. They each found an empty place and sat down cross-legged. With Zhenyi and the others around, Xiaohua didn't dare to refine the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. He could only continue to circulate his heart technique and let the fire attribute spiritual qi of heaven and earth from outside his body enter his body, refining it bit by bit. Xiaohua hadn't used this method for a long time. When he picked it up now, he felt as slow as an old ox plowing the field. After a long time, Xiaohua gradually became impatient. This method of drawing spiritual qi into his body was too slow. The hard work he did this time was far inferior to the refining of the fire marrow flame crystal. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. His gaze looked at the fiery red and pale white around him, and he closed his eyes again. This time, he truly calmed his heart and circulated the prairie fire heart technique, bit by bit, guiding the tyrannical fire attribute spiritual qi into his meridians. Then, he circulated the fire attribute spiritual qi in his meridians, refining it bit by bit according to the heart technique. Along with the formation of strands of true qi, Xiaohua also entered a rather empty state. It seemed to be devoid of joy and sorrow, yet it also seemed to be devoid of desires and desires. The refinement of true qi was nothing more than a natural reaction. The meticulous refinement process allowed Xiaohua to have a deeper understanding of the prairie fire cultivation method, and the subtleties of the cultivation method were gradually revealed. The so-called prairie fire heart technique, as the name implied, took the meaning that a single spark could set a prairie ablaze. This cultivation method was admittedly crude, but its fine details were marvelous. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only valued the meridians of this cultivation method and had little understanding of this cultivation method. He only believed that it was like an old ox swallowing peonies, pouring a huge amount of fire marrow flame crystal into it. Xiaohua's spiritual qi had increased, but this increased spiritual qi could be practiced by any foundation establishment cultivation method. It was far from the essence of the prairie fire heart technique. At this time, under Zhenyi's deterrence, Xiaohua used the most basic method to circulate the heart technique for the first time. Under meditation, he actually comprehended the essence of the cultivation method. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. Although Xiaohua's cultivation didn't make much progress, what he gained was far from simple. Previously, this young master was wrong. Xiaohua came out from his meditation and sighed inwardly. Every cultivation method has its own uniqueness. If I don't carefully comprehend it and only focus on the speed of refining spiritual qi, I'll be neglecting the essentials. Let's not talk about the prairie fire heart technique for now. After I reach foundation establishment, I'll have to practice the cultivation method given by master first. And speaking of foundation establishment, the fire marrow flame crystal has already been used up. What about the cultivation after foundation establishment? Directly refining spiritual qi of heaven and earth will admittedly allow me to comprehend the cultivation method and lay a good foundation. But what about after that? Will I still have to use other methods? Xiaohua thought again. Since I've arrived at Flame Forest Marsh, this young master can't help but look around to see if I can get some more fire marrow flame crystals. For foundation establishment cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned slightly. In addition, these 10 days of cultivation, admittedly I've comprehended a lot, but it's also somewhat inappropriate. This prairie fire heart technique's refinement of fire attribute spiritual qi is simply slower than when I was at the first or second level of qi refining. Moreover, there's actually some stagnation in the circulation of the cultivation method. It's far from the smoothness of refining fire marrow flame crystals in the past. If I hadn't calmed my heart and comprehended it today, this young master wouldn't have been able to detect it. This what's going on. Right at this moment, a crimson communication talisman flew over from the fog in the distance and landed directly in front of Zhenyi. Zhenyi opened his eyes and reached out to grab the communication talisman. He scanned it with his divine sense and laughed. Hee, these old farts have finally come. As he spoke, he clapped his hand. The communication talisman whistled again and flew away in a different direction. Immediately after, Zhenyi stood up and looked around. He clapped his hand and took out another communication talisman. He laughed and said, "Now is the time to bargain with this little thief." Soon after, the communication talisman flew into the air and made a turn in the air, flying in another direction of Flame Forest Marsh. Seeing Zhenyi stand up, Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to continue cultivating. They also stood up and looked in the direction of the communication talisman, quietly waiting for the arrival of Xiang Min and the cultivators that Zhenyi had invited. The four of them were somewhat nervous. After all, the people who had come were all Golden Core Realm seniors, and what Xiang Yang wanted was tantamount to pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. They didn't know if Zhenyi could snatch an extra portion from their mouths. Flame Forest Marsh was so big, and the cultivators who came here to gain experience were far from the likes of Xiang Min and Zhenyi. In the other direction where the two communication talismans flew, above a huge fire lake several hundred kilometers away, a huge fire lion with countless tiny flames lingering around its body flew over from the distance. On top of this fire lion sat a late foundation establishment realm old man with an ordinary build and a red face. This old man's eyes were slightly closed, and the half-foot beard under his chin was very conspicuous. Chapter 1879. When the cultivator rode the fire lion to the fire lake, he patted the fire lion's forehead. The fire lion docilely stopped and shook its head. It took a deep breath, and a large amount of fire spiritual energy entered the fire lion's mouth. Then, the fire lion raised its head and let out a long roar. The fire rats that were scurrying around in the fire lake immediately disappeared into the lava and did not dare to show their faces again. Hee, the cultivator opened his eyes and looked at the fire lion lovingly. He stroked the fire lion's mane and got down from the fire lion's back. He released his spiritual sense and looked around carefully. He frowned and muttered, "This should be the place. Why can't I see anything? Strange." Then, the cultivator seemed to be unwilling to give up. He walked around for a long time within 1,000 feet radius. When he returned to his original place, the doubt on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, "This is the secret technique of the seniors in my sect. If I can understand it, I'm afraid I'm at the gold core stage." As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a red talisman. Just as he was about to activate his spiritual power, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the right. Not long after, a dozen or so peak qi condensation disciples arrived from the direction the cultivator was looking at. When they saw the cultivator from afar, their faces were filled with reverence as they hastily flew over. When they got closer, the dozen disciples all bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Miao Jun. Get up, everyone." The late-stage foundation establishment cultivator called Miao Jun waved his hand and nodded. "Did you all bring the things?" "Martial Uncle Miao, we followed martial ancestors' instructions and brought the things." A slightly older disciple cupped his hands and said, "Hee, Martial Uncle Miao, don't worry." Another disciple beside this disciple smiled and said, "Although there are cultivators who come here to train, they are all on the other side. This place is very remote, and there aren't any powerful spiritual beasts. It's not suitable for training." You're right, but we can't let our guard down. This concerns the secret of the rise of the spirit husbandry sect. If anything goes wrong, we will all be sinners of the spirit husbandry sect." Miao Jun sneered. I understand. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and he quickly bowed. Yes. Miao Jun nodded and said, You've worked hard. When this matter is settled and our Black Spirit sect obtains the mystery, I'm afraid your cultivation will also improve. At that time, the foundation establishment stage will be within reach. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Haha, many thanks, Martial Uncle Miao. All the disciples were overjoyed. Seeing that Miao Jun was happy, one of the clever disciples smiled and said, Previously, the sect sent out a secret order saying that there is a great secret to reaching the foundation establishment stage in the vicinity of the Flame Forest Swamp. They only told us to search for it, but didn't tell us what the secret was. After searching for several years, we finally found this place. That's right, that's right. The disciples echoed. What? Are you a little unhappy? Miao Jun's face was cold. Didn't the elders of the sect say that they were unhappy? Didn't he tell you the truth? Disciple doesn't dare. That disciple wanted to flatter, but he had exposed such a big flaw. He hurriedly waved his hand. You have to understand. Foundation establishment cultivators like us can train in the Flame Forest Swamp. But if there are too many of us, how can we not attract the attention of cultivators from other sects? You are peak chi refining disciples, and you are looking for the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage. Even if you come to the Flame Forest Swamp, no one will say anything. That's why the elder made such an arrangement. As for why he only told you that there is a secret to reaching the foundation establishment stage and didn't tell you the specific reason, do you still need me to explain? Miao Jun scolded. Yes, I know. The shrewd-looking disciple from before immediately said, Our cultivation is shallow. If we were to be captured by cultivators from other sects, not to mention the soul-searching technique, I'm afraid that even if we were to survive, we would still have to reveal this secret. The elder's arrangement is to protect us and the secret of the sect. It's good that you know. Miao Jun nodded. Even so, there were many cultivators from other sects who came here a few years ago. Furthermore, the dust-separating beast is getting harder and harder to find. Tell me, if this secret isn't known by others, what other reason could there be? Yes. The disciples didn't dare to refute and could only smile. Let's talk about it again. Miao Jun turned his head again and looked around. He put on a fake smile and said, I also just received the specific news, even later than all of you. I thought that they were tracking the fire apes and other spiritual beasts that suddenly appeared in the Flame Forest Swamp. I originally wanted to invite some good friends from other sects to come to the Flame Forest Swamp, who knew that the elders had other arrangements. If I really invited my good friends, it would be difficult. Miao Jun and Qian Yuming weren't core disciples of the spirit husbandry sect. They didn't know many secrets in time. Miao Jun's words were obviously to vent his dissatisfaction. The disciples understood in their hearts, but they didn't dare to reply. Let's go. Let's not waste time. Miao Jun activated the spiritual talisman in his hand, which then turned into a ball of exquisite flame. Miao Jun swung his arm and threw it into the air. When the flame landed on the magma of the fire lake, a scarlet radiance flashed. Closely after that, ripples started to spread out from the fire lake. Furthermore, the ripples started to move upwards. In an instant, a huge oval-shaped hole appeared about 100 feet above the lava. Looking from the hole, a mountain that was over 100 feet tall could be seen. This mountain peak was exactly the same as the one Xiaohua and the others were on. They both rose up from the fire lake, but the height was much shorter. Moreover, this mountain peak was covered with many caves, and each cave was guarded by either aura refining or foundation establishment cultivators. Even after Miao Jun led the aura refining disciples into the concealment formation of the mountain peak, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator flew over without waiting for the big cave behind them to completely recover. Greetings, Senior Brother Gao Chong. Seeing the cultivator fly over, Miao Jun didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. The Qi refinement disciples also bowed and greeted Martial Uncle Gao. Gao Chong scanned with his divine sense and said coldly, Why did you come so late? Yes, Martial Uncle knows. We took something from the sect and came here through the transportation formation. However, because we wanted to hide it, we took a detour, so... The quick-witted disciple was very anxious and hurriedly explained. Gao Chong's expression didn't change. He pointed at a few disciples and said, You take out your identity tablets. Yes. The disciples who were pointed out didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took out their identity tablets respectfully. Gao Chong scanned with his divine sense and nodded. Go and contact your senior brothers and junior brothers. Quickly get to work. Yes, the disciples answered in unison. First, they flew to the top of the mountain together. Then each sent out their summoning talismans. Seeing that the Qi refinement disciples had left, Miao Jun smiled and said, Senior brother Gao, go on your patrol. I'm going too. Wait a moment. Gao Chong said coldly. You still haven't answered the question I asked just now. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1880. What? Miao Jun was obviously taken aback. I just asked why you came so late. Gao Chong no longer showed any mercy and asked coldly. I just received a message from the sect and got the talisman to enter and exit. Miao Jun obviously didn't expect Gao Chong to ask such a question and couldn't help but panic. Gao Chong stared at Miao Jun for the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Then he said, according to the elders' arrangements, you mid-foundation establishment disciples should have arrived here yesterday. Everyone else has already arrived. Even if they were late, they should have arrived by at least an hour. You, on the other hand, are actually late by a day. If it weren't for the fact that the formation needs manpower, this old man would never have let you in. I did have something else to do. I hope senior brother Gao can forgive me. Miao Jun heard Gao Chong's tone soften and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Forgive? Gao Chong glanced at the storage bags in front of Miao Jun and said with a smile, Junior brother Miao, do you think I don't know what you're doing if you don't say it yourself? When the elders issued the sect order, they clearly said that this matter is of great importance. Remember to be cautious and don't get into trouble. Before the sect order, I naturally won't care. You can invite any friends or subdue any spirit beast. That's your freedom, and it's also in line with the sect's intention to conceal it. However, after the sect order, if you do anything strange and use your fire lion to kill other cultivators, then it's your fault. Yes, it's all my fault. Miao Jun was sweating profusely and didn't say anything else. He untied the storage bags from his waist and handed them to Gao Chong, begging, I know senior brother Gao cherishes your friends the most. I saw a few cultivators from other sects who didn't know the severity of the matter and wanted to come here. I was afraid they would ruin the sect's plans, so I cut them off. It's all my fault. Now that I heard senior brother Gao's words, I know I made a mistake. I got these from those cultivators. I'll deal with them. Humph. Gao Chong reached out and took the storage bags. He snorted again. Did you deal with the bodies of those cultivators? Miao Jun was stunned and stammered. No. I was afraid I was late and didn't have time to deal with them. Idiot. Gao Chong scolded. Miao Jun argued, however, it was all done by the fire lion, so no one should suspect anything. I'm afraid there are other cultivators behind you, and you can't deal with them in time. Miao Jun said embarrassedly, Senior brother Gao is wise. Go. Gao Chong waved his hand. Miao Jun's heart relaxed, and he clasped his hands and hurriedly flew away. After Miao Jun flew far away, Gao Chong sneered and said, a bunch of idiots. Seeing a storage bag, they're like flies seeing blood, forgetting everything. Yesterday they were in groups, and today they're one by one. It's really unwise. After he finished speaking, he used his divine sense to check the place where Miao Jun opened the magic array. The entire magic array was restored, and a faint red light curtain enveloped the entire mountain peak. It was as if the horizon was red, and this red light curtain even went deep into the fire lake, separating the magma from the mountain peak. After Gao Chong finished his inspection, he didn't find anything wrong, so he flew in another direction. Miao Jun flew far away and landed on a spot on the mountain peak. He turned back and saw Gao Chong flying away and cursed, bad luck. Then he slapped his hand and took out a communication amulet. Under the power of his transcendence energy, the communication amulet flew down the mountain peak and flew into one of the caves. Not long after, another ray of light flew out from the cave, and behind the light was a spirit beast that looked like a fire bird. Miao Jun took the communication amulet and used his divine sense to scan it. The chirping fire bird flew in front of him and landed on his shoulder with familiarity. Miao Jun reached out and took out a spirit pill. The fire bird nimbly took the spirit pill, then flapped its wings and flew up from Miao Jun's shoulder, flying back to the cave from which they came. Naturally, Meow Jun's figure also flew up and followed the firebird into the cave. The walls of the cave were filled with cooled magma, and ripples appeared on the stone walls. There were even some places where the outline of a fire mouse could be seen. The interior of the cave was still hot, but there was no fog. There were no bright flower stones on the stone walls, but there was still a faint red glow. There was a faint sound of wind, but under the flapping of the firebird's wings, it was somewhat unreal. Meow Jun flew behind the firebird, following the path of the cave. The path of the cave was somewhat messy, and there were forks from time to time. Moreover, the forks looked the same, so it wasn't easy to identify. Meow Jun tried to release his divine sense, but it was blocked after passing a foot through the stone walls. Moreover, it was limited inside the cave, and he couldn't go very far. Meow Jun patiently followed the firebird through countless turns, and he didn't know how deep they had descended from the fire lake. When they passed by a stalactite-sized crimson flame pillar, Meow Jun's body unconsciously came to a halt. An inconceivable expression, or perhaps one that he had never seen before, flashed across his eyes. This was a huge space, and it was 1,000 feet wide. The area was even larger, and it was probably thousands of feet wide. Meow Jun was only at a small opening in the stone wall, and there were many more openings like this on the stone wall. Looking at the ground of the space, there was an irregular-shaped altar. The altar was about 10 feet high, and there were many cultivators standing on it. In midair above the altar, there were also many cultivators, and these cultivators were doing different things. The cultivators on the altar didn't have high cultivation, and most of them were at the peak of the qi refining realm. Only a few of them were at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They each held a storage bag in their hands, and from time to time, they took out things from the storage bag and placed them on the altar. Then they activated their spiritual power and cast a spell. If the spell was effective, these cultivators took out other things and placed them in other places. If the spell was ineffective, these cultivators took out other things and placed them in their original places. These objects were either oval or flat, and in short, there were different rules. The cultivators in midair above the altar held jade slips that they didn't use, and they stood at different positions. On one hand, they were monitoring the actions of the disciples on the altar, and on the other hand, they were sending their spiritual will into the jade slips, as if they were comparing them. When Meow Jun entered, most of the places on the altar had already been repaired by the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect. A weird-looking pattern had basically appeared on the altar. This pattern was pentagonal, and there were some smooth curves at the edges. In the middle of the curves, there was a pair of wings on its back, and its body was similar to a jackal in the mortal world. However, this jackal's head was huge, and it was more than half the size of its body. Although it hadn't taken shape yet, the ferocity in the jackal's eyes made Meow Jun's spiritual will tremble. Junior Marshall Brother Meow. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator hovered in mid-air with the firebird perched on his shoulder. He called out, "Hurry up and come help us. Our mission is very important. If we're delayed, the sect will punish us severely." "Yes, Senior Brother Shou, I understand." Meow Jun didn't dare to delay and quickly flew to Senior Brother Shou's side. Senior Brother Shou clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He pointed to a place about 100 feet to the left and said, "On this altar, there is a formation set up by the ancestors of the spirit husbandry sect. As it has been abandoned for many years, it has lost its effectiveness. However, the spirit husbandry sect still has the materials used to set up the formation, and the entire formation is divided into hundreds of parts. You are in charge of that part, and just make sure that the formation repaired by the disciples matches the one recorded in your jade slip. You don't have to worry about whether it is useful or not." "Yes, I understand." Meow Jun seemed to have some understanding of formations, and immediately understood what Senior Brother Shou meant. However, when he scanned the jade slip in his hand with his spiritual will, he was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "Senior Brother Shou, the formation in this jade slip seems to be incomplete. Moreover, although I can't see the formation, just a small part of it, from what I can see, it is still very important." Hearing this, Senior Brother Shou's face turned serious, and he said in a low voice, "Junior Brother Meow, I know that you are good at formations, but you don't have to show off in front of me. Moreover, this is the arrangement of the elders. If you don't want to live anymore, I will report this to the elders." Miao Jun's face turned slightly yellow, and he said hurriedly, "Senior Brother Shou, I was just saying, don't take it seriously." After he finished speaking, Miao Jun took the jade slip and flew to the place that Senior Brother Shou had mentioned. As he immersed his spiritual will in the jade slip, he guided the disciples on the altar on how to cast the formation. Elder Yuan, this Spirit Awakening 5 Skandhas formation is a long-lost formation of our Spirit Husbandry sect. Although there is a more complete foundation of the formation here, and we don't have to spend so much effort to do the most crucial things, the incantation to activate the formation is also missing. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? At the top of the altar, there was a cave of about 10 feet on the high stone wall. At this moment, there were 4 golden core realm cultivators sitting cross-legged in the cave. They were all in the later stage of the golden core realm, and their robes were basically the same. Only their voices and smiles were different. A cultivator with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks asked in a low voice. "Elder Zhe." A fat cultivator with a tender face opened his eyes. He was Yuan Feng, one of the 4 great elders of the Spirit Husbandry sect. He said, "Elder Zhe, I'm sure you know that the Spirit Husbandry sect used to be a famous sect on the Suyu continent. The Thunder-controlling sect and the Washing Flower sect were all ranked behind the Spirit Husbandry sect. But why is the situation deteriorating? Many disciples would rather join a sect like the Washing Flower sect, which has no religion, than join the Spirit Husbandry sect. Could it be that the spirit beasts of the Spirit Husbandry sect are not attractive enough?" The elder Zhe with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks was Zhechiping. When he heard this, he was slightly angry. "Yuan Feng, I asked you about the formation. What do you mean by this? Reverend Ing Su is not here, so you don't have to show off." Chapter 1881. Yuan Feng didn't mind Zhechiping's words. He turned to look at the other 2 cultivators and smiled. "I believe Elder Man and Elder who also understand what's going on, right?" Elder Man's name was Man Yun. He was a cultivator with a long upper body and long arms. There were also white spots on his face. When he heard Yuan Feng's question, he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the other red-faced old woman. She was the other elder of the Spirit Husbandry sect, Hu Yu opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed through them. She stared at Yuan Feng with her small black pupils and screamed like an owl, "Elder Yuan, we know that you are the leader of this operation, and the sect master has instructed us to prioritize the sect. However, you don't have to show off, right? Even if we didn't know about it before, since we are sitting here now, we have already checked the records. My Spirit Husbandry sect was at its peak tens of thousands of years ago, but for some unknown reason, the sect master and elders disappeared overnight. Since then, the Spirit Husbandry sect has been unable to recover, and it has been difficult for us to move forward among the cultivation sects in the Dawn Rain continent. Could this 5 Skandha Spirit Awakening formation be related to the missing seniors?" "What elder who said is right." Yuan Feng clapped and smiled. "I am obsessed with the Tao of formations. After searching through the records of my Spirit Husbandry sect, I finally found an incomplete 5 Skandha Spirit Awakening formation in an old jade pendant. Moreover, from this formation I obtained some vague information. The disappearance of my Thunder-controlling sect's seniors should be related to the formation, and it should be related to the Chao's soul essence in the Flame Forest Mountains Lake of Fire. I even found the vague location of the 5 Skandha Spirit Awakening formation in the jade pendant." Humph, Man Yun, who hadn't spoken for a long time, snorted. "Needless to say, my Spirit Husbandry sect's seniors died here. I believe Elder Yuan thinks that we have lived for too long and wants us to follow in their footsteps. Hee, Elder Man, although I have lived for 700 years, I still haven't lived enough. I still want to live for 2,000 years." Yuan Feng didn't find it strange and said with a smile, "Nascent soul?" Man Yun, Zhechiping, and Hu Yu were all shocked. They looked at each other, and their gazes were filled with confusion. "Why do you say that?" Hu Yu continued. "Could it be that Elder Yuan has some secret method?" "Ha ha ha," Yuan Feng laughed loudly. He stroked his beard and said, "Of course there is. Otherwise, why would I be willing to ask the sect master to make such a big move?" Not only had they searched for the location of the 5 Essences Awakening formation more than 10 years ago, they had also sent out many disciples to deceive others. It is only now that I am confident that I dare to reveal this secret method to everyone. Hee, Elder Yuan. Zhechiping smiled and said, "Of course there is a way, but Since it can even annihilate a nascent soul cultivator, how can late gold core cultivators like us provoke it? I still have a lifespan left, waiting for the final moment to form my nascent soul. Elder Zhe, there's no need to lie in front of an immortal. The four of us are all in the late stage of the gold core realm and have a lifespan of about 700 years. If we can reach the nascent soul realm, why would I take such a big risk? Yuan Feng was still smiling and said, even if something happened here tens of thousands of years ago, it doesn't mean that it will happen again tens of thousands of years later. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out several jade slips, which flew in front of the three of them. Everyone, please take a look. This is the mental cultivation method that I have finally found after decades of searching. Yuan Feng seemed to say casually. Everyone took it and immersed their divine senses in it. However, in just a moment, the three of them suddenly raised their heads, their eyes flashing with disbelief. Who you actually exclaimed, spirit-devouring mental cultivation method? Wasn't this lost long ago? Even beast cultivators don't necessarily have this mental cultivation method. I understand now. Zhe Qiping slapped his forehead and looked like he had suddenly realized something. Elder Yuan went out to train 100 years ago. I'm afraid it was for this, right? Hee, that's right. I'm grateful that Elder Zhe still remembers the past. Yuan Feng nodded and said, the heavens didn't let me down. I finally found this in a small beast cultivator family in Hung Country. Sigh, but it's a pity. This mental cultivation method. Zhe Qiping was stunned and immediately immersed his divine senses in the jade slips. Sure enough, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the three of them looked a little pale. They raised their heads and smiled bitterly. Elder Yuan, aren't you teasing us? This incomplete mental cultivation method can't be used at all. Everyone? If it can't be used, why would I waste so much effort? Yuan Feng said with a smile. The three of them looked at each other, as if they didn't quite understand. Just as the impatient Hu Yu was about to ask, Zhe Qiping suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said in surprise, could it be? Elder Yuan is talking about spirit beasts? Great. Yuan Feng clapped his hands and said, Elder Zhe finally understands. Hu Yu immediately shook his head and said, but although the spirit beasts of us jelly spirit sect golden core cultivators are different from the spirit beasts of beast cultivators, they still have a mental connection with the cultivators. Such a dangerous mental cultivation method. If there's an accident, our cultivation will also be damaged. Man Yun frowned and sent his divine senses into the jade slips again. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, in my opinion, Elder Yuan's idea is quite feasible. Elder Man, please speak. Hu Yu hurriedly asked again. Elder Hu, please take a look. This spirit-devouring mental cultivation method lacks a way to erase the spirit imprint in the spirit essence. This thing is basically the complete mental cultivation method, so we don't need it. But without this step, we can't recklessly devour the spirit essence of ancient beasts. That will only cause our fragile souls to be destroyed directly and turn us into idiots. However, if our spirit beasts devour the spirit essence with the spirit imprint, the spirit beast's spirit will naturally erase the imprint in the spirit essence and even devour it. When the spirit beast's strength increases, we will naturally benefit. Especially since the spirit essence can directly raise the spirit beast's grade, our cultivation will naturally rise as well. Moreover, if the four of us use the spirit-devouring mental cultivation method at the same time to devour the spirit essence of a Chao Wu and give it to 4 spirit beasts, the chances of success are quite high. Hu Yu also realized and said with a smile. The Chao Wu is a ferocious beast after all. I don't know if we can bear it. Zhe Qiping said with some worry. Isn't that simple? Man Yun said with a smile. You just have to use the mental cultivation method and extract the spirit essence bit by bit. Everyone, don't forget, we still have the 5 skandhas spiritual awakening formation. Yuan Feng pointed at his feet in the distance and said with a smile, let's first gather the strength of all the disciples to activate the formation and release the Chao Wu's spirit essence under the formation. After using the formation to weaken its spirit essence, we can then use the mental cultivation method. How can it not succeed? Chapter 1882. That's right. Although an ant is small, it can still bite an elephant. Hu Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the disciples on the altar. He smiled and said, after the formation is set up, We'll roughly impart the mental cultivation method to them and let their spiritual beasts absorb some of the essence. Then, we won't have to worry about the ferocity of the Chao Chi's essence. That's right. Yuan Feng clapped his hands again. The sect leader also thinks highly of this, which is why he asked me to do this. However, this 5 essences awakening formation. What does it have to do with the Chao Chi beasts? Elder Yuan actually found quite a few Chao Chi beasts? Manyun asked again. Hee, I don't know how to use it either. However, there's an incomplete sentence on the jade pendant, so I can only prepare for it. Yuan Feng smiled bitterly. However, Chao Chi beasts are hard to find. The ones that my Spirit Crane sect disciples found are all underage. I don't know if they can be used. Tisk tsk, Chao Chi beasts are second-class spiritual beasts. Once they mature, they have the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. How can Chi refinement disciples find adult Chao Chi beasts? Huyu smiled. Yuan Feng waved his hand. This thing isn't important, so I'm not afraid of others knowing about it. If they can find it, then they can find it. If they can't, then they can't. If it was important, I would have informed you long ago. The 3 of them did not comment. Elders, let's take a look at the mental cultivation methods first. Although these mental cultivation methods are incomplete, there are still some mysteries within them. I only managed to gain some understanding after looking at them for a long time. Right now, I want to spar with all of you and study them properly. Yuan Feng sat down and said, if this mission is effective, we'll remember Elder Yuan's kindness. Huyu looked at the other 2 elders and said sincerely, us too. Shiqiping and Manyun nodded. I am already satisfied with the 3 elders' intentions. Yuan Feng smiled. The 4 of us have been in the Spirit Crane sect for hundreds of years. We've been in high spirits when we were young. We've fought for power and cultivation, and we've also been suspicious of each other. Unfortunately, I've only realized now that everything is meaningless. Only the great Tao is above us. Elder Yuan is right. Manyun nodded and said, although I've known this for a long time, who can pursue the great Tao with peace of mind? Spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and even the soul essence in front of me. Shiqiping smiled and said, all right, now that everything has been said, the Spirit Husbandry sect will still need us to support it together in the future. With this soul essence, the strength of the Spirit Husbandry sect will definitely increase greatly. In the future, we will still have to work together like today. Indeed, it's better to comprehend the mental cultivation method. Yuan Feng took out the jade slip and said, I'll tell you what I've comprehended. Above the altar, in a corner, Qian Yuming was also holding a small jade slip. Below him, there were only a few aura-refining disciples repairing the formation. Looking at the extremely small part of the formation in the jade slip and comparing it with the completed part below him, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He was still inferior to Miao Jun. After obtaining some information from the sect, he immediately ran around, wanting to obtain some benefits from the fire ape in the flame forest swamp. Unfortunately, in the end, he realized that he was only a chess piece of the sect. Everything he did was to confuse the public. It was impossible for him to have any relationship with the fire ape. The only thing he could do was listen to the elders' arrangements and repair the formation. Forget it, it's better not to be wishful thinking. Qian Yuming smiled bitterly and thought to himself, that disciple called Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect is really wise. He didn't come to the flame forest swamp at all. A disciple with such a temperament. It's normal for him to have such a shocking cultivation. Then, the scene of Xiao Hua displaying his divine ability appeared in his mind again. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, causing him to involuntarily shrink his neck. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Hua be someone he could guess? At this moment, Xiao Hua was standing respectfully on the mountain peak with Zhen Yi, welcoming the dozen or so cultivators who had just arrived. These dozen or so cultivators all had different appearances and cultivations. The ones at the front were early gold core cultivators. Behind these cultivators were their respective disciples. Their cultivations weren't weak, at least early foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yi, when I received your message, I immediately put aside my chores and rushed over. I hope I'm not too late. A short, wretched-looking old man with a sallow face cupped his hands and smiled. He was Lu Mingsheng, an early gold core cultivator from the Rinsing Flower sect. Behind him were 2 disciples, one at the early foundation establishment stage, and the other at the middle foundation establishment stage. Juniors Li Fengzhu and Shixian greet martial Uncle Zhen. The two disciples from the Rinsing Flower sect also hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Forget it. Zhen Yi flicked his sleeve and said, "Martial nephews, it's only been a few years since I last saw you, but you've actually improved so quickly." At that time, this old man's disciples blushed with shame. Li Fengzhu and Shixian glanced at Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. They felt a bit strange, but since Zhen Yi didn't introduce them, they naturally didn't ask. Next to Lu Mingsheng was an extremely tall old man. He was also incomparably skinny, standing there like a bamboo pole. He could be compared to Xiaohua. This old man was Jiang Zhucheng from the Xuanyan school. He also cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhen, although this old man received your message first, but, I had to take care of some matters in the sect. Moreover, I had to be careful when working together with fellow Daoist from the Imperial Thunder sect, so I was a bit late." Zhen Yi waved his hand and said, "Conflicts between sects naturally have to be dealt with between sections. That's official business. Today's visit to Flame Forest Swamp is purely for personal relations. If fellow Daoist Jiang didn't participate, I'm afraid this matter would be even more difficult." At this moment, the two disciples behind Jiang Zhucheng also stepped forward and bowed. Juniors Jie Ming and Qianhan greet martial Uncle Zhen. Rise. Zhen Yi smiled and waved his sleeve. Then, Zhen Yi turned to another early Golden Core State female cultivator and said with a smile, "Although I didn't send a message to Fairy Feng, in my opinion, since fellow Daoist Jiang is here, Feng Shuqing from the Huangdao sect can't be far away." This female cultivator was Fairy Feng Shuqing from the Huangdao sect. However, Feng Shuqing didn't have any methods to maintain her youth. Her face was wrinkled and she was indeed old. She was too different from how the fairy described her. However, there were also two beautiful female cultivators behind her. One had a plump figure with a smile on her face. The other had even bones and skin as white as snow. She could be called a fairy. "Tizke. Feng Shuqing spoke with an unpleasant voice. "Old thief Zhen, I knew you didn't put me in your heart. You didn't even inform me of such an important matter. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist Zhang's message, I would still be in the dark. Even now, you're still quibbling." Haha, Fairy Feng, are you here or are you not?" Zhen Yi asked with a loud laugh. Feng Shuqing's triangular eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, but she didn't say anything else. Juniors Feng Jiu and Qing Hao greet martial Uncle Zhen. The two female cultivators' crisp voices rang out. After Zhen Yi helped them up, Feng Shuqing glanced at Xiangyang and the others and asked, "Are these fellow Daoist Zhen's disciples? I don't think I've seen them before." Then, her gaze swept over Xiaohua and Shui, and she frowned. Moreover, they brought two Qi refinement juniors. This trip to Flame Forest Swamp doesn't seem to be a place for boys training, right? Lu Mingsheng and Jiang Zhucheng naturally saw them, but they didn't want to say anything. Now that they heard this, they only looked at Zhen Yi curiously. Juniors Imperial Thunder Sect's Myriad Thunder Valley's disciples Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian greet seniors and martial brothers. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian knew it was time for them to step forward and quickly bowed. Xiaohua and Shui also glanced at each other and stepped forward. Thunderclap Palace's Myriad Thunder Valleys, Xiaohua greets seniors. Thunderclap Palace's Shui greets seniors. Xiaohua and Shui bowed. The Golden Core cultivators nodded slightly, and the Foundation Establishment cultivators cupped their hands in return. Among them, Xuanyan School's Qianhan was slightly taken aback when she heard Xiaohua's name. She seemed to be thinking about something. After a long while, she revealed an expression of understanding and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. That's strange. Myriad Thunder Valleys. Thunderclap Palace's disciples. Why are they following fellow Daoist Zhen Yi?" Feng Shuqing waved his hand and motioned for the four to rise. He covered his mouth and laughed. Of course there are some matters." Zhen Yi smiled. "Although I brought these four juniors here, they also have to play a role in this matter. Therefore, they can't be considered as traveling with me." Zhen Yi's words were clear, and Feng Shuqing and the others were slightly taken aback. Jiang Zhucheng gave Feng Shuqing a look, and Feng Shuqing spoke again. "Why can't I understand fellow Daoist Zhen's words? The trip to Flame Forest Swamp should be counted by sections. How can your Imperial Thunder sect be divided into two? If that's the case, we might as well count according to the number of people. Even if we count according to the number of people, Qi refinement disciples, I'm afraid it doesn't count." Jiang Zhuqing laughed. If that's the case, I would have brought over a dozen Qi refinement juniors. Since I said it, I naturally have my reasons. However, there are still a few fellow Taoists who haven't arrived yet. Forgive me for not saying anything. What? Old thief Zhen, you invited other fellow Taoists? Feng Shuqing was immediately dissatisfied. How many pills can the Thunder Beast's inner core refine? If there are many people, will there be enough for us to share? Zhenyi smiled and said, that Thunder Beast is with a fire ape. With the cultivation of the four of us, we should be able to trap the Thunder Beast. However, with the addition of a fire ape, will we succeed? Hearing this, not only did Feng Shuqing's expression change, but Jiang Zhuqing and Lu Mingsheng were also dissatisfied. Lu Mingsheng asked, Fellow Taoist Zhen, this is not appropriate. Since there's a fire ape, why didn't you say so in the message earlier? Otherwise, I could have asked the middle or late Gold Core senior brothers in the sect to help. Wouldn't both spirit beasts be subdued? Zhenyi knew that Lu Mingsheng's words could not be taken seriously, but he still smiled. Fellow Taoist Lu is right. It's a pity that the message I received was sent by 4 younger disciples. When I sent the message to you, I didn't know there was a fire ape. Chapter 1883. So that's how it is. Jiang Zhuqing's expression softened, but he still shook his head. So the news about the Thunder Beast was spread by fellow Taoist Zhen's juniors. Yes, fellow Taoist Zhen, you have to reward these 4 juniors well. But I'm afraid it's impossible for your Imperial Thunder sect to get a share of the medicinal pills just because of a piece of news. Feng Shuqing was even more astonished. He almost sneered. Fellow Taoist Zhen, these 4 juniors of yours are a little greedy? Although he said 4 juniors, it was obvious that he was referring to Zhenyi. Xiang Yang's face heated up slightly. He glanced at Zhenyi but didn't explain further. I naturally have to discuss this matter with you all. Zhenyi wasn't surprised, and he smiled as he spoke. But at this time, a red beam of light flew over. When Zhenyi saw the transmission talisman, he smiled and pointed in the direction from which the transmission talisman had come. I thought I was already prepared, but who would have thought that fellow Taoist Xiang Min of the 5 Elements sect would be even more prepared? 5 Elements sect? Xiang Min? Feng Shuqing frowned slightly and said reproachfully, Fellow Taoist Zhen, don't tell me the helper you invited is this little child. It can't be considered an invitation. Zhenyi smiled bitterly. He knew that Xiang Min's reputation wasn't good. It's just a coincidence. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and sent out a messaging talisman. A moment later, Xiang Min's small figure appeared on the horizon not far away. Beside him were 2 early-stage Golden Core cultivators and 3 Foundation establishment disciples behind them. Zhenyi looked at everyone and gestured for them to stay on the mountain peak. He went forward and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiang, you're actually so well prepared. This is beyond my expectations. It's not just that. Xiang Min's face showed a hint of pride. He glanced at everyone on the mountain peak and said, I've been preparing for this fire ape for many years. If I wasn't confident, how would I dare to invite my friends? Then he turned around and said, Come, fellow Taoist Zhang, fellow Taoist Sun. This is fellow Taoist Zhen of the Imperial Thunder sect. Then, the 2 Golden Core cultivators beside Xiang Min greeted Zhenyi. Their disciples also came over to greet them. It turned out that fellow Taoist Zhang was a cultivator from Jinghua City, Zhang Qingguang. His 2 early-stage Foundation establishment disciples were Zhu Ming and Bai Mu. The other fellow Taoist Sun was a cultivator from the Imperial Elixir School, Sun Shangkong. His disciple was the early-stage Foundation establishment Li Mian. After the greetings were over, Zhenyi brought the 4 of them to the mountain peak. The cultivators from the various sects got to know each other and exchanged pleasantries. These were all Golden Core cultivators. Although some of them hadn't met before, they were all familiar with each other's names. For a moment, the mountain peak was filled with a joyous atmosphere. After a long while, everyone became familiar with each other. Then, Zhenyi said with a smile, although we all have our own plans for coming to Flame Forest Marsh, because the Fire Ape and the Thunder Beast are in the same place, we naturally have to act together. Previously, I was the initiator of this matter, and fellow Taoist Xiang was also the initiator of this matter. From now on, one person will have to be in charge. What do you think, fellow Taoist Xiang? Xiang Min didn't find this strange. She nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Zhen's thoughts are exactly what I was thinking. But if fellow Taoist Jun is the one in charge, how will you arrange the future operations? Hee, I naturally have my own plans. But do I have to tell you now? Zhenyi glanced at Xiang Min and didn't say much. Hee, fellow Taoist Jun, since you want to be our leader, if you don't tell me, how can I be convinced? Even if I'm convinced, how can fellow Taoist Sun and fellow Taoist Zhang listen to your arrangements? Xiang Min said with a fake smile. Zhenyi thought for a moment and said with a smile, my arrangements are simple. We'll gather together first and find the fire ape and the thunder beast in Flame Forest Marsh. When they're unprepared, we'll separate them. My group will attack the thunder beast while fellow Taoist Xiang's group will attack the fire ape. As for the specific details, we'll discuss it in detail after the matter is confirmed. What do you think, fellow Taoist Xiang? Haha. Xiang Min shook her little head like a rattledrum and said with a laugh, fellow Taoist Jun's arrangement. To be honest, it's no different from having no arrangement at all. Zhenye's expression didn't change. He said calmly, what do you mean, fellow Taoist Xiang? First of all, Flame Forest Marsh is so big that it's not easy to find the fire ape and the thunder beast. Moreover, if we find the fire ape and the thunder beast, won't they also find us? Separating them, TSK, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Xiang Min said with assurance, moreover, since we've already merged into one, doesn't fellow Taoist Jun want a share of the fire ape's inner core? Hee, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Jun. The thunder beast's inner core. I'm somewhat coveting it. Zhenyi still had a card up his sleeve. He said with a smile, I naturally have a way to find that thunder beast. Fellow Taoist Xiang doesn't have to worry about this. Even if we set up an ambush, it's not impossible to let that thunder beast fall into our trap. But what fellow Taoist Xiang said. Without waiting for Zhenyi to finish speaking, Xiang Min's face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She said anxiously, what? Fellow Taoist Jun has a way to lure the thunder beast over? If so, our grand plan will succeed. Zhenye's eyes turned rapidly. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, that's right. I have a way to lure the thunder beast over. However, what does fellow Taoist Xiang mean by the grand plan will succeed? Xiang Min didn't say anything else. She said with a smile, as expected, my opportunity has arrived. The heavens actually sent fellow Taoist Jun to me. I can't not want this fire ape's inner core. Fellow Taoist Jun, let's settle the matter of how we're going to distribute these two inner cores first. When Zhenyi saw that Xiang Min was so confident, he couldn't help but be stunned. He turned to look at Lu Mingsheng and the rest, then at Xiao Hua. He turned back and said to Xiang Min, fellow Taoist Xiang, didn't you just say which fellow Taoist would be in charge of this matter? How did it become the distribution of inner cores? Fellow Taoist Jun, which sect do I belong to? Xiang Min said proudly, if fellow Taoist Jun has the confidence to lure the fire ape and the thunder beast over, then Xiang Min has the confidence to kill these two evil beasts. Since the two of us rely on each other, then what difference does it make who's the one in charge? 5 elements sex array formation? Zhenyi suddenly came to a realization. Joy also appeared on his face. He laughed loudly and said, I don't understand array formations myself, so I neglected 5 elements sex array formation. With fellow Taoist Xiang's array formation, I'm afraid the 2 spirit beasts won't be able to escape. Feng Shuqing, Jiang Zhucheng, and the others were also overjoyed when they heard this. Jiang Zhucheng also participated in the encirclement of the Thunder Beast last time. After all, the Thunder Beast's cultivation was at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Several early-stage Gold Core realm cultivators relied on magic treasures and other things, but they could only fight to a draw with the Thunder Beast. There was even a slight gap between them and the Thunder Beast. With the help of the array formation, these 7 early-stage Gold Core realm cultivators and a group of Foundation Establishment realm disciples could definitely kill the Thunder Beast and the Fire Ape. So, before the Thunder Beast and the Fire Ape are lured here, fellow Taoist Jin can be in charge. After these 2 evil beasts enter the array formation, I'll be in charge. What do you think? Xiang Min was in a good mood and said while clapping her hands. Chapter 1884. Great. I have no objections. What about you fellow Taoists? Zhenyi was the first to agree. After everyone agreed, Xiang Min smiled and said, since we're so fated, we might as well divide the Thunder Beasts and the Fire Ape's cores into 7 portions, 1 for each of us. Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong naturally agreed, while the other cultivators looked at Zhenyi. Zhenyi smiled and said, "Our Thunder Beast's cores are used to refine medicinal pills. If fellow Taoist Xiang doesn't mind my pill refining techniques, you can leave this matter to me, and I'll just take the medicinal pills in the future. Otherwise, I'll take fellow Taoist's portion of the core." Hee, there's no need to trouble fellow Taoist, Jun. I'll just take the original core. Xiang Min smiled and said, "As for the fire ape's core, what I can give fellow Taoist is also the original core." That's great. Zhenyi nodded and said, "However, the cores of the two beasts can't be divided into 7 portions, but 8 portions. Why is that?" Xiang Min looked at the golden core cultivator beside Zhenyi and asked curiously. "It's like this." Zhenyi smiled and said, "This poor Taoist wasn't able to lure the lightning beast over. Instead, it was a junior disciple of this poor Taoist who had the means to lure the fire ape over. Fellow Taoist Xiang has seen this junior disciple before." As he spoke, Zhenyi pointed at Xiaohua and said, "This is Xiaohua, a disciple of my Thunderclap Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley. He has a magic tool that can lure the fire ape over. However, he's not my disciple, so I can't force him to do anything. The price he has to pay is a portion of the Thunder Beasts and the fire ape's cores." Afterward, Zhenyi repeated what Xiaohua said to everyone and said with a smile, "I originally thought that since we're all cultivators of the Thunderclap sect and belong to the same sect, it's inappropriate to ask for an extra portion. However, since Xiaohua has this idea, he must have his reasons. Xiaohua indeed has no use for the medicinal pills I've refined. Therefore, I'll leave this matter to everyone to decide." Xiang Min stared at Xiaohua as if she wanted to see through him. Soon after, she chuckled and said, "Xiang Min naturally has no objections. The Thunder Beast's inner core is abundant, so it doesn't matter if it's a little less. Moreover, if it wasn't for Xiaohua's fire-drawing ape technique, Xiang Min's formation could only be empty. What do fellow Taoist Zhang and fellow Taoist Sun think?" Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong naturally followed Xiang Min's lead. Without hesitation, they smiled and said, "I agree." "I don't agree." Before Xiang Min could say anything, Feng Shouqing shrieked, "I was wondering how fellow Taoist Zhen was going to distribute the lightning beast cores. It turns out, you want to keep an extra portion for yourself. According to what I know, the distribution ratio has already been set. Each sect can only get 1 portion. Why did it change today? No wonder fellow Taoist Zhen didn't mention it just now and insisted on waiting for fellow Taoist Xiang to come over. Could it be?" Zhenyi was unhappy at first. He raised his eyebrows. "Feng Baiqing? What's wrong? Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhen has made an appointment with me? Isn't it? You have made an agreement before." Feng Baiqing naturally wasn't afraid of me and retorted. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuqing hurriedly stepped forward and frowned. "Fellow Taoist Feng, we are discussing the distribution of the spiritual beast's inner core. There's no need to involve other things. Since you don't agree, then don't agree." Feng Baiqing took a step back and looked coldly to the side. "Fellow Taoist Zhen, I won't say anything else." Jiang Zhuqing smiled. "Although Xiaohua is a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he is also a disciple of your Thunder Palace and your Thunder-controlling sect. He can be your helper and can be regarded as your disciple's helper. Fellow Taoist Zhen can deal with his benefits after the Thunder-controlling sect. There's no need to entangle with us. Fellow Taoist Zhen, do you think his contribution is the same as ours? Is he qualified to get this portion of the spiritual beast's inner core? My opinion is the same as fellow Taoist Feng's. I don't agree with this." Zhenyi didn't find it strange and looked at Lu Mingsheng of the Rinsing Flower sect. Lu Mingsheng thought for a moment and sighed. "According to my previous opinion, which is also the same as fellow Taoist Feng and fellow Taoist Jiang, Xiaohua is only an aura-refining disciple. He really can't compare with us. It's impossible for him to get an extra share. However, things have changed now. First, there is the addition of the fire ape. That's a 5th-stage spiritual beast with an early gold core cultivation base, but we don't have the slightest chance of defeating it. Second, there is the participation of fellow Taoist Xiang and the others, as well as fellow Taoist Xiang's formation. With this formation and fellow Taoist Xiang and the others' help, I'm afraid our chances of success will increase by another 40%. But think about it, if the Thunder Beast and the Fire Ape don't enter this formation, what's the use of this 40% chance of success? However, If fellow Taoist Xiong follows us to look for the Thunder Beast, I'm afraid our chances of killing the Thunder Beast and the Fire Ape won't increase by even 10%, right? Fellow Taoist Lu, you mean you agree to give the thunder-controlling sect 2 portions? Jiang Zhuqing said thoughtfully. Hee, I don't completely agree. Lu Mingxing said with a smile. If Xiaohua can lure the Fire Ape over, then the Thunder Beast can naturally follow. This way, our chances of killing it will increase by 20%, but the problem is, can Xiaohua lure the Fire Ape over? That's right. Feng Shuqing screamed again. Fellow Taoist Xiong, don't tell me you don't have any methods to lure the Fire Ape over when you set up the formation? Humph. Of course I do. Xiang Min's expression turned cold. My disciple, Chan Xinyan, has a raging fire physique, and precisely has the Fire Ape's bloodline. I originally wanted to borrow his true spirit true blood to lure the Fire Ape over, but I don't know which bastard killed him, and even his corpse can't be found. This matter. Fellow Taoist Jin also knows about it. And that's right. Because of this matter, fellow Taoist Xiong even misunderstood me, thinking that I killed his disciple, and even attacked him. Zhenyi suddenly understood why Xiang Min was so angry, and attacked him without saying anything else. Motherfucker, I'm really lucky. Xiaohua didn't raise his head. He kept looking at the ground, and he inwardly cried out that he was lucky. Jiang Zhuqing spoke again. Fellow Taoist Lu, do you mean, if Xiaohua can really lure the Fire Ape and the Thunder Beast over, he can get a share of the spiritual beast's inner cores? Isn't this too easy? Hee, Xiang Min sneered and said, if fellow Taoist Jiang has the ability to lure the Fire Ape over, I can give you half of my share of the spiritual beast's inner cores. Fellow Taoist Xiong, Feng Shuqing sneered. How can you be so generous? Could it be that your previous allocation? That's right. Xiang Min said proudly, in my agreement with fellow Taoist Zhang and fellow Taoist Sun, luring the Fire Ape is also part of it. So that's how it is. Xiaohua was delighted. Since there was a precedent, he wasn't afraid of anything. You can wait for the precedent, but I don't agree with it. Feng Shuqing glanced at the 2 disciples behind him and said, these 2 foundation-building disciples of mine also have to contribute, so there's no need to mention allocation at all. What qualifications does an aura-refining disciple have? Why don't all the disciples be included? But when she said this, she shut her mouth again. The Imperial Thunder sect obviously needed 2 more disciples. Cough, cough, Jiang Zhuqing coughed twice, interrupting Feng Shuqing's words. He looked at Lu Mingxing and asked, fellow Taoist Lu, do you agree or not? Hee, Lu Mingxing laughed and said, if Xiaohua can lure the Fire Ape over, I'll agree. Otherwise, I won't agree. Great. Zhenyi clapped and said, now I have 7 fellow Taoists. Even if you exclude me, you still have 3.5 fellow Taoists who agree. So this matter is settled. Fellow Taoist Lu didn't say he agreed. Feng Shuqing said anxiously. What? Fellow Taoist Feng, am I wrong? Zhenyi sneered and said, if fellow Taoist Feng thinks you can kill the Thunder Beast, then there's no problem. The entire Thunder Beast's inner core is yours. I definitely don't want anything. Now, I can obviously get an extra portion of the Fire Ape's inner core. Fellow Taoist Xiang already understood, and fellow Taoist Lu also understood. Why can't fellow Taoist Feng understand? But your Imperial Thunder sect will get an extra portion of the spiritual beast's inner core. Feng Shuqing argued. That's because my Imperial Thunder sect's disciple has the ability. Zhenyi was a bit angry. If your disciple can lure the Fire Ape over, this portion will also be yours. Why not? My disciple also has a fire physique. Feng Shuqing said without hesitation. Then he pointed at the female cultivator with the well-proportioned bones and said, Qinghao, come here. Yes, master. Qinghao obeyed and came forward. Hee, the disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, right? Xiang Min glanced at Qinghao and sneered. This old man naturally knows about the Imperial Thunder sect's fire rat bloodline. If you want to kill the first-rank spiritual beast, the fire rat, your disciple's bloodline will certainly be useful. However, if you want to lure the Fire Ape over, this old man thinks you'd better not overestimate yourself. Although Qinghao was a foundation-building cultivator, her face had already turned red from being mocked by a golden core cultivator. However, she didn't dare to retort and could only look down at the ground. Feng Shuqing was too anxious and neglected the matter of the bloodline for a moment, which made him lose face for no reason. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Zhuqing hurriedly said, All right, don't make fun of the younger generation. We still have to learn from fellow Taoist Zhen and guide the younger generation. Since most of the fellow Taoists have agreed, let's do it this way. Qing Hao hurriedly stepped back. Zhenyi nodded and said, fellow Taoist Zhang is right. This matter isn't a big deal in the first place. 90% of the Thunder Beast's inner core is enough for us to refine medicinal pills. I was just afraid that everyone would hold a grudge, so I said it. Great. Fellow Taoist Zhen is really open and above board. Xiangmin clapped and praised. No matter if it's I or fellow Taoist Xiang, we should be fair. Zhenyi said with a smile. Xiangmin smiled again and ignored Zhenyi. Instead, she looked at Xiaohua and asked with interest, Xiaohua, this old man has a question. Senior Xiang, please. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. This old man wants to know, if we don't agree to let you have a share, what will you do? Xiaohua didn't think at all and said with a smile, Senior, this matter, isn't it meaningless? Seniors have already decided on this matter. How can we go back on our words? This junior will just follow the seniors. Chapter 1885. Hehe, Xiaohua. I can go back on my word at any time. Xiangmin was clearly vindictive towards Xiaohua's previous rebuttal. Xiaohua didn't have any expression on his face, but he was annoyed in his heart. He didn't say anything but reached out his hand and patted his chest, then smiled and said, Senior Xiang, this matter is nothing more than reason, and the distribution is nothing more than effort. This junior has this request and can also help the seniors. The seniors will definitely pity this junior. This junior's little request, the seniors will naturally agree. Looking at Xiaohua's gesture of dispersing, Xiangmin seemed to have already anticipated it. She chuckled and said to Zhenyi at the side, Fellow Taoist Zhen, you're a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. Your bones aren't ordinary. The current Zhenyi was different from a few days ago. He knew that he had to rely on Xiangmin's spell formation to kill the lightning beasts. Thus he smiled and said, The myriad Thunder Valley is very famous in my thunderous palace. Master and disciple are both straightforward, so fellow Taoist Xiang doesn't need to mind. Xiangmin chuckled again and ignored Xiaohua and the others. He called Zhenyi, Zhang Qingguang, and the others, and the few of them began to discuss how to set up the spell formation. Xiangmin was a cultivator of the Five Elements sect. He was good at spell formations, and his specialty was the Five Elements soul-capturing spell formation. As long as a cultivator fell into the spell formation, not only would their magic power be captured, even their soul would be extracted. Of course, Xiangmin was only in the early Aurus core stage and couldn't really extract a cultivator's soul. But even so, Xiangmin's words could make the fire apes and lightning beasts confused and reduce 20% of their strength. This kind of spell formation naturally couldn't rely on manpower. The most important thing was the terrain and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the flame forest swamp was filled with violent fire-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was very disadvantageous to the Five Elements spell formation. Of course, Xiangmin had already considered these factors before coming to the flame forest swamp. He had already made some changes to his spell formation. Now that Xiaohua could lure the fire apes over, Xiangmin and the others only needed to find a suitable terrain. After Xiangmin explained the conditions of the spell formation to everyone, the 7 Aurus core cultivators each brought their own disciples and went to different directions in the flame forest swamp. Xiaohua naturally followed behind Zhenyi, and the direction they were heading towards was where the Spirit Husbandry sect had set up the formation. After just flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua looked all around and said in a low voice, Grandmaster Zhen, Junior has a matter. Oh, speak. Zhenyi wasn't surprised at all. He didn't even turn his head as he spoke indifferently. Junior's dermic artifact seems to only be able to sense the fire ape's location. I'm afraid it can't lure the fire ape over. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, It doesn't matter if Junior can't obtain the Thunder Beast's inner core, but don't delay Grandmaster's important matter. Zhenyi sneered. He turned his head to look at Xiaohua's respectful and reverent expression and said unhappily, You're probably complaining in your heart that this old man didn't explain the conditions clearly, right? No. Xiaohua had an embarrassed expression on his face. He actually understood what Zhenyi was thinking, but the Naiden was truly related to Xiangyang's life and death. At this time, he had no choice but to risk offending Zhenyi and warn him. Do you think that just because you can sense the fire ape's location, those old bastards will give you a share of the spiritual beast's inner core? Zhenyi seemed to be in a good mood. He released his divine sense to observe the terrain below him and said, "Knowing and luring the fire ape are two different matters. Moreover, the divine sense of a gold core cultivator isn't something that you chi refining disciples can understand. If you pay attention to the movements within several dozen li, you'll be able to sense them. Sensing the fire ape isn't a particularly difficult matter. If this old man didn't praise your divine ability, just that slut phone wooching alone would be enough to mess up this matter." But this old man also didn't expect Xiangmin would actually be able to lay down a 5 elements formation. This is an exceptional opportunity. But Junior is afraid that the location of the formation is too far from the core of Flame Forest Marsh. Junior won't be able to sense the fire ape, let alone luring it over. Xiaohua was truly somewhat worried about his personal gains and losses. Zhenyi had clearly stated the conditions. If he couldn't lure the fire ape over, then he wouldn't be able to get a share of the thunder beast's inner core. Idiot! If you can sense the fire ape's location, then won't you be able to lure it over? Zhenyi scolded. You only need to fly close to the fire ape and lure it over. Junior understands. Junior was muddle-headed. Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and smiled apologetically. This old man also saw that you're quick-witted. You didn't even use a single curse word when you scolded Xiangmin. That's why this old man reminded you. If it was you, this old man, who is as stupid as an ox, this old man wouldn't even care. Zhenyi glanced at the silent Xiangyang. Facing a gold core cultivator like Zhenyi, Xiangyang was indeed like a child. He couldn't say anything and could only smile along. The 5 elements formation required the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to have all 5 elements. This was an extremely easy problem in other places, but in Flame Forest Marsh, it was troublesome. Others didn't know that Xiaohua had been flying with Zhenyi for half a day. Apart from the scarlet flames that filled their eyes, the air was steaming with mist, and only the fire-type spiritual chi was present. The other 4 types of spiritual chi were extremely scarce, especially the water-type spiritual chi, which was nearly extinct. That place seems pretty good. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness and only used his weak divine sense to observe the surroundings. He then heard Zhenyi whisper with a smile on his face. Soon after, Zhenyi indeed flew for several dozen kilometers and found a place between 2 scarlet mountain ranges. This canyon was sandwiched between 2 mountain ranges and was about 1 kilometer wide. The most suitable location was that the canyon's terrain was somewhat high. The lava in the fire lake beside it couldn't flow in, so the area within several kilometers was filled with gravel. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of spiritual stones were underground. Apart from the water-type spiritual chi being somewhat barren, there were also some metal-type, wood-type, and earth-type spiritual chi. Zhenyi flew to this place and looked around. He then clapped his hands and said, "Great, this is the place." However, Zhenyi's subsequent actions caused Xiaohua's heart to tremble. Zhenyi instructed, "Wait here for a moment." Then, he flew to the side of one of the mountain ranges. With a wave of his hand, he used a mountain range magic technique and disappeared. Xiaohua and the others looked at each other in dismay. Although they wanted to know what Zhenyi was doing, they didn't dare to release their divine sense and could only obediently stay in the air. After the time it took to finish a meal, Zhenyi leisurely walked out. He had a refreshed look on his face. He stretched out his hand and sent out a transmission talisman. Then he lowered his head and found a flat place to sit down. "We'll also go down." Xiangyang waved his hand and landed about 10 meters away from Zhenyi. He was now somewhat regretful. He wanted to send a voice transmission to Xiaohua, but he was afraid Zhenyi would discover him. He wanted to take Yan Qinglian, Xiaohua, and the others and leave, but it was obvious that Xiangmin and the others absolutely wouldn't let Xiaohua leave, let alone Zhenyi. Chapter 1886. We've spun a cocoon around ourselves. Xiangyang sighed. He looked at Yan Qinglian, who also had a strange expression, and sat down first. Xiaohua was not as pessimistic as Xiangyang. His eyes darted around, looking here and there. No one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Xiangmin's communication talisman came again. Sure enough, they didn't find a suitable place, and everyone was rushing here. After a full day, the other 6 gold core cultivators brought their respective disciples to this place. Xiangmin's face was not satisfied. After looking for a long time, he took out an unknown magic tool from his storage pouch and flew several laps around the entire canyon. Finally, he sighed and said, "The 5-element spiritual chi here is relatively mixed. Although it conforms to what I said just now, it is still not the best place to set up a formation." It's fine. We'll look elsewhere." Zhenyi heard and immediately stood up, about to fly away. At this time, Feng Shuqing said in a sharp voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhen, don't be anxious." Then he turned to Xiangmin and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiang, the fire attribute spiritual energy in Flame Forest Marsh is abundant, diluting all other types of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the entire terrain of Flame Forest Marsh is filled with magma. Even the area near Western Huang Town doesn't have a place with abundant spiritual energy of all 5 elements. We can't possibly retreat back to Western Huang Town." "Sai, how can I not know this?" Xiangmin smiled bitterly and said, "But if the 5-element spiritual chi is not balanced, the 5-element soul-capturing formation cannot be sealed, and the formation's effect will be greatly reduced. Fellow Taoist Xiang knows the situation in Flame Forest Marsh is like this. Don't tell me you don't have any countermeasures," Jiang Zhuqing said with a smile. Xiangmin rolled her eyes in annoyance and said with a wave of her sleeve, "Of course I have a countermeasure. But this Xiang's countermeasures have all fallen on my disciples. Now that they have disappeared, this countermeasure is incomplete." "What do you mean, fellow Taoist Xiang?" Feng Shuqing asked curiously. "It's nothing." At this point, Xiangmin had nothing to hide. "My 5-elements sect's 5 elements formation uses the 5 elements magic treasure as the formation core, and uses the 5 elements spiritual chi as the formation guide. It's best if the 5 elements spiritual chi is evenly distributed and equal. However, if the 5 elements spiritual chi is not very evenly distributed, we can also teach 5 disciples with physiques of different attributes how to control the formation. We can let them use their own bodies as vessels to draw in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and spit out the true chi of their respective attributes." "Oh, I see." Feng Shuqing looked at Zhang Zhangqingguang and smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist, what attributes do your disciples have?" "Haha, Zhang. S disciples have wood and earth. My son's disciples metal." Feng Baiqing said with a smile, "So one of your disciples is of the water element, while the other is of the fire element?" "Yes, of course." There was no expression on Xiangmin's face. "Water and fire are the most opposing attributes among the 5 elements. My disciple is the best. I can't say for other attributes, but my disciple has fire attributes. Can't we find a disciple with water attributes?" Feng Shuqing said disdainfully. "If it's as fellow Taoist Feng said, then it's very simple." Xiangmin shook her head. "Although the 5 disciples of the 5 elements formation don't need to control the formation, the changes in the formation, especially the release of 5 elements spiritual chi, have to be uniform. If they haven't been trained, I'm afraid it won't be easy." She then looked at Zhang Qingguang and the others and smiled bitterly. "I've been planning with fellow Taoist Sun and fellow Taoist Zhang for a long time. My 5 disciples have also practiced a lot. That's why I dared to come to Flame Forest Swamp. In just a few days. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Everyone frowned. They didn't expect that setting up a 5 elements formation would require so much attention. Zhenyi thought for a moment and smiled. "How about this? Fellow Taoist Xiang, we'll go look for the terrain. You teach the technique of controlling the formation to each disciple." Cough, cough. Since the disciples of Jingbei City and Imperial Alchemy School can comprehend it, there's no reason that the disciples of Huangdao sect can't, right? I'm sure fellow Taoist Xiang won't hide it, right? If we find a good terrain and can set up an excellent formation, then let the disciples of Huangdao sect swear a heart oath that they won't teach the formation to outsiders. If we don't have an excellent terrain, fellow Taoist Xiang will reluctantly set up the formation here. How about it? Oh, great. Lu Mingxin clapped and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhen, you're right." Xiangmin thought for a moment and nodded. "That's the only way now." She then asked, "Which fellow Taoist disciple is of the water element? Their cultivation can't be too low." Lu Mingxin looked at everyone and smiled. "My disciple, Li Fengzhu, is of the water element. However, his cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I wonder how he'll fare." This Xiang Min shook her head slightly. The fire element spiritual qi here is very strong. Water element spiritual qi is restrained. Fellow Taoist Feng's disciple has a fire element physique and is at the early stage of foundation establishment. Then, the water element disciple should be at the middle stage of foundation establishment. The middle stage of foundation establishment is best. Is the early stage of foundation establishment okay? Sun Shankong smiled. Without waiting for Xiang Min to speak, Feng Baiqing looked at Jiang Zhucheng and the others. None of your disciples have water element. Everyone shook their heads. What about the Imperial Thunder Sect? Feng Baiqing asked Zhenyi again. My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are of the thunder and fire elements. There are very few disciples with other physiques. Zhenyi said with a smile. I'm afraid that's the only way. Feng Baiqing was a bit discouraged, but her eyes suddenly lit up again. She pointed at Xiaohua and Shui and said, What physiques do these two disciples have? Zhenyi naturally didn't know. He turned around and asked, Xiaohua, Shui, what physiques are you waiting for? Disciple is of the fire element. Disciple is of the thunder element. The two of them said in unison. Haha, that's it. Feng Baiqing said with a smile. Let Xiaohua replace Qing. He's an aura-refining disciple, so his magic power is lower than Li Fengzhu's. Isn't that perfect? Huh? Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. He knew very well that his magic power was definitely higher than Li Fengzhu's. This balance between water and fire still couldn't be achieved. It's not appropriate. Xiang Min shook her head first. Xiaohua isn't an aura-refining disciple. His magic power is too low. He can't cooperate with the other 4 foundation establishment disciples. No, absolutely no. He's just a thunder-controlling sect disciple. If he can attract the fire ape, he'll get a share of the thunder beast's inner core. If he still doesn't do anything, I'll withdraw. Feng Baiqing snorted coldly and said, It's just cooperation. We won't use the true qi inside its body. This flame forest swamp is filled with fire element spiritual qi. Is there a need to take his true qi? Xiang Min had never thought about letting an aura-refining disciple go to the formation core, so she refused without hesitation. But after hearing Feng Baiqing's words, she thought about it for a moment and nodded. Fellow Taoist Feng's words make some sense. However, I'll take a look for now. If it doesn't work when operating the formation, how about letting Qing Hao replace it? And let's do that for now. Feng Baiqing curled her lips slightly and didn't say anything else. Grandmaster. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He called out in a low voice and looked at Zhenyi. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Xiang. Zhenyi said without hesitation. Xiaohua opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. He simply couldn't refuse. Soon after, Zhenyi and the others flew away in different directions. Xiang Min stayed behind and had the other disciples patrol around. She took out a few jade slips and handed them to Xiaohua, Qing Hao, and the others. She said, These are the methods to control water and fire in the 5 elements formation. They're all different. Make a hard oath and use your divine sense to memorize them first. Once you return the jade slips to this old man will teach you. Xiaohua and the others made a heart oath, then held the jade slips in their hands and immersed their divine sense in them to comprehend them. Xiangyang took Yan Qinglian and Shui to patrol one side of the valley. This was the side that Zhenyi had just passed by. Xiangyang released his divine sense and scanned the place. Then he transmitted his voice. Wife, did you see any clues? Yan Qinglian shook her head. How can we guess the divine abilities of a golden core cultivator? I didn't even look at them. Sigh, Xiangyang frowned and smiled apologetically. If I knew that the lightning beast's inner core would be so troublesome, this husband wouldn't have come to join in the fun. Yan Qinglian was rather optimistic and said with a smile, Now, it's hard to get off the donkey. Husband, don't think too much. Moreover, even if it's as difficult as a lake of fire, this lowly concubine is willing to exchange it for your lifespan. Little junior brother is also willing. Little junior brother. Warmth flashed in Xiangyang's eyes. His gaze couldn't help but look at Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged in the valley. The 5 elements sex formation control technique wasn't too complicated. For Qing Hao, who had never seen a formation before, it was naturally very difficult. However, for Xiaohua, it was nothing. He only had to finish reading the things inside the jade slips to understand. It was nothing more than combining the formation, controlling magic power, and harmonizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him to cooperate with Xiang Min's technique. Naturally, just as Xiang Min said, this thing relied on tacit understanding and proficiency. However, Xiaohua didn't think he was infallible. While listening to Qinghao's questions, he also added in a few sentences from time to time. His performance was no different from an aura-refining disciple. Xiaohua liked to ask questions, so after half a day, he didn't let Xiang Min see anything. 10 days had passed since they had comprehended the method of controlling the formation. The 6 Jindan stage seniors had not sent any messages back, and Xiaohua and the others had already understood what they should have understood. They only needed to cooperate with each other. Forget it, Xiang Min looked at the red sun in the sky and waved her sleeve. Several summoning talismans flew out, and she said with a wry smile, "Since they still haven't sent back a message, I'm afraid there's no place more suitable than here." Soon after, without waiting for Zhenyi and the others to return, she began to arrange the 5 elements soul-capturing formation. In Xiaohua's mind, wasn't it just arranging a formation? Who hadn't done it before? It would only take half a day or a day to complete it. However, when he saw Xiang Min's cautiousness and how she put the most basic formation flags, formation plates, and other things into the valley, he suddenly realized that the 5 elements soul-capturing formation covered the entire valley. It was a formation that covered an area of several kilometers. It was far from simple. Chapter 1887. As a result, Xiaohua unconsciously paid attention to it while feeling disdainful. Fortunately, Xiang Min didn't avoid people. She used 2 days to set up the entire framework of the Great Array. Then, according to the order of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, she arranged the 5 array cores one by one. Each array core actually took 4 to 5 days of work. By the time the entire Great Array was set up, nearly a month had passed. Zhenyi and the others had gradually returned 10 days after Xiang Min finished setting up the array. Zhenyi and the others naturally didn't stay idle. They held the jade slip Xiang Min gave them in their hands and comprehended it. It also contained part of the control of the formation. After the formation was activated, they prepared to enter the formation and assist Xiang Min in killing the enemy. Xiaohua's group of 6 naturally didn't patrol around the valley like Xiang Yang and the others. After Xiang Min set up the array core, they were arranged to be in the array core by Xiang Min gloriously. It was to comprehend the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the array core. Xiaohua released his divine sense and could sense the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth due to the arrangement of the array. However, if he were to use these changes to control his Fa Li, it would be a little difficult. Of course, Xiaohua's eyes almost never left Xiang Min's formation. Sometimes even his magic eyes were open. From beginning to end, watching a great formation being set up was definitely a rare opportunity for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's attention naturally aroused Xiang Min's vigilance as well. Unfortunately, this 5-element formation was a grand formation. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be set up by a few 5-element sect cultivators. Under the best circumstances, it should be set up by cultivators of the 5 types of physiques, and in the end, the cultivator who presided over the formation would combine them. However, Xiang Min coveted the fire ape's inner core and didn't want the other disciples of the sect to interfere. Therefore, she could only set up the formation by herself. Not to mention the exhaustion, the method of setting up the formation was also exposed. After Xiang Min finished setting up all the formations, her sharp gaze swept over Xiaohua and she transmitted her voice. "Xiaohua, did you enjoy watching it?" "It's very enjoyable." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. "I've heard of formations a long time ago and have also encountered some formations, but I've never seen how they were set up. Now that I've seen Senior Xiang's technique, although I haven't seen the might of this 5-elements formation, but in terms of the area covered by this formation, the formations that I've encountered before are not worth mentioning. Moreover, Senior Xiang, I've also heard from others that the path of formations is the most profound. It's more profound than any mental cultivation method, alchemy technique, or talisman technique. It's absolutely impossible for a formation to be set up by a single cultivator. It should be set up by at least 2 cultivators of the same cultivation level. Elder, how did you manage to complete it by yourself?" Xiaohua said very sincerely. This is also what this little one is most puzzled about in these past few days. A hint of pride appeared on Xiang Min's face. He waved his hand and said, "You're an aura-refining disciple who doesn't know anything about formations. What do you know? The path of formations is not something you can pry into. What you know is nothing more than hearsay. How can you take it seriously? If a cultivator's Dao technique is profound and he is proficient in array formations, why can't he set up an array formation by himself?" Xiaohua bowed. This time, he was just as sincere as before. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Xiang." When he saw that Xiaohua, who had always been somewhat arrogant and unruly, actually thanked him after hearing a few words, he was stunned at first. However, he soon realized that Xiaohua was thanking him because he piqued at his method of setting up the formation. Thus, he raised his brows and looked at Zhenyi, who wasn't far away, and said in a low voice, "You're quite obedient and eager to learn. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of my Five Elements sect. Otherwise, this old man would have been able to give you proper guidance." "Hee, thank you for your praise, Senior." When Xiaohua saw that he had fooled him, he said with a smile, "This little one has been watching for a long time. I've always been looking forward to seeing Senior's elegant demeanor and activating this formation. Let's see what kind of might it has." "Haha, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you." Xiang Min laughed. He flicked his sleeves and walked towards Zhenyi and the others. Xiang Min naturally exhausted his magic power and mental strength to set up the Five Elements soul-capturing formation. He rested in the valley for 3 days before he recovered. Then Xiang Min discussed with Zhenyi and the others. They would first practice the method of controlling the formation until they were familiar with it. Only then would Xiaohua and the fire ape come over. Naturally, everyone agreed. Thus, Xiaohua and the others sat cross-legged in the 5 formation eyes of the 5 elements soul-capturing formation according to the previous arrangement. Xiang Min took out 5 magic treasures of different styles from his storage bag and placed them in front of the 5 people. Then he flew to the sky above the valley, which was also the center of the formation. He clapped his hands, and a round plate about 3 feet in size flew in front of him. This round plate was the main formation disc of the 5 elements soul-capturing formation, the 5 elements disc. Xiang Min opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true essence fell on the 5 elements disc. The 5 elements disc trembled slightly and began to rotate extremely slowly. Then, Xiang Min continuously cast seals on the 5 elements disc. The 5 elements disc sped up its rotation, and as it rotated, it began to emit a bright red brilliance. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the brilliance became a brilliant ball of light. Xiang Min shouted from high up in the sky, "Fire formation I Xiaohua, inject your magic power into the magic treasure." Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect. Although he knew that he might expose his strength, at this moment, it was impossible for him to have any chance to retreat. Xiaohua formed seals and injected his magic power into the triangular magic treasure in front of him according to what he comprehended in these dozens of days. Wang Wang Wang, with the infusion of Xiaohua's magic power, the magic treasure gradually flew up from the ground and slowly flew above Xiaohua's head. The magic treasure in the eye was suffused with red brilliance. Xiang Min was very satisfied with the 5 elements disc. The ball of light on the 5 elements disc separated a ray of light and shot toward the magic treasure above Xiaohua's head. In the blink of an eye, the magic treasure and the 5 elements disc were connected together, and the brilliance on the 5 elements disc became more and more brilliant. Just when the magic treasure and the 5 elements plate were connected, Xiaohua suddenly felt a powerful suction force coming from within the magic treasure. He didn't dare to be careless, and once again used the unique technique of the 5 elements array to absorb the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, and then without refining it, he sent it into the magic treasure. However, just when the fire attribute spirit energy in Xiaohua's body was being transferred to the magic treasure according to the method given in the jade slip, there suddenly appeared a continuous obscure connection. It was the same as when Xiaohua used the prairie fire cultivation technique to refine the fire attribute spirit energy in heaven and earth. Although it was only a discontinuous obscure, the spirit energy sent to the magic treasure was less. At the same time, the light between the magic treasure and the 5 elements disc appeared to be faintly bright and dark. "Xiaohua!" Xiang Min shouted. Dozens of days of comprehension, Is it still not enough for you to comprehend the method of control? Yes. Xiaohua was also puzzled in his heart. The method he used was indeed correct, but he didn't know why it would cause a continuous obscure connection. However, Xiaohua tried a few more times, and the results were usually the same. Chapter 1888. Humph! Xiangmin coldly snorted and slapped the five elements plate with her hand. The resplendent orange-red brilliance just now was annihilated, and the brilliance between the five elements plate and the fire-type magic treasure also scattered. The fire-type magic treasure directly fell on top of Xiaohua's head. Rise! Xiangmin turned around and saw the water formation eye opposite Xiaohua. Over there was the Huanhua sect's early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Li Fengzhu. Xiangmin activated her technique, and the five elements plate spun while emitting a light blue brilliance. Immediately, Li Fengzhu also activated the water-type magic treasure on the formation eye. An azure ray of light connected the five elements plate and the water-type magic treasure together. That ray of light was overflowing with color, and the azure light constantly flowed, appearing very stable. The five elements plate also stopped in the air. Excellent! Xiangmin smiled and said, as expected of a foundation establishment cultivator, extraordinary. Then she turned around and said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, although the water-fire formation eye isn't the most basic formation eye of the five elements formation, it is the most important in this flame forest swamp. We must first activate these two formation eyes. Are you ready now? Xiaohua nodded and said, Disciple is ready. And I'll try again. Xiangmin restrained her temper and spat out another mouthful of true essence. The five elements plate spun again, but this time, when Xiangmin used her technique, an orange-red dot suddenly appeared in the light blue brilliance. As the five elements plate spun and Xiangmin poured in her magic power, the orange-red dot became increasingly larger until it reached half the size of the five elements plate. It was exactly the same as the light blue. Seeing this, Xiaohua promptly did the same as before. He activated the fire-type magic treasure in the air, but as before, the orange-red light between the fire-type magic treasure and the five elements plate was a faint light, and it was a clear contrast with the azure light of the water-type magic treasure. With a crisp pa sound, Xiangmin extinguished the orange-red brilliance above the five elements plate, and the five elements plate stopped in the air. Xiaohua! Xiangmin's face was very gloomy as she landed in front of Xiaohua. Her small stature, which was much shorter than Xiaohua, actually stirred up an extremely frightening aura. Clearly, Xiangmin was extremely angry. Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Such a simple control technique. Can't you practice? Zhenyi naturally couldn't let Xiangmin reprimand the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple, so he immediately frowned. Reporting to Grandmaster. Xiaohua also had a wronged expression on his face as he said with a bitter face, although this technique is the method to control the formation, this junior can also comprehend it. It's also normal when I circulate the spiritual energy in my body, but it's inexplicable, producing an unclear and obscure feeling. Ah, obscure. Xiangmin was stunned and immediately understood. She said in shock, You have a fire attribute constitution? Junior naturally has a fire attribute physique. Moreover, it's a concealed fire physique. Xiaohua's heart immediately quivered, and a trace of unease arose in his heart. Xiaohua should have a fire attribute physique. Zhenyi nodded and said, Our Imperial Thunder Sect rarely accepts disciples with physiques other than those with lightning and fire attributes. Moreover, all disciples have to be tested before they enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. That shouldn't be. Xiangmin furrowed her brows tightly. Only disciples who don't have a fire attribute physique will have difficulty controlling the fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their bodies. Difficulty means that they are close to the fire attribute. Then Xiangmin stared at Xiaohua and asked, You have a pure fire physique. This. Xiaohua hesitated and said, This junior also doesn't know, but during the test, there were other colors. What colors? Xiangmin asked. Xiaohua shook his head. Disciple doesn't know. It was tested by others. There were also many people. Disciple didn't understand this at that time. I didn't even know it was a physique test. Really troublesome. Xiangmin also couldn't say anything about the Imperial Thunder Sect. She turned to Feng Shuqing and said, Fellow Taoist Feng, let your sect's disciple try. At this moment, Feng Shuqing couldn't say anything. He could only let Qing Hao take the center of Xiaohua's formation. As everyone expected, Qing Hao easily activated the fire attribute magic weapon. The orange light above the 5-element disc was like the azure light, flowing with brilliant colors. The orange light flowed freely. After that, the metal attribute Li Mian stood on the metal attribute formation core and used the golden light to connect the 5-element disc and the metal attribute magic weapon together. The wood attribute Li Mian stood on the wood attribute formation core and used the cyan light to connect the 5-element disc and the wood attribute magic weapon together. However, just as everyone's hearts were about to relax, another change occurred. Jinghua City's Bai Mu, an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who had long practiced the Earth-type array core countless times, was actually the same as Xiao Hua, unable to connect the Earth-type magic treasure with the 5-element disc. In fact, he was even inferior to Xiao Hua. The dark brown light was intermittent, almost unable to connect. Zhang Qingguang's face immediately turned ugly. He first scolded Bai Mu, but Bai Mu also felt wronged. He had practiced the technique for a long time and was already confident. However, just like Xiao Hua, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed through his body, it produced an obscure state. Zhang Qingguang frowned, looked at Xiang Min and explained, Bai Mu was personally taught by I. His physique is earth attribute. Could it be? Fellow Taoist Zhang, can you show me the magic tool used to test disciples' attributes? Xiang Min couldn't say this to Zhen Yi, but she didn't have any scruples with Zhang Qingguang. Zhang Qingguang shook his head. That thing is only used to test disciples' attributes. It's not usually used. Why would I need that thing? Feng Shuqing also smiled. If you don't have a magic tool, then you can only look at spells. Which fellow Taoist can practice such a useless spell? When Feng Shuqing said this, even if someone practiced it, they definitely wouldn't make a sound. Sigh. Xiang Min clapped her hands and took out a fist-sized bead. She said helplessly, this is the 5-element bead of my 5-element sect. Although it's not used to test the body's attributes, it still has this effect. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please ask your sect's disciples to come over. There's no need to circulate or anything like that. Just hold it in your hand, hold your breath, and wait quietly. Yes. Seeing Zhang Qingguang's signal, Bai Mu hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully took the 5-element bead in his hand. However, when the 5-element bead entered Bai Mu's hand, there was no change at first. After waiting for a while, a dark brown mist formed in the center of the bead, and then quickly spread toward the walls of the bead. However, before the mist reached half of the bead, a faint green mist appeared and mixed in with the dark brown mist. Although there wasn't much of it, it was very obvious. Sigh, Bai Mu has an earth and wood constitution. Xiang Min sighed and took the 5-element bead. She said, because there are very few wood attributes, ordinary magic tools can't distinguish them. This 5-element bead is very sensitive to the 5 elements, and it has the power of a magic tool. Of course, it can distinguish them. Then, she glanced at the 5-element disc in the air and explained, although Bai Mu only has a small amount of wood attributes in his body, the formation's control technique is only effective on earth attribute spiritual qi of heaven and earth. When he inhales earth attribute spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he will naturally become sluggish. This way, he won't be able to control the earth attribute formation core. Io, what should we do now? Zhang Qingguang was instantly stupefied. Not only him, but Zhen Yi and the others were also stunned. Which fellow Taoist's disciple has an earth attribute? Xiang Min shouted anxiously. But after shouting a few times, no one answered. They didn't have many disciples with them, so who would think of having a 5-element physique? Even Xiang Min and the others didn't think of bringing 2 spares. Xiang Min looked at everyone looking at each other and could only say, sigh, if it really doesn't work, then we can only be the formation core. Fine. Zhen Yi nodded. This formation is related to the success or failure of killing the 2 beasts. If we can trap the 2 beasts in the 5-element formation, we'll be far stronger than a golden core cultivator. However, after Zhen Yi finished speaking, the 7 golden core cultivators looked at each other. Unexpectedly, none of them walked out. None of the 7 golden core cultivators had an earth attribute physique. It can't be. Xiang Min was dumbfounded. Yes, earth attribute physique was the most common attribute in the cultivation world. Perhaps 5 out of 10 cultivators had an earth attribute physique. Moreover, Earth attribute physique was even more common in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Almost all of the secular people had an Earth attribute physique. However, it was precisely because Earth attribute physique was common that their aptitudes were slightly lower. Those who could cultivate to Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Realm were fewer than those with the other 4 attributes. Damn it! Zhenyi slapped his thigh and laughed. I really wish I had an Earth attribute physique right now. Zhenyi was joking. Lightning attribute physique was rare in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Its cultivation speed was much faster than the usual 5-element physique. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Sect's magic arts were most beneficial for lightning attribute cultivators. How could he neglect the essentials and focus on the trifles? Sigh, I'm afraid I have to make a trip back to the sect. Xiang Min looked at everyone and asked, which fellow Taoist is willing to make a trip back? I have to preside over the formation, and can't be delayed. However, now that things had come to this, who would want to go back? If he left and someone else coincidentally came, the formation would be completed, and the 2 beasts would be killed. Wouldn't they lose their inner cores? Xiang Min knew what everyone was thinking, and could only say, why don't any fellow Taoists send a disciple back, or send a message to Western Huangtown's transportation formation? Fellow Taoist Feng, your Huangdao sect, seems to be the closest to Western Huangtown, right? Zhenyi thought for a moment and smiled. Why don't we ask fellow Taoist Feng's disciple to make a trip back? Your Imperial Thunder sect isn't too far away, right? Why can't Imperial Thunder sect's disciples make a trip back? Feng Shuiqing smiled coldly. Zhenyi spread his hands. My Imperial Thunder sect only accepts lightning and fire attribute physiques. We don't accept earth attribute disciples. Feng Shuiqing was speechless. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua isn't lightning or fire attribute. What attribute does he have? I'm not sure about that. He definitely isn't earth attribute. Zhenyi smiled. Humph, Feng Shuiqing pointed. Whether he's earth attribute or not, can't we just test it with the 5-element pearl? Then let's test it. What's there to be afraid of? If he's earth attribute, I'd be happy, Zhenyi said without a care. Chapter 1889. Hearing their argument, Xiaohua looked at the 5-elemental bead and thought of the lightning-controlling sect's mirror spirit. He smiled apologetically and said, Seniors, please don't argue. I have the fire attribute. At most, I have other attributes mixed in. In short, I'm not suitable for the fire array core, let alone the earth array core. Humph. I want to see what kind of constitution you have today. Feng Shuiqing stared at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was helpless. He didn't dare to talk back and could only look at Zhenyi. Hee. Zhenyi smiled and said, if Xiaohua doesn't have the earth attribute, will fellow Taoist Feng send your disciples back to find someone with the earth attribute? Zhenyi thought he could force Feng Shuiqing to agree, but Feng Shuiqing waved her hand and said, that's different. I won't fall for that. Then don't let my lightning-controlling sect's disciples test their constitution. Zhenyi said coldly, Forget it. Fellow Taoists, please don't argue. Although my Xuanyan school isn't close, it's not far. I'll send my disciples back. Jiang Zhuchen quickly persuaded. Fellow Taoist Jiang, you can't say that. Feng Shuiqing shook her head and said, the lightning-controlling sect said they don't have any disciples with the earth attribute. But this disciple's constitution hasn't been confirmed yet. Who knows? If he doesn't, fellow Taoist Jiang can send people. If he does, won't we have less trouble? Fellow Taoist Feng, are you done? Zhenyi was furious. Yes, I am. So what? Feng Shuiqing also said angrily. Fellow Taoists. Xiang Min said, let's not argue. We're all golden core cultivators who are hundreds of years old. It won't look good in front of our disciples. As half the person in charge, I'll give you a suggestion. Xiaohua has already seen the fire array core's control technique. If he really has the earth attribute, it'll be easier for him to learn. Don't talk about finding someone else to train. So Xiaohua, let's test it first. If it doesn't work, we'll find someone else. No. Zhenyi shook his head and said with a smile, it's not that I don't want to give fellow Taoist Xiang face, but the lightning-controlling sect's disciples' constitution testing sex matter. Outsiders have no reason to interfere. Xiang Min's face suddenly turned gloomy. How about this? Grandmaster Zhen, disciple has a way. Xiaohua saw that the situation was not good and took the opportunity to say, you have no right to speak here. Feng Shuiqing glared at him. Zhenyi originally didn't want Xiaohua to speak, But since Feng Baiqing said so, he just smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to listen to other people's words." Yes. Disciple has thought about it. Disciple doesn't need to test any attributes. Disciple only needs to see the technique to control the earth formation core. Disciple will know soon after I try it. This way, disciple will follow martial ancestors' instructions and also follow senior Feng's instructions to know whether or not I have the earth attribute. Xiaohua said with a smile. Great. Jiang Zhucheng and the others immediately clapped and said, "That's how it should be." However, Xiangmin wasn't too happy. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to see how he controlled the earth formation core? After pondering for a moment, Xiangmin clapped her hands and took out a jade slip and said, "Kid, you really have a lot of wicked ideas. Remember your heart oath, you can't spread this kind of thing outside." Junior understands. Xiaohua was secretly happy and thought, isn't this also counted as a fisherman taking advantage of the situation? At the side, Zhenyi glanced at Feng Shuqing, and Feng Shuqing also looked at him coldly. After only half a day, Xiaohua finished reading the jade slip. He closed his eyes and recalled for a moment, then returned the jade slip to Xiangmin. When Xiangmin flew into the air, she pointed her hand. The dark brown dot of light appeared between red, blue, yellow, and green. Then it gradually expanded until it stood on equal footing with the other 4 lights. Xiaohua also activated the Earth Attribute Magic Treasure and guided the Earth Attribute Spiritual Energy into it according to the method to control it. Then he poured it into the magic treasure. There's a problem. Xiaohua was originally looking forward to the obscure and even sluggish appearance of the wings. Who would have thought that the Earth Attribute Spiritual Energy would slightly flow in his body without any obstruction and smoothly pass through under the control of the Heart Sutra? Whoosh! A dark brown brilliance immediately connected the 5-element disc and the Earth Attribute Magic Treasure together. It was as solid as the other 4 light belts. Great! Xiangmin was overjoyed. She pointed her hand, and the 5-colored 5-element disc that had just stopped spinning began to spin again. Moreover, as Xiangmin poured in the spell, it continued to accelerate. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. He was almost stupefied as he operated the Heart Sutra. He extracted the little Earth Attribute Spiritual Energy from the air and sent it into the magic treasure. I originally had a fire attribute physique. How did it become Earth Attribute? Xiaohua suddenly remembered the obscure true energy when he practiced the Prairie Fire Heart Sutra. Buzz buzz. A series of noises pulled Xiaohua out of his thoughts. He saw the 5-element disc making noises in the air. It was spinning so fast that it was almost impossible to see its shape. The 5 light belts that connected the magic treasure also gradually changed from thin strips to wide strips. Then they gradually expanded until finally, they covered the entire valley. Quick! Xiangmin shouted in the air. The 5-element disc suddenly stopped spinning. The 5-colored brilliance on the disc also suddenly scattered into a ball. The 5-colored brilliance mixed together and gradually became turbid. Then it slowly became clear until finally, it became transparent. It revealed a 5-element disc that seemed to have not moved at all. At the same time, the brilliance of the formation in the valley also overlapped. It was similarly turbid and clear until finally, it became transparent. An intact valley was revealed. However, Xiaohua's group of 5 who were originally sitting cross-legged in the valley, and Xiangmin who was in the air, had all disappeared. Fellow Taoists, please enter the formation. According to the records in the jade slip, familiarize yourself with the formation. Xiangmin's voice sounded in the air. Zhenyi and the others scanned the area with their divine senses. Not only were there no traces of Xiaohua and the others, even the origin of Xiangmin's voice was not the slightest bit strange. Zhenyi and the others were slightly shocked. Soon after, they all flew to different parts of the Great Formation. After entering the Great Formation, they also disappeared. Husband, this 5-element formation is indeed powerful. Yan Qinglian whispered to Xiangyang after scanning with her divine sense. Xiangyang seemed to be somewhat absent-minded as he said, "This is the Great Formation that the 5-element sect specializes in. If we ignore it, how would Senior Xiang dare to take it out?" Husband, Yan Qinglian whispered, "What's wrong?" Sigh, Xiangyang transmitted his voice, "Junior brother Xiao. Why is there a difference in his constitution? From the looks of it, he clearly has an Earth Attribute constitution. If Master were to know about it, then what would happen? Sai, that's true. Yan Qinglian also had a worried look on her face. Junior brother Xiao is kind-hearted and honest. He is the little junior brother in my heart. However, he can't build his foundation and doesn't gain Master's favor. Now, not to mention not building his foundation, even if he builds his foundation, he may not be able to stand in front of junior brother Cui. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1890. Being unable to stand before junior martial brother Cui is still a small matter. Xiangyang said, junior martial brother Xiao isn't favored by Master. If his constitution isn't of the fire attribute, wouldn't he be expelled by Master? And junior martial brother Zhao's divine ability is really powerful. He can kill Foundation Establishment cultivators before reaching Foundation Establishment. How powerful will he be after reaching Foundation Establishment? I don't dare to imagine. You said he and Master? No way. Yan Qinglian was also dumbfounded at this time. She never thought about it. After all, one was Master and the other was disciple. There was nothing to compare. But now that Xiangyang said it, she immediately woke up. Xiaohua could kill Foundation Establishment cultivators before reaching Foundation Establishment. What if he reached Foundation Establishment? Wouldn't he be able to kill late Foundation Establishment cultivators? But what cultivation level? It's only late Foundation Establishment cultivators, right? He hasn't even reached peak Foundation Establishment. But Yan Qinglian still firmly shook her head. Junior martial brother isn't that kind of person. Yes, I also think so. Xiangyang smiled bitterly. But what about Master? Thinking about the helplessness of a strict father, Xiangyang felt a sense of powerlessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach his disciple, it was just that he was too earnest and too strict. If he knew about Xiaohua's change, who knows what he would do? Expelling him from the Imperial Thunder sect wasn't impossible. Husband, you should think about it again. Yan Qinglian also said powerlessly to Xiangyang. Xiangyang felt a headache coming on. He already knew too many of Xiaohua's secrets, but he didn't know these secrets. He really didn't know whether he should tell Master or not. Glancing at Shui, who only had concern on her face, Xiangyang sighed. His gaze fell on the 5 elements soul-capturing formation that had changed again. At this time, inside the 5 elements soul-capturing formation, the figures of Xiaohua and the others were still nowhere to be seen. However, Zhen Yi and the other golden core cultivators had already appeared. Each of them flew in the air, forming seals with their hands, releasing their divine senses, and carefully comprehending the changes in the formation. Their figures were also constantly flying, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Xiaohua, who was the Eye of the Earth formation, was sitting cross-legged on the Eye of the formation. The Earth-type magic treasure was constantly extracting spiritual energy from his body. This spiritual energy was just extracted by Xiaohua from the valley. It wasn't refined and was directly used by the magic treasure. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart was even more tangled than Xiangyang's. Although the mental cultivation method in his body was unceasingly flowing, he was thinking a lot in his heart. The bone refinement of the 7 colors is for escape. The first layer was to use the fire essence flame crystal to temper the body. Of course, it was fire. Only by using the fire essence flame crystal could the body be tempered to perfection. Therefore, the first layer of bone tempering should be fire. After the fire, it should be earth. Presumably, the color of my bones should have changed, and my body's attribute should have changed to earth. Damn it! This young master has never heard of a cultivator who can change their body's attribute. It is precisely because this young master already has an earth attribute physique that the prairie fire mental cultivation technique is somewhat obscure when refining the heaven and earth spiritual energy. This 5 elements sex 5 elements formation also has a problem in controlling the fire attribute spiritual energy. When he thought of this, Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. Since it's an earth attribute physique, then there's no need for the fire essence flame crystal. I also don't need to search for it in the flame forest swamp. Isn't there an earth crystal Yao milk in the space? It should be used. I just don't know if Sun Shu's method of using it will work. The earth attribute spiritual energy is already insufficient. I'll use my magic power to supply it. Xiaohua suddenly felt that the formation was strange. Without thinking, he poured his magic power into the magic treasure. After the magic treasure received Xiaohua's magic power, it immediately returned to its original state. It unhurriedly absorbed the magic power, emitting a dark brown brilliance. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic power had been depleted by more than 30%, Xiaohua began to turn his eyes, gradually reducing his magic power. After half a cup of tea's time, all of his magic power was isolated. The light of the earth attribute magic treasure above Xiaohua's head disappeared, and it immediately fell to the ground. Immediately, the entire five-element soul-capturing formation was broken, and everyone's figures were revealed. Looking at the other cultivators on the other four formation cores, although their complexions were not as pale as Xiaohua's, they were not looking good either. Especially Qing Hao, her forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, she could not hold on any longer. Good. Xiang Min's figure landed, and she clapped her hands with a smile. I didn't expect the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' cultivation to be so profound. Although he has not broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm, he is still at the Qi Refinement realm. Unexpectedly, he has persisted for so long. Fellow Taoist Zhen, if nothing unexpected happens, your 2 portions of Lightning Beast's inner core should be fine. Fellow Taoist Xiang's words are wrong. That portion of inner core is Xiaohua's. It has nothing to do with this old man. Zhen Yi looked at the pale Xiaohua, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said with satisfaction, Fellow Taoists, take a rest first. When Xiaohua recovers his magic power, we will let him lure the fire ape. Xiang Min said with a smile. Zhen Yi seemed to have thought of something, and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiang, according to Xiaohua, he has 2 methods to lure the fire ape. One is to go to the fire ape's vicinity based on his perception, and the other is to stay in place with less certainty. Oh? Xiang Min was startled, and she said with a frown, I need time to set up the formation. If Xiaohua goes out to lure the fire ape, how can this formation be formed? It's better to use the second method. Although the certainty is low, it can still lure the fire ape, right? Xiaohua collapsed on the ground and said in a low voice. He was secretly complaining in his heart. Zhen Yi didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Xiaohua and transmitted his voice. What's up with the attribute of your physique? Disciple. Disciple has the hidden fire attribute, and there's also the earth attribute mixed in. Xiaohua scratched his head with difficulty and said, As for the specifics, I'm afraid only the 5-element sect can explain it clearly. Zhen Yi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Hurry up and consume the elixir to recover your magic power. Later, we still have to think of a way to lure the fire ape. But Xiaohua was about to say something, but he was forced back by Zhen Yi's sharp gaze. Sigh, I'll just take it one step at a time. Only now did Xiaohua understand the legendary saying of driving a duck to a perch. 100 miles away from Xiaohua, in the rather large underground cave under the fire lake, there were a few cultivators at the corner of the altar who were methodically repairing the formation. The other spirit husbandry sect disciples had already left long ago. However, they didn't go far away. Instead, they sat cross-legged around the altar, each holding a jade slip in their hands. Their brows were slightly furrowed, as if they were comprehending something. The contents of the jade slip were none other than the spirit-devouring cultivation method that the spirit husbandry sect elder Yuan Feng had asked his disciples to distribute. Of course, what the disciples were comprehending was extremely simple. Even so, it was still extremely difficult to comprehend from the expressions of the cultivators. A soft pop sound was heard. It seemed like a stone had fallen to the ground, but it also seemed like a mechanism had closed. Then, on the altar, a Foundation Establishment disciple who was following behind a few Qi Refinement disciples shouted in a low voice, Stop! How could those Qi Refinement disciples not know that the formation had been completed? Even if this Foundation Establishment disciple didn't say anything, they would have stopped anyway. However, this Foundation Establishment disciple cautiously immersed his divine sense into the jade slip again. After looking at it for a moment, he slowly cast a spell that had been brewing for a long time. Wang, a soft sound was heard, and the area below this cultivator shone with a faint brilliance. Then it was extinguished. Following the extinguishment of the brilliance, an even denser brilliance appeared in this area and rapidly spread across the entire altar. It's done. This Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyes were filled with joy. However, before he could fly out of the altar, rumble, rumble, rumble. After a few loud tremors, the atmosphere on the altar became slightly tense. Not only was there a large amount of dust rising from the altar, even the entire ground was shaking nonstop. This commotion obviously attracted the attention of the spirit husbandry sect disciples who were resting around the altar. All of them flew up in fright. However, just as they leaped into the air, the brilliance on the altar suddenly disappeared. The tremors stopped, and the entire underground space became silent. Yuan Feng, Zhe, Qiping, Man Yun, and Huyu were the four spirit husbandry sect elders in the later stage of the Golden Core realm. Naturally, they were also attracted by the commotion and flew above the altar. Greetings to the four elders. The Foundation Establishment disciple, who was the last to repair the spell formation, bowed hurriedly. Not bad. Go and rest. Comprehend the mental cultivation method that I imparted to you earlier. Yuan Feng smiled and waved his hand. There will be a great opportunity for you in a few days. Thank you, Elder Yuan. The cultivator's face was filled with gratitude. He brought a few Qi refinement disciples and hurriedly landed at the side of the altar. He took out the jade slip and hurriedly comprehended it. At this moment, Zhe, Qiping, and the others were no longer bothered by Yuan Feng's arbitrary actions. Instead, they looked at the frightened disciples beside the altar and scolded. There's not much time left. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Elder Yuan's reminder? If you can't comprehend the mental cultivation method, you will be the ones at a disadvantage in front of the great opportunity. Yes, the disciples with status bowed and instructed the disciples on the left to descend and comprehend the mental cultivation method. Elder Yuan, look at the spell formation. Compare it to the jade slip in our hands. It should have been repaired. Huyu scanned the altar with his divine sense and said in a low voice, but the incomplete part in the jade slip. We still can't find it. This 5 essences spirit awakening spell formation is also incomplete. It doesn't matter. As far as I know, since the spell formation has already reacted, it should be able to be activated. Yuan Feng smiled. Moreover, we can't completely crack the spell formation. We only need to open a small gap in the 5 essences spirit awakening spell formation and release some of the Chao Chi's soul for us to use. Fine, Man Yun's eyes flashed fiercely. There's never anything in this world that is completely certain. If we always shrink back, how can we achieve nascent soul? I will listen to Elder Yuan's arrangement. I will also follow. Zhe, Qiping, and Huyu had already comprehended the spell formation and spirit awakening mental cultivation method. They knew that there were many benefits, so they both gritted their teeth and nodded. Great! Yuan Feng clapped his hands and said, In that case, let's begin. We will listen to Elder Yuan's orders. The 3 people cupped their hands and said, Bring the 5 spirits up. Yuan Feng ordered. On the other side of the stone wall of the altar, 5 early-stage gold core cultivators flew down from the 5 different caves. There were 3 men and 2 women, and each of them held a spiritual storage bag in their hands. There were many talismans on the spiritual storage bags. Chapter 1891. The 5 cultivators flew to the 4 elders and bowed. Yuan Feng nodded and said, Go back to your positions as I said before. Yes. The 5 of them replied in unison. Then they scattered and flew to 5 different places on the altar. When they landed, they were at the 5 points of the pentagram on the altar. At the 5 points of the pentagram, there were 5 small formations. In the center of each formation, there was a small Chao Wu pattern. Elders, please return to the cave. I will activate the array here. If there is any problem, I will ask the elders for help. Yuan Feng smiled and said to the other 3. And we will go back first and watch from the side. Elder Yuan has worked hard. It will take 5 days and 5 nights to activate this array. If there is anything wrong, call us immediately. Man Yun and the others cupped their hands and flew back to the cave. After the 3 of them flew away, Yuan Feng patted his hand and took out a small triangular flag from the storage bag. The flag was 5-colored, and each of the 5 colors had 5 spirit beasts bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was very ferocious. Go! Yuan Feng channeled his spiritual power, and the small flag flew into the air above the altar. Yuan Feng chanted a mysterious chant, and the spell in his hand continued to enter the small flag. The small flag grew bigger and bigger under the infusion of spiritual power. In about the time it took to eat a meal, it became a 10-feet flag. At this time, the 5 spirit beasts on the small flag were also revealed. The first one was a green dragon. Its long body swam slightly on the flag. Its 2 dragon eyes revealed a ferocious light, and its 4 dragon claws also flashed with a sharp light. The second one was a white tiger. It was flying in the air in a pouncing posture. Its bloody mouth made people feel fear at first sight. The third one was a vermilion bird. Its fiery red feathers were like burning flames, and its small body exuded a ferocity not inferior to the white tiger. The fourth one was a black tortoise. Under the pitch-black tortoise shell, a triangular head poked out slightly. Its slightly open mouth was actually a scarlet snake tongue. The fifth one was a chelan, a strange beast with the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, and the skin of a fish stepped on the auspicious cloud. There was a faint yellow light on its forehead. 5 spirit flags. When Man Yun saw the 5 spirit beasts suddenly awaken, he was extremely shocked. Zhiqiping sighed and said, "Elder Yuan." Sure enough, he already planned this. He even found the legendary 5 spirit flags, who you looked at the 5 golden core disciples on the altar and asked curiously, could it be that the 5 disciples are holding the 5 spiritual beasts? Haha, I definitely don't believe that. Zhiqiping smiled and shook his head. The 5 spirit flags are inanimate objects. Although they've been missing for a long time, it's normal for them to be found. The 5 spirit beasts are demonic beasts, even legendary saint beasts. How could they be something we can covet? I'm afraid these 5 storage bags contain spirit beasts with the bloodlines of the 5 spiritual beasts. Just as they were talking, Yuan Feng scolded, "Where is the azure dragon?" This soft voice resounded throughout the entire underground space. The low-level disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, who didn't know what the azure dragon represented, all stood up in shock. As disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, how could they not know what the azure dragon represented? Although the Taiching sect had a python dragon that protected the mountain, it was still a dragon born from a python. Its roots were still pythons and not dragons. The azure dragon was the king of dragons, a divine dragon among dragons. It was definitely not something an ordinary dragon could compare to. Now that the elder of the spirit husbandry sect had actually called out the azure dragon, the early-stage golden core cultivator at the corner of the altar also trembled. He clapped his hands and didn't rush to take out his storage bag. Instead, he activated his magic treasure in the air to protect himself. How could these disciples not be tempted? They all widened their eyes and stared at the cultivator. They wanted to see what the legendary azure dragon looked like. The early-stage golden core cultivator was ready. He slapped his hand, and the numerous talismans outside his spirit storage bag fell off, turning into specks of light that fell into his hand. Only then did he lightly shake his spirit storage bag, and a small green python flew out from the spirit storage bag. This green python was about the size of a thumb and had a body that was more than a foot long. There was a sarcoma on its head that looked like a crown. Moreover, there was a thin strand of golden thread on the green python's body, which was quite eye-catching. This is the green python king. A disciple cried out in surprise. His voice was very clear in the quiet space. Instantly, the disciple came to his senses. His face and ears turned red, and he lowered his head without saying a word. The few disciples at the side glanced at him. Although there was some contempt in their eyes, they didn't show any disdain when they saw that he was an Qi refinement disciple. After all, green pythons were extremely poisonous. This green python king was definitely not something an Qi refinement disciple could deal with. However, following the disciple's cry of surprise, a trace of disappointment emerged in everyone's hearts. They all thought at the same time, so, this isn't the azure dragon. Yes, although it's not the azure dragon, green pythons have the bloodline of dragons. The green python king can be called the king of pythons. Inside the cave, Zhiqiping nodded slightly. How strange. Hu frowned and said, I remember. The green pythons in the Liqian mountain range never had a python king. How? How did a green python king appear out of thin air? Liqian mountain range isn't the only place with a green python king, right? Man Yun said with a smile. Elder Yuan has been planning for over 100 years. Who knows where he got a green python king with the bloodline of dragons? While the three of them were discussing, the viridescent python king was already floating in the air above the altar. Although the viridescent python king seemed to be sleeping, the golden core cultivator didn't dare to be careless. He cast a few sealing spells and fixed the viridescent python king on the small array pattern above the altar. Immediately after, Yuan Feng, who was in midair, slapped his palm on his chest. With a peep sound, a mouthful of blood essence sprayed onto the five-spirit flag, covering the azure dragon. A dragon's roar resounded through the air from the five-spirit flag. A faint azure light flew out from the flag. Following the direction of Yuan Feng's spell, it flew towards the green python king curled up on top of the formation. At the same time, the gold core cultivator sitting cross-legged on the left side of the viridescent python king opened his mouth and spat out a tiny black iron needle. That black iron needle was much smaller than Xiao Hua's, but looking at the cold brilliance of the tip of the needle, it was actually much sharper. Go, following the golden core cultivator's soft command. The black iron needle pierced into the sarcoma on top of the green python king's head like lightning. With a sive sound, azure blood sprayed out from the black iron needle. This black iron needle was actually hollow. At the same time, the azure dragon's shadow flew to the top of the green python king's head and sucked in all the azure blood without leaving a single drop behind. The green python king was in pain, and its entire body twisted rapidly. Several rays of brilliance appeared on its body. It was the brilliance of the restrictive spell that the golden core had absorbed. With a few pop-pop-pop sounds, the binding spell of the golden core cultivator was actually broken. Following which, the green python king quickly turned around and bit towards the golden core cultivator on the left. Chapter 1892. With a soft hiss, the golden core cultivator's protective brilliance blocked the viridescent python king. But immediately after, a wisp of pitch-black venom appeared and burned the brilliance. The brilliance immediately dimmed. It had actually been destroyed by the viridescent python king. The early golden core cultivator panicked. It wasn't that he didn't have any methods to deal with the python king, but he had received Yuan Feng's orders and couldn't use any spells. He could only passively defend. At this moment, the azure dragon shadow that had absorbed the python king's blood had turned into a blood shadow. It was like a real azure dragon. It roared again and charged toward the python king. When the python king heard the commotion, it was immediately enveloped by the azure dragon shadow's indescribable pressure. Although it was a bit angry, its entire body was trembling as if it was afraid. The azure dragon blood shadow didn't stop at all. It directly rushed to the front of the viridescent python king and flew towards it. The python king was clearly staking everything. It bounced up and bit toward the azure dragon shadow. Unfortunately, the blood shadow was only a shadow. The python king only bit empty air. At this moment, the azure dragon shadow had already rushed into the python king's body and passed through it. Gigi, the python king let out a mournful cry as if its soul had been sucked out. After it cried out, its entire body fell from the sky and stopped moving. Roar, the azure dragon shadow became even more vivid and was about to solidify. Go, Yuan Feng stood in the air and was overjoyed. He pointed with his hand, and a ray of light flew out from the five spirit flags and landed on the formation under the azure dragon's blood shadow. With a rumbling sound, the small formation began to shake and green light overflowed. The entire small formation gradually began to emit a gentle green light. When the entire formation was completely filled with green light, the Chao Wu pattern on the formation gradually faded until it finally disappeared. A small hole appeared, and it was precisely where the bloody mouth on the Chao Wu pattern was. As the hole appeared, a suction force appeared. The azure dragon shadow circled in the air for a moment before it fell into the hole with a whoosh. As the azure dragon blood shadow entered, the hole also disappeared. Then, the entire small magic array protruded from the altar and began to rotate on its own. This rotation lasted for a day and a night, until it finally turned into a sparkling and translucent azure dragon. 5 Skunda's awakening formation. These 5 accumulations, could they be the 5 spirits? You looked at the array formation's changes and said somewhat pensively, I'm afraid so. Man Yun pointed his finger and said, look at that green dragon. Although it looks crystal clear to the naked eye, it's actually very complicated in spiritual sense. This Yun probably means to contain spirit, right? If you really used the azure dragon's bloodline and soul, then this formation would naturally be pure. Yes, it would even be transparent. Zhiqiping said thoughtfully, but if that's the case, I'm afraid, even Mahayana cultivators can do it, right? That's right, even spirit severing stage and body integration stage cultivators can't do that. Man Yun nodded without hesitation, then frowned and said, Elder Yuan has exhausted a lot of energy. Before Man Yun could finish, Hu shook his head and said, no need. Elder Yuan is already consuming pills to recover his spiritual power. We're not as proficient in formations as Elder Yuan, and we haven't refined the 5 spirit flags. Let's not disturb him. Fine. Man Yun looked at Zhe and Qi Peng with complicated expressions. After Yuan Feng finished resting, he ordered another disciple to activate the formation where the white tiger was. Naturally, the white tiger within this disciple's storage bag was not a real white tiger. However, it was a real white spirit tiger. Just like the green python king, it was sleeping in the spirit storage bag and would only wake up when its blood was extracted. Naturally, the white spirit tiger's soul was also extremely easy to capture by the white tiger's blood shadow. Another day and night passed before the white tiger blood shadow rushed into Qiao Yu's mouth. The formation in the shape of a white tiger also protruded out. It was crystal clear as it cooperated with the green dragon. At this time, Yuan Feng had consumed more than 80% of his spiritual power. This was far beyond his expectations. He thought that as a late gold core cultivator, it would be more than enough for him to use 50% of his spiritual power to operate the formation. He didn't expect to consume so much spiritual power just to activate the 2 spirits. He had no choice but to once again look at the altar under his feet. On the altar, there were already 2 pieces of crystal, while the other 3 were still ordinary stones. A small part of the Chao Chen's figure had disappeared, but the Chao Chen's ferocious eyes and bared fangs faintly revealed a fierce aura. Zhe Qipeng and the others flew down from the cave and said with great concern, Elder Yuan, let's take a rest. Yuan Feng thought for a moment and nodded. I thought too little. I'll rest for half a day before setting up the formation. Elder Yuan, please. The 3 of them invited Yuan Feng into the cave. The eyes of all the spirit husbandry sect disciples below the altar shone with excitement. They had already practiced the incomplete spirit-devouring cultivation technique and knew what they had to do. Naturally, they also knew that the Chao Chen's spirit essence was suppressed under the altar. Although there were very few legends about Chao Chen, it was easy to guess how strong the spirit essence was after seeing how Chao Chen used the 5 spirits to suppress it. Advance! This was the only thought in every spirit husbandry sect disciple's mind. Compared to the excitement of the spirit husbandry sect disciples, Xiaohua was unusually depressed. What? You want to go outside the formation to lure the fire ape? You're not joking, right? Xiang Min shrieked, I've already told fellow Taoist Zhen that as the earth formation core, you can't leave. Otherwise, not only will the 5-element soul-capturing formation not be activated, but it will also collapse even if it is activated. If you want to use a magic weapon to lure the fire ape, you can only do it in the 5 elements formation. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But I don't have much confidence in doing it in the formation. If you don't have confidence, you dare to speak nonsense? You dare to ask for the lightning beast's core from us? Feng Shuqing was also unusually angry. No one would have thought that the most crucial part of the formation would have an anomaly. Of course, this anomaly was concealed by Zhen Yi. Sai, since you can't go out and lure the fire ape, Xiaohua, you can only stay in the formation. Zhen Yi sighed and said, not having much confidence is better than not having any confidence, right? It's better than not luring the fire ape over. Xiaohua was extremely helpless and could only smile apologetically. Then, I can only try my best. Humph, Xiang Min snorted coldly and flew into the air. Shui knew the reason, but she didn't dare to ask. She held Xiaohua's hand and said, Darling Xiao, you have to be careful. Yes, I know. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't dare to say that this was Zhen Ye's idea. They were here because of Zhen Ye's protection. Without Zhen Yi, Xiang Min and the others could casually kill them. How could Xiaohua dare to offend Zhen Yi? Xiang Min once again set up the 5-element soul-capturing formation. When everything was finished, Xiang Min said coldly in the air, Xiaohua, let's see what you're capable of. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the earth formation core and slowly sent the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the earth-type magic treasure. He answered casually and took out the sun-moon corona. All the cultivators were concerned about Xiaohua's methods. When the sun-moon corona was taken out, several divine senses swept over it. However, the sun-moon corona had already been refined by Xiaohua. Several divine senses couldn't see anything. They could only quietly wait for Xiaohua to make his move. Xiaohua closed his eyes and used his magic power to activate the sun-moon corona. Subsequently, the sun-moon corona gradually rose into the air. Then, Xiaohua began to cast spells. One spell after another, the sun-moon corona began to emit a faint red light. After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the red light began to become dazzling and almost became a scorching sun. Thus, Xiaohua's perception gradually expanded along with the brilliance of this scorching sun. Naturally, Xiaohua's perception couldn't see anything else. All he knew was that within the range of his perception, there was no trace of the fire ape. Very quickly, half a day passed. The entire valley was silent. Feng Shuqing couldn't help but ask, Xiaohua, what's the situation? Fellow Taoist Feng, don't worry. Zhenyi said confidently, Flame Forest Swamp is so big. Who knows where the fire ape and the thunder beast are? If Xiaohua immediately lured the fire ape over, would we still need to give him a thunder beast's core? Feng Shuqing was speechless. He only snorted coldly and said no more. What Zhenyi said was reasonable, but if he were to extend the time by 6 days, no one would believe it. However, just when Xiang Min and the others couldn't hold it in anymore and were about to change their expressions, a silent aura gradually rose from a place 100 miles away. It became more and more suffocating. But when it rose to a certain extent, it suddenly disappeared again. This is... Zhenyi and the other Golden Core cultivators all sensed it with extreme sensitivity. They looked in that direction with extreme puzzlement. Fellow Taoist Zhang, the fire ape hasn't come yet. Can I trouble fellow Taoist to go and take a look? Xiang Min was in charge of the formation and couldn't leave. She raised her voice and instructed. This Zhang will go over now. Zhang Qingguang nodded and leaped into midair. But just as his figure was about to fly, he heard Xiaohua say loudly, Seniors, I've lured that fire ape over, and it's already not far from here. Xiang Min was stunned and then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't go. Stay where you are. Zhang Qingguang didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly landed and entered the 5 elements formation. But the current Xiaohua didn't have any joy. Instead, he was secretly anxious. What do you think? Xiaohua really sensed the fire ape's trace through the sun-moon corona. There was no doubt about it. But the fire ape's direction wasn't towards them. Instead, it was towards the place where the aura burst out just now. Although that place was 100 miles away from the valley, the fire ape wouldn't pass by here. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind raced. Then he clenched his teeth and used his magic power to raise the sun-moon corona into the sky. As the sun-moon corona rose, Xiaohua actually used his magic power to attack the restriction inside the sun-moon corona. Chapter 1893. An hour later, the sun-moon corona gradually descended. Its brilliance also weakened as it slowly landed on the ground in front of Xiaohua. Looking at the mountain range in the distance, a fire ape that was several feet tall appeared. Its body was covered in flames. The fire ape's ferocious gaze was filled with doubt. As it flew, it turned its head left and right, looking into the distance and peeping into the valley. It was hesitant and puzzled. When the fire ape saw Xiang Yang and the other cultivators sitting cross-legged in the valley and the sun-moon corona in the array, it couldn't help but roar in joy. The flames on its body surged and a merciless pressure rushed over, covering the entire valley. A thunderous sound came from a distance away from the fire ape. The fire ape actually stopped its descending body and obediently stayed in the air, waiting behind it with its hands hanging down. A few miles behind the fire ape, another pitch-black spirit beast that was about 6 meters tall was flying over. Hundreds of miles below the fire lake, on the altar in the space, Elder Yuan had finished resting. He flew into the air again and raised the 5 spirit flags. He chanted, Vermilion Bird. The third disciple patted his storage bag, and a fire crow floated out. Like the previous spirit beast, this fire crow was also unconscious. Shock appeared on the faces of the spirit husbandry sect disciples who were watching. The fire crow was an ordinary spirit beast, and was a far cry from the vermilion bird of the 5 spirit beasts. The disciples didn't expect this thing to come out. However, before they could exclaim in shock, the disciples who were watching had already noticed that something was amiss. A faint red line emerged from the fire crow's beak and passed through the fire crow's abdomen. It then appeared from the fire crow's tail and passed through its back. It then landed on the fire crow's forehead and connected with the red line on its beak. Seeing such a strange scene, everyone was enlightened. This fire crow was definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. Sure enough, as Elder Yuan cast his spell, fiery red blood seeped out of the fire crow's forehead. The blood was so hot that one could almost see the flames contained within it. The blood shadow of the vermilion bird was also covered in flames. It was even more vivid than the previous two blood shadows. Similarly, after a day and night, when the vermilion bird formation had become a sparkling and translucent piece, Hu exclaimed in shock, "Elder man, the bloodline of this fire crow is actually so pure. The formation in the spiritual sense is much more transparent than the previous two." Yes, that's right. This fire crow was probably found by Elder Yuan in the Flame Forest Swamp, right? Man Yun nodded and said, "The vermilion bird is of the fire attribute. Since the Flame Forest Swamp is so hot, there must be a continuation of its bloodline. Furthermore, it is easier to stimulate the vermilion bird's bloodline in the Flame Forest Swamp compared to the other four spirits." After that, Elder Yuan rested for a while and instructed the disciples to take out the spirit beast that was said to have the bloodline of the black tortoise. This time, as expected by the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, a 3-foot-long black tortoise flew out of the storage bag. After another day and night, a black tortoise formation had formed into a crystal. At this moment, the bloodline of the four spirits had been injected into the altar of the 5 essences awakening formation. Although the bloodline of the black tortoise was extremely faint and the formation wasn't sparkling and translucent, it was still much brighter than before. Furthermore, it had formed the shape of a black tortoise, which made Elder Yuan break out in cold sweat. Elder Yuan. When Zhiqiping and the others saw that Yuan Feng's complexion wasn't good, they landed once again and said, "Now that the 4 spirits have been refined, let's wait for another day for the last spirit." "I'm afraid that Elder Yuan's magic power isn't enough now." Yuan Feng clapped his hands and took out a few spirit pills. He placed them in his mouth and smiled bitterly. "I originally had the same thoughts and plans. However, elders, look at these 5 spirit flags." Man Yun and the others looked up and saw that the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise on the 5 spirit flags were much larger than before. They vaguely took up the entire 5 spirit flags, while the Qilin was squeezed into a corner, as if it was about to fall out of the flags. "Everyone, look at the altar again." Yuan Feng pointed. Man Yun and the others used their divine senses and saw that the 4 spirits' altars had merged together. There was a gap between the altars and the last stone altar. The gap was where the Chao Chi's bloody mouth was. This mouth vaguely emitted a vicious aura. "I'm afraid that time waits for no one." Zhiqiping nodded slightly. 4 of the 5 spirits have already refined their bloodlines. If the last spirit isn't refined in time, the formation will change. "That's right." Yuan Feng nodded and smiled. "Elders, please return to the cave. I'll be done soon." "Elder Yuan, thank you for your hard work." The 3 knew that the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be fired. They could only cup their hands and fly into the cave. "Where's the Qilin?" Yuan Feng didn't dare to delay. He immediately shouted the moment he saw the 3 of them. The last Golden Core disciple shook his storage bag. A scarlet spirit beast with a horn on its head that looked like a horse floated above the altar. "Unicorn! Unicorn!" The spirit husbandry sect disciples exclaimed again. This was a legendary spirit beast. Due to the unicorn's long and slender conch-like horn that could suppress devils, especially during cultivation, it could disperse otherworldly devils and heart devils. Therefore, every cultivator in Dawn Rain continent wanted to obtain a unicorn's horn. Therefore, the few remaining unicorns were all killed, and the unicorns became legendary spirit beasts. "No wonder the unicorn's horn can suppress devils." Hu exclaimed. "So this thing has the Qilin's bloodline." "This." Zhiqiping was a little puzzled. "I've been thinking about it. The other 4 spirits are easy to explain. Their bloodlines are almost all recorded. The only difference is the intensity of their bloodlines. But this Qilin's spirit, there's no record of it in my spirit husbandry sect. I really don't know where Elder Yuan got the record of this unicorn, having the Qilin's bloodline." "Yes, since Elder Yuan got the unicorn, you must be confident." A hint of admiration flashed across Man Yun's eyes. "Let's wait and see," Hu said softly. Then the 5 spirit flag glowed. A Qilin phantom flew out and rushed into the blood extracted from the unicorn's body. Wu, the Qilin phantom trembled slightly as if it was uncomfortable and wanted to retreat from the blood. Quick, Yuan Feng was shocked. He pointed at the five spirits flag, and the flag vibrated, forcefully suppressing the Qilin blood shadow. Then, under Yuan Feng's control, the Qilin blood shadow extracted the soul of the unicorn. However, the Qilin blood shadow had changed shape, and it looked very similar to a unicorn. Chapter 1894. Yuan Feng hesitated. It was obvious that the unicorn's bloodline was not the Qilin's bloodline, or perhaps its bloodline was extremely thin. Continue or stop. Yuan Feng did not dare to use the spell that he was forming. The Qilin's blood shadow danced anxiously on the altar, as if it was afraid of the evil aura. Go! Thinking of the price he had to pay, Yuan Feng was unwilling to give up. He pointed his finger and used the spell. The Qilin's blood shadow flew into the mouth of the last spell formation. Wang, the spell formation shook violently, and the stone spell formation seemed to be lifted up. An indescribable aura and evil aura surged from the stone spell formation, rising into the air. This aura was so fierce and so threatening that the disciples who were in the Qi refinement stage were forced to the ground. This is bad. Yuan Feng panicked. He changed the spell in his hand continuously, and his face was suffused with red light. Finally, Yuan Feng slapped his forehead, and a faint big hand appeared from the top of his head, grabbing at the stone spell formation. The big hand landed on the spell formation, and a strong suction force was produced from the big hand. The Qilin's blood shadow that had rushed into the spell formation was actually pulled out by the big hand. Following the appearance of the Qilin's blood shadow, the spell formation immediately landed on the altar, and the soaring aura disappeared. Return! Yuan Feng shouted, and the big hand disappeared. The Qilin's blood shadow also shook, shaking off the unicorn's blood, and flew back into the five spirit flags. Elder Yuan. Seeing this, how could Man Yun and the rest still stay in the cave? They all flew down. Sigh, I am ashamed. Yuan Feng's pale face was filled with shame. I thought that I was infallible, and thought that the rare unicorn had the Qilin's bloodline, but such a big change occurred. I am really ashamed of what the three elders and the sect master have entrusted me with. Seeing that the spell formation had a problem at the last step, Man Yun and the rest were filled with regret. However, since Yuan Feng had done so much, how could they not comfort him? Everyone could only say something about how fate had yet to arrive, and that it was an ominous record. However, in the end, everyone fell silent. Only Hu Yu spoke of the knot in everyone's hearts. What kind of spiritual beast has the Qilin bloodline? Even Yuan Feng, who had studied the five skandhas awakening formation for over 100 years, didn't know about it. How could others know about it? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to guess. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for the next time. Man Yun was about to speak when all of a sudden, Yuan Feng's eyes lit up and he said anxiously, I know what spirit beast it is. What spiritual beast? Man Yun and the others were shocked as well, and they asked in unison. Earth-warding beast. Yuan Feng said resolutely. Dust-repelling beast? This isn't very possible, right? It seems to have nothing to do with the Qilin. Hu Yu said hesitantly. After all, the dust-warding beast was far from the legendary Qilin. Even if it isn't, it's almost the same. Yuan Feng was very agitated, and he said with some regret, the spell formation Jade Scroll mentioned the dust-warding beast many times, but I didn't think of that at all, really. As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a spirit storage bag from his waist. He called out to the disciple who had just released the unicorn and transmitted his voice to him. That disciple nodded vigorously and then flew to the stone wall. I'll rest for a while. Elders, please protect I. Yuan Feng slapped his hand and took out 4 pills of various colors. He put them in his mouth after taking a quick look at them. Then he cupped his hands and said to Man Yun and the rest. Elder Yuan. Shi Qiping was a little hesitant, and he said, the pills that I took just now. Haha, it's fine. It's already at the last moment. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll activate this spell formation and let the spiritual beasts of our spirit husbandry sect disciples evolve. Yuan Feng waved his hand and smiled. Then he sat cross-legged in midair. Man Yun and the rest stood by Yuan Feng's side, forming a triangle on guard, afraid that the spell formation would change again. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yuan Feng's pale face gradually regained its redness. When the disciple who took the dust-repelling beast to deal with it returned, Yuan Feng also stood up in midair. "How is it?" Yuan Feng asked calmly. The Golden Core disciple said respectfully, "It's done according to Elder Yuan's instructions. It's no different from the unicorn from before. Go to the eye of the formation as usual," Yuan Feng instructed. When the Golden Core disciple left, Hu Yu smiled. "Elder Yuan, it's already late. Why don't you rest for another half a day?" "It's fine, you all can just watch from the sidelines." Yuan Feng shook his head. "However, if we succeed this time, the spell formation will be activated. We'll act according to what we discussed earlier." "All right." Man Yun and the rest looked at each other, and there was even more joy in their eyes. Yuan Feng flew under the 5-spirit flag again and slowly formed hand seals. When the image of the Qilin moved above the 5-spirit flag, Yuan Feng shouted again, "Where's the Qilin?" The Golden Core disciple received the order and slapped his spirit storage bag. A dust-warding beast that had yet to mature flew out. Similarly, a black iron needle pierced the side of the dust-warding beast's horn. The Qilin image that flew over from the 5-spirit flag caught the crimson blood. With a tearing sound, the Qilin's blood image was formed instantly. However, this blood image wasn't as solid as before. Great! While Yuan Feng was delighted, all the spirit husbandry sect disciples below the altar cheered, and some of them forgot themselves. Yuan Feng smiled. After waiting for a while, he swept his gaze across the disciples, and all of them kept their joy. "All of you are ready," Yuan Feng said softly. "When the spell formation is activated, there will be the spirit essence of the spirit beasts flowing out. All of you can absorb it according to the instructions of the Heart Sutra. Helping your spirit beasts is the same as helping yourself. Do you understand?" "We understand. Thank you, Elder Yuan, for fulfilling our wish." The disciples' voices were as loud as the mountains. "Go!" Yuan Feng changed his hand seal again and pointed his finger. The Qilin's blood image rushed into the spell formation. Rumble, many sounds could be heard. The last piece of the spell formation started to protrude slowly, and then it started to spin at an extremely fast speed. Yuan Feng injected his magic power. He thought that the spell formation would be the same as before, and he would need another day and night to refine it. However, just as his magic power entered the spell formation, a suction force appeared. Yuan Feng's magic power was like an unstoppable flood that was sucked into the spell formation. At this moment, the other 4 spirit spell formations also started to spin. As they spun, they also spun around the entire altar. Yuan Feng wanted to stop his magic power from being sucked out, but he didn't dare to. He could only clench his teeth and pour out his magic power. The magic power of a Golden Core late-stage cultivator was injected into the Qilin spell formation. In an instant, the spell formation started to become crystal clear. Furthermore, the moment the spell formation became crystal clear, the other 4 spell formations also started to change and gradually became transparent. However, the suction force didn't decrease. Instead, it became even stronger. "Elders, come and help me." Yuan Feng obviously couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly asked for help. Man Yun and the rest didn't dare to delay. They all flew over and injected their magic power into Yuan Feng's body, allowing the next spell formation to absorb it. Woo! The 5 arrays cried out at the same time, and the 5 spirits also raised their heads and cried out. An aura soared into the sky, and a huge amount of 5 elemental spiritual qi also rushed out of the underground fire lake along with the aura. As the 5 elemental spiritual qi rushed out, the transparent 5-spirit spell formation suddenly flashed with a 5-colored brilliance. Then, a wisp of black gas appeared from the center of the spell formation. The moment the black gas appeared, it started to spin in a spiral and rushed out of the entire transparent spell formation. The entire spell formation started to turn turbid. In an instant, the 5 spell formations turned into 5 spiraling balls of gas. At this moment, the suction force of the spell formation also gradually disappeared. The magic power of the 4 Golden Core late-stage elders of Spirit Husbandry sect was completely sucked away. Yuan Feng and the other 3 hurriedly consumed pills to recover their dermic powers. Their eyes and spiritual senses covered the entire array again, waiting for the next change. However, at this moment something strange happened again. A black and white light flashed, and an aura that soared into the sky pressed down. Suddenly, 5 strange cultivators appeared in the 5 clouds of qi, in the valley, on the mountain range, the lightning beast that appeared had a human form. Its body was extremely black and covered with purplish-black scales. Each scale was the size of a palm, and between the scales, there were flashes of lightning. Two wings that were dozens of feet in size swayed in the sky with purplish-black lightning. Looking at its face, it was indigo in color and also covered with dense scales. Its two eyes were like golden bells that were protruding out of its head. Its mouth was a bird's beak that was sharp and protruding out. Its head was a ball of flame that was so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. This is the lightning beast? Xiaohua had never seen a lightning beast before, and when he saw it, he couldn't help but be astonished. It was far from what he had imagined. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The lightning beast opened its mouth, and a low rumble of thunder sounded. The fire ape seemed to be able to understand this rumble. It raised its head and roared, pointing at the sun-moon corona on the ground. The lightning beast also swept its spiritual will over, and Xiaohua could almost feel the brutality and cruelty in the spiritual will. As if they were negotiating something, the lightning beast and the fire ape kept making noises and moving their limbs. In the end, the lightning beast spread its wings and actually flew down, while the fire ape stopped in midair. This is bad. Xiaohua was shocked. He was worried for Xiang Yang and the rest who were sitting cross-legged in the spell formation. These Foundation establishment disciples couldn't be outside the spell formation. They could either hide far away or stay in the spell formation as bait. At this moment, the plans of the Golden Core stage cultivators were all wrong. Of the two beasts, only the lightning beast flew down. The fire ape didn't enter the trap. Obviously, if the lightning beast killed several people and took away the sun-moon corona, everyone's plan to ambush the two beasts would be ruined. At this moment, Xiaohua activated the sun-moon corona again. This object immediately emitted a faint red light, attracting the lightning beast's attention. The fire ape hesitated in midair for a moment, but in the end, it couldn't resist the temptation. The flames on its body flickered, and it flew down. To be continued. Chapter 1895. Rumble. When the lightning beast sensed it, and was about to turn around and scold the fire ape, it heard Xiang Min's chuckle in midair. The 5-element plate that was hidden in midair suddenly appeared, and a 5-colored light barrier covered the fire ape and the lightning beast that were tailing it. Roar! The fire ape roared angrily, and the flames on its body suddenly erupted. Its entire body rushed up and grabbed at the 5-element plate that was in midair. However, just as the flames flew up to a height of about 10 feet, the 5-element plate in midair suddenly rotated. Then, like the Milky Way pouring down, a stream of water appeared out of thin air and covered the fire ape. Boom! The fire ape opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet flame rushed up to the sky and stopped the stream of water. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Continuous sizzling sounds were produced at the intersection of the two sides. Fellow Zhang, fellow son, where are you? If you don't make a move now, when will you? Xiang Min chuckled and shouted with great confidence. As Xiang Min's voice fell, Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong appeared on both sides of the fire ape. Zhang Qingguang was holding a jade bottle in his hand. It was his favorite magic treasure, the profound wind bottle. Under the activation of his magic power, the profound wind bottle poured out a pool of blue water light, which was directed at the fire ape's upper body. Sun Shangkong's magic treasure was the clear water pearl. It flickered with a clear water light, and under the activation of his magic power, it became a foot long and shot toward the fire ape's lower body. Roar! The fire ape was suddenly attacked by two people, and it became even more embarrassed and angry. Its left hand grabbed at the air, and a string of big fireballs immediately appeared. With a slight wave, it rushed toward the water light like a thunderbolt. With a series of rumbling sounds, the water light of the profound wind bottle was scattered in all directions, and it couldn't condense for a while. At the same time, the fire ape's right leg bounced up, and a wall of fire appeared out of nowhere. The raging flames blocked the pure aqua pearl and burned fiercely. Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong bitterly smiled in their hearts as they felt the true essence surging within their bodies and their magic power being absorbed by the two magic treasures. They both had a water attribute physique and were invited here by Xiang Min to confront the fire ape. Although the two of them were both at the early Golden Core realm like the fire ape was a natural fire beast, and its ability to control fire was far more tyrannical than a cultivator's. The strength of its fire techniques was also because of the strength of its physique that surpassed those of its peers. In addition, the fire attribute's spiritual energy within the flame forest swamp was abundant. Calm down, fellow Taoists. Xiangmin chuckled, and the water light that was rushing towards the fire ape changed again. It actually turned into specks of crystal particles and fell from the sky. As a result, the flame spewed out by the fire ape could no longer be blocked. Most of the crystal particles fell through the gaps of the flames, and the entire area around the fire ape turned into a colorful world. Great! Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong felt the abundant water attribute spiritual energy around them and were overjoyed. As they activated the Yunxuan bottle and the pure aqua pearl, they continuously threw out water attribute spells. One after another, water balls crashed into the fire ape's body, and waves of water that looked weak rushed towards the fire ape's flames. Roar! The fire ape danced with joy, and it seemed that it could no longer produce fireballs as freely as before. The flames around its body were also slowly extinguished under the impact of the spells and magic treasures. The fire ape was already at a disadvantage under the pincer attack of the spell formation and spells. Roar! The fire ape's ferocious nature was stimulated under the disadvantage. It pulled its hand, and crimson flames appeared on its sharp claws. It actually tore apart the water light of the pure aqua pearl in an instant. Then it suddenly clenched its fist and smashed the pure aqua pearl. With a bang, the pure aqua pearl was smashed a few feet away. Taking advantage of this gap, the fire ape stood up and extended its fiery claws again, rapidly stabbing towards Sun Shangkong's forehead. Hua! Sun Shangkong didn't dare to meet the fire ape head-on. He flicked his water sleeve, and a misty green brilliance blocked in front of him. But still, like silk being torn apart by the flames, the fire ape directly grabbed Sun Shangkong's forehead. On Sun Shangkong's forehead, a light blue protective brilliance appeared like the clouds, trying to block the fire ape's claws. However, under the fire ape's tremendous strength, a crack actually appeared on the protective brilliance. Sun Shangkong was shocked. He quickly retreated and commanded the pure aqua pearl to rush towards the fire ape again. The fire ape opened its mouth and revealed its white teeth. The strength under its fiery claws was regenerated, and it wanted to crack Sun Shangkong's skull open. At this moment, the specks of crystal particles that covered the fire ape's body suddenly turned into foot-sized rocks and smashed towards the fire ape. If it was under normal circumstances, the fire ape would have been able to dodge. But now, seeing Sun Shangkong's brain matter in front of it, the fire ape had the will to fight. Its other hand slashed outwards, and a wall of fire appeared in front of it again, protecting its body. Its left hand continued slashing downwards. Bang, bang, bang. The fire ape's body shook continuously. The flames protecting its body were also on the verge of being extinguished by the water light of the profound wind vase. With a tearing sound, Sun Shangkong's protective brilliance was actually torn apart by the fire ape. Its sharp claws had already landed on Sun Shangkong's forehead. Fellow Taoist Xiang, save me. Sun Shangkong was shocked and called for help. As soon as Sun Shangkong's voice sounded, his body swayed and suddenly disappeared. The fire ape's claws also missed. Roar! The fire ape was stunned. Just as it was about to roar, Sun Shangkong appeared under it. His face was still panicked, but hatred flashed in his eyes. He circulated his magic power desperately, and the pure aqua pearl that had smashed into the fire ape's right calf suddenly shrank by several times. Like a small rock, it fell into the fire ape's protective flames. At this moment, the rock broke through the fire ape's protective flames and smashed into its calf. With a crisp cracking sound, the fire ape's solid calf bone was actually broken. The fire ape staggered and almost fell down. It couldn't help but cry out in grief. Unfortunately, when the fire ape looked around, there was no trace of the thunder beast around it. All it could see was the huge rock and the suffocating water light. At this moment, a wave of speechless dizziness inexplicably appeared in the fire ape's head. A kind of tiredness that it had never felt before also spread out from the fire ape's body and limbs. The five elements soul capturing formation was indeed powerful. Roar! The fire ape was shocked. Its left and right hands blew hard on its chest. When it raised its head and let out a long howl, a fist-sized crimson inner core was spat out from its mouth. Instantly, heat and violence filled the fire ape's surroundings. The rocks that were smashing towards it, as well as countless waves of water and other objects, all gradually disappeared under the pressure of the inner core. Seeing the fire ape spit out the inner core, Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong were not shocked. Instead, they were overjoyed. They knew that this was the fire ape's last resort. Although they had exhausted more than half of their magic power, as long as they could persevere, the fire ape would definitely be killed. Chapter 1896. The only thing they were worried about now was that Li Fengzhu, who was in the center of the water formation, was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. They didn't know how long his magic power could last. Once the 5 elements soul-capturing formation collapsed, the fire ape would definitely escape. Within the flame forest swamp, even 7 golden core stage cultivators wouldn't be able to catch up to or kill the fire ape. Attack! Sun Shangkong clenched his teeth, and the pure water pearl made a turn in the air and flew toward the fire ape's inner core. Zhang Qingguang did the same. He opened his mouth, and a misty green brilliance fell on the profound wind bottle. The jade bottle suddenly expanded, and the water within the bottle shrank several times. A ray of brilliance as thick as a thumb flew out. It was the essence of the profound water, and it lingered around the fire ape's inner core. Not only was the fire ape in danger and forced to spit out its inner core, the lightning beast was in even more danger. The lightning beast was about to turn around and roar to stop the fire ape from following it. However, before it could roar, the 5-colored light screen had already enveloped it. The thunder beast was enraged. With a flap of the wings under its armpits, its body suddenly shot up and charged towards the 5-colored light curtain. Moreover, the thunder beast raised its 2 pitch-black arms at the same time. Its 5 fingers flashed with purplish-black lightning as they stabbed into the 5-colored light curtain. Rip! The lightning beast actually tore a crack in the 5-colored light screen. Swoosh, 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 a series of sounds could be heard. Dozens or even hundreds of large fireballs leaked out from the crack and fell like raindrops, smashing towards the lightning beast's body. Roar! The lightning beast was shocked. It didn't dare to use force to tear open the crack. It flapped its wings and wanted to escape far away to avoid the fireballs. However, as the lightning beast flew, the fireballs also changed direction and continued to smash towards the lightning beast's head. Seeing that it couldn't dodge, the lightning beast stood in midair and flapped its wings and hands. Streaks of lightning formed a net and flew into the air. With a series of crackling sounds, all the fireballs were extinguished by the lightning net. However, just as the thunder beast was about to flap its wings again and fly into the air, a crimson whip that was dozens of feet long appeared in the air. It circled in the air and actually turned into dozens of small fire circles that covered the thunder beast's head. The thunder beast bared its fangs again and waved its hand. A streak of lightning appeared out of thin air. Then, with a flick of its claw, the streak of lightning turned into dozens of tiny lightning bolts and flew into the dozens of tiny fire rings. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the fire rings were all destroyed, leaving only the whip still suspended in the air. How strange! A low voice sounded. The short Lu Mingxing appeared near the long whip and sighed. You are indeed a beast born with the ability to control thunder. I can't wait. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed his magic treasure, the sun-chasing whip. With a shake of his magic power, a spark appeared in his hand and flew along the sun-chasing whip to the tip. Everywhere it passed, it grew larger. When the sun-chasing whip streaked across the air like a dragon and hit the lightning beast's chest, the spark was as bright as a round sun. Jie, the thunder beast seemed to have a ferocious nature. It didn't know how to dodge at all. Thrusting its 2 hands forward, it actually struck the fireball with lightning speed. A bit of purplish black appeared within the fireball, and then it suddenly exploded. Ouch! A scream sounded. Looking at Lu Mingxing again, his body was actually flickering with a layer of lightning. He fell from the sky, and the sun-chasing whip was in the lightning beast's hand with lightning lingering around it. Take this! The lightning beast flapped its wings and wanted to chase after Lu Mingxing again. However, with a roar, Zhenyi, Jiang Zhucheng, Feng Shuqing, and their disciples appeared beside it. It is indeed a rank 6 spiritual beast. Even in the 5 elements formation, it is still so powerful. Feng Shuqing's eyes flashed. He said fiercely, if it wasn't for fellow cultivator Xiang, I wouldn't have dared to face this beast. Let's attack together. Zhenyi clapped his hands, and a pitch-black ring flew into the air without the slightest flicker of light. Rumble, another loud rumble rang out, and the giant green tree rolled toward the thunder beast from all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. Roar! The lightning beast didn't seem to be afraid. With a wave of its hand, more lightning blocked the giant green wood. Go! Zhenyi pointed with his finger. The ring flew into the giant green wood. The giant green wood blocked the ring, and the lightning beast didn't notice it. Zilala, the lightning blocked the green wood and easily destroyed them one by one. However, when the ring suddenly appeared in the middle of the green wood, all of the lightning actually rushed into it like birds returning to their nest. This was the corroding lightning ring that Zhenyi had been searching for over 100 years. The lightning eclipse ring appeared at the perfect time. It instantly absorbed all the lightning from the lightning beast. The green wood caught the lightning beast off guard and smashed down. It unexpectedly drowned the lightning beast. Roar! The lightning beast roared angrily. Its entire body spun rapidly within the green wood. Its body was emitting lightning, and it looked like a lightning ball about 20 feet wide. Many green trees were once again crushed by the flickering lightning from the lightning ball and were gradually annihilated. At this moment, the lightning erosion ring could only absorb the scattered lightning from the lightning ball. It could no longer absorb the lightning from the entire lightning ball. Zhenyi's face was filled with astonishment. He had a thunder attribute physique and understood thunder magic the most. This thunder-corroding ring was something he had specially used to deal with the thunder beast. But he hadn't expected that the thunder beast would be able to break the thunder-corroding ring with a simple spell. Attack! Jiang Zhucheng saw that Zhenyi's efforts were futile, so he tossed away the transcendent artifact, Wooden Dragon. A staff-like transcendent artifact flew into the air and transformed into a long green dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it charged towards the thunder beast. Go! Feng Shuqing wasn't slow either. With a wave of her hand, she took out a jade pipa from her storage bag. She waved her hand. Although there was no sound, the sound of the pipa was already attacking the lightning beast. Jieming, Qianhan, and Feng Jiu also took out their magic items and attacked the lightning beast with all their mana. In an instant, light flashed everywhere, and the spiritual energy in the air was completely disrupted. Shi Yan had already flown to Lu Mingxing's side and caught Lu Mingxing, who had been knocked out by the thunder beast. He waited for Lu Mingxing to wake up before he took out his own magic tool and guarded his master's left side very cautiously. In his other hand, he held a shiny talisman. The greenwood dragon charged into the lightning ball. Its 1-foot-long tail smashed into the lightning ball. With a rumbling sound, the lightning ball was scattered. Looking inside the lightning ball, the lightning beast seemed to have fainted and was in pain. It held its head with both hands and staggered. This beast is injured. Jiang Zhucheng didn't expect his wood dragon to be effective. He was overjoyed and shouted, "That's what I said. So many of our fellow Taoists died when we attacked it last time. How can it be fine?" Zhenyi and the other gold core cultivators charged into the ball of lightning within a few years. As expected, they saw blood seeping out from the corner of the lightning beast's mouth. The purple lightning in the gaps between the scales on its back dimmed, and some pitch-black liquid had seeped into its back. Rumble! The lightning beast suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its forelimbs spread out, and a series of thunderous roars came from its mouth. Pfff, the others were fine, but Feng Shuqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp to the side. The jade pipa's sound was broken by the lightning beast, but Feng Shuqing was already suffering from the backlash of the sound attack. Feng Shuqing was already so heavily injured, but the lightning beast was not much better off after forcefully breaking through the invisible pipa. Azure blood gushed from its mouth as its wings trembled violently. Go! Zhenyi and Jiang Zhucheng looked at each other. The lightning-corroding hoop flew into the air. The wood dragon entered the hoop and rushed toward the lightning beast with it. Sizzle! The lightning beast waved its hand with some difficulty. Lightning flickered in an attempt to block the wooden dragon. However, the moment the lightning touched the lightning-corroding ring, it was sucked in. The wooden dragon charged directly to the lightning beast's chest. Just as everyone's faces lit up with joy, they heard a clear whoosh. A fist-sized, purple lightning beast's inner core was spat out from the lightning beast's mouth. The purple lightning beast's inner core was faintly moving, and countless tiny lightning bolts flashed within. Bang! The inner core smashed into the wood dragon and the lightning-corroding hoop. A fist-sized hole appeared on the wood dragon's body. The lightning-corroding hoop also buzzed. Finally, with a crack, the lightning beast's inner core actually cracked. Ah! Zhen Yi and Jiang Zhuqing screamed at the same time. They both covered their hearts with their hands. Clearly, they were both injured, with two early golden core cultivators injured. The lightning beast, who was already injured, naturally couldn't avoid it. The lightning beast opened its mouth and tried to suck back the inner core. But at that moment, a cultivator flew out from the side of the lightning beast. This cultivator's upper body had already turned into a beast. He looked like a bull, and his thick body made his Taoist robe bulge. This cultivator was Shi Yan, who used the talisman. Shi Yan's eyes were crimson red. His arm, which had swelled to twice its previous size, was wrapped around a thick blue chain. As Shi Yan approached, the chain was activated by Shi Yan's mana. Like a spirit snake, it streaked through the air and struck the Thunder Beast's back. There was already a lot of blood gushing out from the spot where the Thunder Beast was. Pa! Shi Yan's chain actually hit the Lightning Beast's back. The huge impact was obviously beyond the Lightning Beast's expectations. The Lightning Beast, who was in the middle of sucking back the inner core, staggered, and its inner core was slightly off course. However, the impact of the chain only managed to break the Lightning Beast's protective light, revealing its true scales. A few drops of green blood actually dripped down. Roar! The Lightning Beast was furious. Its wings trembled slightly, and its entire body crouched down. It quickly grabbed the chain with one hand. A string of lightning followed the chain and struck at Shi Yan, while its other hand quickly burned Shi Yan's chest. It easily tore apart Shi Yan's defense. Shi Yan was shocked. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and punched the lightning beast's chest. Chapter 1897. Prung. At the same time, Sala moved. When Shi Yan's fists struck the Thunder Beast, his own chest was also torn apart by the Thunder Beast's sharp claws. Bloody innards immediately fell from the sky. Shi Yan's corpse also rapidly shrunk and fell. Ah! Zhen Yi and the others were shocked. In the blink of an eye, a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator was so easily killed by the Thunder Beast. Woo! The Thunder Beast let out a sorrowful cry. It held the place where Shi Yan had risked his life to strike with one hand. It seemed to be in great pain. Rumble. At this moment, between the Thunder Beast and its inner core, many stones appeared and smashed towards the Thunder Beast. A trace of confusion actually appeared in the Thunder Beast's ferocious eyes. It seemed that the 5 elements soul-capturing formation had taken effect again. Good. Let's hurry up and do it. Zhen Yi was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiang, separate the Thunder Beast's inner core from the Thunder Beast." Just as Zhen Yi said, Xiang Min was overjoyed when she saw that the two beasts were about to be trapped. She tried her best to urge the 5 elements soul-capturing formation and was about to increase its power again. She wanted to make a final strike before Xiao Hua, and Li Fengzhu's magic power was exhausted. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The place where the unknown pressure had been produced once again produced a fierce aura that rushed straight to the sky. Around this aura, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were produced. This spiritual chi was full of blood and strangeness. As soon as it appeared, it immediately produced a huge suction force. It sucked in all the heaven and earth spiritual chi within 100 miles. Wang Wang, the 5 elements soul-capturing formation, actually let out a sorrowful cry. Not good. Xiangmin was shocked. Just as she was about to pour her magic power into the 5 elements plate, the 5 elements plate suddenly exploded and split into 5 pieces that entered the 5 formation eyes. Following the 5 elements plate's entry, the 5 formation eyes were immediately filled with a huge amount of 5 elements spiritual chi. Xiao Hua and the others who were sitting in the formation eyes immediately began to spin. Before the 5 of them could do anything, a kind of oppressive force descended from the sky. A black and white brilliance faintly flashed. The 5 people's 5 elements plate and the 5 magic treasures all disappeared. Ah? Xiangmin and the rest were dumbfounded. Seeing the 5 elemental soul-capturing array collapse without any reason, they were really caught off guard. The fire ape and the lightning beast, who were besieged by the 7 people, suddenly rushed into the air. Each of them executed their natural superpowers and fled in the direction they came from. Where do you think you're going? How could Xiangmin, Zhen Yi, and the others allow the 2 beasts to escape? With a shout, The 7 of them split into 2 groups and followed the flame and lightning beasts up the mountain range. Xiaohua, Xue Xue said sorrowfully as she stared blankly at the empty space. Shi Yan's corpse was on the ground, but not a single hair of the 5 people in the eye of the formation could be seen. The sun-moon corona that Xiaohua had just used was also thrown to the side. Xiaohua actually didn't have time to put it into the space. Go. Let's catch up to Martial Uncle Zhen. Only he can help us find Xiaohua. Seeing that the other disciples were all following their own masters, Xiangyang didn't dare to hesitate and urged Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian also didn't dare to delay and pulled Xue Xue. Xue Xue had no choice but to take the sun-moon corona and follow Zhenyi. 100 miles away, in the underground space of the Fire Lake, Yuan Feng and the other 4 elders, as well as many disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, were dumbfounded as they looked at the 5 rotating masses of black gas and the 5 cultivators who suddenly appeared within the masses of black gas. Who else could these 5 cultivators be? Naturally, they were the 5 formation eyes of the 5 elemental soul capturing array. Xiaohua, Li Fengzhu, Qing Hao, Zhu Ming, and Li Mian. The 5 elemental soul capturing array extracted the spiritual energy of the 5 elements nearby for its own use, and the 5 essences spirit awakening array took up even more of the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. With the power of the 5 spirits and the 4 late golden core realm cultivators, wouldn't the formation eyes of the 5 elemental soul capturing array be used by the 5 essences spirit awakening array? Xiaohua and the others were teleported into the 5 spirit formation eyes of the 5 essences spirit awakening array. How could the 4 early foundation establishment realm cultivators resist such a short teleportation? When their figures appeared in the black gas, they were already unconscious. Only Xiaohua, who was a qi refinement realm cultivator, had a strong physical body. He only felt his vision darken and fainted slightly. His vision became even darker. That's right, it was like that. The figures of Xiaohua and the others only appeared for a moment in the black gas. Yuan Feng and the others didn't even have time to see them clearly before the soaring aura and the spiritual energy of the 5 elements pressed down, completely messing up the 5 masses of black gas. Xiaohua and the others' figures were covered by the black gas, and the 5 masses of black gas fell onto the altar and merged together. The entire altar was boiling with black gas at this moment. Bubbles of various sizes continuously bubbled out, and a blurry pattern gradually formed by the black gas became clearer and clearer. Disciples, get ready. Yuan Feng was overjoyed. He didn't care about the abnormality of Xiaohua and the others and waved his hand as he shouted. At this moment, a bark-like sound rang out from the black gas. A sharp aura was born from the black gas. That aura was very cold and cruel. Seeing that the Chao Wu's soul essence was about to appear, Yuan Feng shouted, "Collect." The spirit husbandry sect disciples who were already prepared opened their spirit storage bags. All kinds of strange spirit beasts flew out from their spirit storage bags. However, no matter how many spirit beasts there were, they were all suppressed by the aura. Although they didn't piss their pants in terror, they all hid behind the disciples obediently. The spirit husbandry sect disciples all activated their spirit-devouring cultivation method and waited for the Chao Wu's soul essence to appear. However, time passed. Very quickly, the soul essence that they were waiting for still didn't appear. Just as Yuan Feng and the other elders were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather on the altar in the air. On the other hand, Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. He felt his vision go black, and when he opened his eyes again, Zhenyi and the others were gone. The lightning beast was gone, and even the earth element magic treasure that was before him earlier had vanished. Naturally, the force that absorbed his magic energy had vanished as well. However, his vision was still dark. He couldn't see anything. What's going on? Xiaohua's body floated in the black gas. He scanned with his divine sense and tried to think of a solution. Unfortunately, the black gas seemed to be very large. Perhaps it was suppressing his divine sense. Xiaohua couldn't see anything. Just as Xiaohua clapped his hands and wanted to use the cloud-suppressing seal, an almost irresistible pressure fell from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua couldn't react in time and was pushed down. This is bad. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately used the bright thunder escape. He wanted to fly up. At this moment, a barking sound was heard. Xiaohua's body tightened and his magic power was instantly condensed. that you're tuning in to the Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.